No, I didn't say but different others.
Ja, also ja, der war halt einfach später. Nein, da war irgendwas entschieden. Aber 20 aber das ist natürlich auch so eine Frage heute, dass man das passiert dann immer, dass man zeitlich da sein muss. Keine Verkäufe an. Ich dachte, es war oder ich habe einfach nicht geguckt, weil es ich bin noch hier, aber ich bin ja. Wegen muss, aber du wolltest nicht nochmal verlängern. Ich wollte ja Sie war noch jung, ja. Aber speziell. Es ist zwar toll, ja, man muss reden, aber man muss nicht bei jedem. Das sind vielleicht ein, zwei Mal gekommen. Wir haben das aus dem Weg. Ja, und Fußball ist auch schon Sport. Da hast du mit den Freunden wahrscheinlich eher. Ja, schön. Das ist ja nicht so ein Spiel, was irgendwie eine oder du kommst mal in eine halbe Stunde. Genau. Ja, stimmt, Wien ist ganz Balkan, ja. Alles ist da. Das ist schon toll. Ich kenne das ja gar Wenn ich hier wechsle, rationalisiert habe, ich musste auf die
for the because I couldn't present from my laptop. So I gave it to them, but not the deck, just this one.
Colleagues, good morning. We do have a quorum, so we can start the meeting. At the start, I would like to apologize to the colleagues in the room, to advisory board members, representatives and observers in the room, but also to all the colleagues online for the delay in us starting the meeting today. So we have been discussing some matters as co-chairs in the Secretariat that were brought to our attention as we have been working through our day yesterday. There are some procedural issues that are coming to the surface. We are still a very young advisory board and we are still in the early stages of our work, and sometimes we do discover that perhaps the way we do things are not necessarily 100% clear and perhaps require further discussion and further refinements as it comes to the procedures of our work, which might affect our rules of procedure, but also some other documents that we have already adopted, such as potential guidelines and the guidelines of conflict of interest and other documents that we are even working on at this meeting. And because of that, we would like to bring those matters that we have been discussing as co-chairs to the attention of the advisory board. And for that, we would like to call for a closed session of the advisory board at the start of the meeting today, and we are thinking it will take about an hour. So we would like to now propose that we close the open meeting. We will ask the observers to leave the room, and we will close the meeting online as well. We will convene as advisory board in this room for the next hour, and then we will come back and we will announce how we want to proceed with the rest of the meeting. Thank you. procedural nature, and we have addressed them, found a way forward, and what we have discussed will be reflected in the report of the meeting and in the decision points. But because it's already quite late in our day and we have delayed the start of the substantive elements of our agenda, we will now move into those, and we will pick up from the schedule of work that has been posted online and shared with the advisory board last night, which has its first point on the agenda for today, focused on the reports from subcommittees and the task force. So yesterday we have heard the reports from the subcommittees and the task force, and we have heard that they have all reached an agreement on the terms of reference. The terms of reference from the two subcommittees and the task force have been shared with the advisory board yesterday for review and comments. We have received comments from two members of the advisory board, and we have worked since that time until today morning to propose a way forward to include those comments into the draft terms of reference. So our intention would be to show you the terms of reference, the changes that we are proposing based on the comments received, and to ask you to adopt those terms of reference this morning. So if we could start with the budget subcommittee terms of reference, and I will explain to you the changes and the comments received. Some of those comments were of textual nature. Some other comments were speaking to a better alignment of the three documents, the three terms of reference, so that they are as close to one another as possible. We have made our efforts to do that. There are things that we will try to align, but there are things we understand were worked on separately by the three subcommittees and the task force, and there are some differences. So there is no full alignment, but I will try to capture as much as possible the comments. So we are now looking at the budget subcommittee draft terms of reference that you have seen. The changes proposed are in track changes. The first one is an addition of to the mandate of the budget subcommittee, that is to review annual budget of the Santiago network, advise on alignment of the budget with the Santiago network strategy and the work program. So that is the addition that we're suggesting for your consideration. In paragraph 3, we're suggesting, based on the comment received, specifying a little bit more what we are talking about when we're talking about access to information of relevance to its function. So we're saying that includes draft and final budgets, financial reports, and any audit or oversight findings. So it's adding a little bit specificity to that point. If we could scroll down to the next change. We say we have changed a little bit the order in this paragraph 5D to make it clear that the other matters related to the budget are the other matters that advisory board refers to the subcommittee. It was there, but because the advisory board was at the end of the sentence, it wasn't clear that these are the other matters. So this is the clarification provided, and in the rest, there's another change, paragraph 16, just to align with the other terms of reference that had that in their accountability and reporting. The other terms of reference said operates under the overall authority of the direction of the advisory board, which is the case for all of them, and will report to the advisory board on its activities. It's just to align with the other ones. And this is it. So these are the changes. You have all seen those, so we are asking you now if you would like to proceed to adopt those terms of reference for the budget subcommittee, or if you have comments on those changes that were made. Alpha?
Thank you for the amendment. I did not follow which number it was where you specify the type of information that we can access to. I think that is prescriptive, and I would suggest another wording saying that in the exercise of its mandate, the budget subcommittee will have access to information of relevance to its function, to its role and function. I think we will stop there instead of qualifying with the specificity of information that we have. We just set up. We are trying to to have a common understanding and have a common way of works. And at this point of time, if the term of reference is approved as such, it might be prescriptive and that is a bit that will affect actually our functions. Thanks.
Thank you. So yes, this was made upon a request of a comment that was received to clarify a little bit what access to information is required. To add a little bit more clarity, I think. So perhaps, I don't know, I seek the views of others. If the preference is to add the specificity, does that help in clarity with going forward with the mandate? Or if we stop at functions, which was the original proposal of the budget subcommittee. Of course, when we say including, that is not exclusive to any other documents, but it just kind of provides a little bit more clarity to what you are looking at as budget subcommittee members into. Are there any other views on proceeding? And let's not entertain a long discussion on the wording because we have other matters on the agenda. Alpha?
Yes, it's not entertaining a discussion on the wording. This wording matters a lot. It matters a lot, and you know, because it's actually represent a firewall to which extent and to what access we might have. So again, I think we are working on the basis of trust, and you have seen your co-share the good spirit we are having in the subcommittee at this point of time. I think it's too early to specify what type of information. Hence, I kindly request to delete that. Thanks.
Thank you. I do not see any other flags, so I take it that there are no objections to remove that comment, so we would remove that suggestion and we would stop at functions. With that, would the advisory board be agreeable to adopting the terms of reference? I see nodding, I see smiles, so terms of reference is adopted. Thank you so much. So let's turn now to the terms of reference for the COI, Conflict of Interest Subcommittee. If we could project it on the screen. So we're suggesting here to make a change that speaks to interim terms of reference because of the decisions that we'll be taking at this meeting that might in the future reflect on potential changes to the conflict of interest guidelines. And we would like to adopt those terms of reference so we allow the committee to carry out its work also based on what we request from them from this meeting. However, there are references to specific paragraphs of the conflict of interest guidelines. So if we adopt those terms of reference as final terms of reference, if we make changes to the guidelines of conflict of interest, the paragraphs will change and we will have to revise the terms of reference. So what we're suggesting is we adopt them as interim and we come back to this matter later on. I will go through other changes before opening the floor. In paragraph 3, We received a comment that clarifies that it's not the subcommittee that provides guidance to the advisory board, because advisory board is the one that ultimately takes decisions. So the subcommittee makes recommendations rather than provides guidance. Any other comments that we have? Any changes? No. That is not the case. So these are the two track changes that we are suggesting. Camila?
Thank you so much. Just two small comments on that change of guidance to recommendations. The conflict of interest guidelines that establish the conflict of interest subcommittee does speak. Article 41, the committee will consider and provide guidance to the advisory board on issues of conflict of interest. So to be aligned with the guidelines that this document is responding to, I would recommend we keep guidance, because that is what the committee is mandated by the guidelines to do. On the issue of interim, that it's also a prejudgment of any decisions that might take the advisory board. The rules, the terms of reference that we are approving here do include that they might be revised at any time if the committee does deem necessary. I would recommend we just approve them. If there are any changes to the guidelines that come, then we would approve changes to the TORs. If not, and then we do whatever changes we might do, and maybe there are no changes to any articles, we will still have to then take a decision to make these the permanent terms of reference, and it might just be more work rather than prejudging any decision that might come. This can be the terms of reference. If there is a need to review them on the basis of any revision of the conflict of interest guidelines, then that is already established and foreseen in these terms of reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila, and thank you for pointing that the paragraph 3 was originally in line with the guidelines, so we can change it back. And on the other matter, we're in your hands. If this indeed there is a possibility to review them, and even if we adopt the interim, we would still have to adopt the final ones at some point. So at any rate, this matter would come back to the advisory board if needed, as needed. But I also see Alpha.
Yes, to subscribe to what Camila indicated. I agree with all what she said, but I have a question again where you deleted the recommendation. Can you go down, please? So, on the one hand, are you talking about guidance and guidelines? So, what is a guidance? Provide guidance, okay.
Yes, so it provides guidance to the advisory board. Camila pointed out that guidance to advisory board is the wording in the conflict of interest guidelines.
Okay.
And they are asked to provide guidance. Ultimately, advisory board decides, but they are providing guidance. So thank you for Camila and Alpha for pointing to that matter. So we go back to the original version, and we also then would simply adopt them as terms of reference. And if there is a need to revise them, we would revise them at the advisory board at the next meeting. So with that, would everyone is fine with adopting those terms of reference? I see no objection, so these are adopted. Thank you so much. Let's move to the task force on outreach. Thank you. Let's go through the changes that are proposed. In paragraph 6, we are adding with due consideration to balance regional representation, gender balance. This is again an effort to streamline with the other terms of reference that had this provision. So this is in line with other terms of reference. In paragraph 7, we felt there was a little bit discrepancy in the TORs proposed themselves, because this paragraph was speaking about the term of 2 years, while the last paragraph was speaking to until the 6th meeting. So in order to, we know that the task force was created on an ad hoc basis and for a limited duration, but we do not want to prejudge how long this duration will be, and advisory board can always decide. But however, to align with other terms of reference, we are providing for a maximum of 2 years. It could be less if the term is shorter, but this is the maximum duration as it is in the other terms of reference, and the duration of the task force will be decided by the advisory board. So we're adding that to clarify. If we could move to next changes before opening the floor. There was a change, apologies, you missed, go back a little bit. There was a simple change from subcommittee in 15 to task force. That was a catch from one of our members that was speaking about the task force, and going further down. We are deleting now this provision 18 about the duration, because it is up to advisory board to determine the duration, and it should not be in the terms of reference. Are those all the changes? Yes, these are all the changes. Alpha?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I want to make a submission, and I think as we are having a task force for outreach, it will be important that they explore the possibility of recommending us how we can set up between the advisory board liaison to the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage. So the ExCom has such an arrangement, and I think particularly because we are an operational body, and in light of the possibility to take advantage of resources in the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, it's very important that we have a structured approach. I know that there is ongoing engagement between Carolina and Ibrahim, but as a board also, we need to have a contact point. We have many board members, yourself and myself, and many others that are participating in the board of the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage. We need to convey that to the board, and then see to which extent they are also amendable to have a liaison and have a structured engagement with them. That's my proposal. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alpha. May I just suggest that we still have to discuss all those issues which are of extreme importance to all of us under the agenda item on collaboration with the WIM, ExCom, and the FRLD. And I would suggest that you bring forward that proposal to that agenda item so we can consider and we can reflect further. But I think we do not have to put it in the terms of reference. This is more of a decision of the advisory board. If we decide to go forward, we could then include it. So if that would be agreeable for you, we would not then make a change here, but we would refer to that later. Camila?
Thank you so much, Stella, and I'm broadly happy with the comments. I had a question on then the expectation on duration. I mean, as a member of the committee, when we had this discussion, we put, because it's not a standing committee like the other two, which it is mentioned in their terms of reference, they are a standing committee. Right now, we would have no decision on the duration, so it would be a question as to when would the advisory board be invited to review this. Originally, we put SNAP 6 in the idea, right now we will approve the outreach strategy. In this intersessional period until the next meeting, we would sort of work and support the Secretariat in operationalizing that strategy, and then the advisory board can reconsider. We would report back. The advisory board would at that point reconsider, or do we feel that this is a committee that needs to continue or not? So there was a thought timeline to SNAP 6. I would just want to say that otherwise there is no information on this, and when would a decision be made as to when would you expect that to be, where would you expect that to be captured?
Thank you. So my suggestion would be to come back to that matter at SNAP 6. And the way that the terms of reference are framed now, it allows for the advisory board to make a decision on the duration. So if at SNAP 6 we would like to extend it, we would then be able to extend it. We just wanted to foresee a maximum duration as to be aligned with the other terms of reference. So just putting this for your consideration, that we could come back to this in the decision points from the meeting. And that would be at SNAP 6 and not at this meeting. At this meeting, the provisions from the last decision still apply. And then at SNAP 6, when we come back to this agenda point, we will hear reports from the committee and we could make recommendations on the extension. Would that be agreeable? Thank you so much. So I do not see any other comments. Can I take it that we can adopt the TORs? Thank you so much. They are adopted. Thank you. And with that, I will now turn to the next agenda item and will hand it to my co-chair, Angela. Thank you. I'm sorry, Alfred.
Yeah, thank you, and I think that's a good milestone. Just a recommendation. I think we have task force and subcommittee, each of them having its own TOR, but we need to figure out how we can set up a standard way of working to make sure that it's efficient, and also we need to have a clarity about the frequencies of the reporting to the board. So I think one of the proposals might be to figure out how we could have perhaps the secretary can help us to figure out how we can organize ourselves, not touching the TORs, but to make sure that it is efficient. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And of course, for this meeting, we had this on the agenda to hear the reports from the subcommittees that were just set up, and also we had the terms of reference adoption, which we didn't foresee we will adopt all of them. So it's a great milestone indeed that we managed to do so much progress, with great thanks to the members of those subcommittees that worked very efficiently. However, the agenda of advisory board meetings is in our hands. The Secretariat always makes the proposal for the provisional draft agenda. It is sent for comments, and we can then decide before every meeting if we want to hear from the subcommittees the report orally, if we want to have it only in writing, if we want to have discussions on all of those points. So this is entirely in the hands of the advisory board when we review the agenda to propose that we have it. And indeed, this is a good suggestion to think, do we want to do it on a permanent basis or on a certain frequency? So these are the matters that we should be addressing as we go forward. Does that answer your question, Alva? Thank you so much. So now let's turn to the strategies. Angela.
Thank you very much, Estela, and good morning or afternoon, colleagues now. I just want to call to attention to agenda item 6 on strategies of the Santiago network. As you remember, yesterday we presented a summary of the feedback received on the Santiago network strategy and the 3 strategies on communication, outreach, and engagement and resource mobilization. We explained that we will reopen this agenda item today to move towards the finalization and adoption of the 4 strategic documents. And last night we received we received revised versions of the whole documents. We will now consider each sub-agenda item one by one, with the aim that we have again a sense from your side in terms of where we are on the adoption of these documents. So moving to agenda item 6A, which is the Santiago network strategy, we heard from all of you the importance of having this document, because it's part of the work that we have to adopt at this meeting. So I would like to advise the board to pay attention of the comments and the presentation that is going to make by the Secretariat, highlighting the amendments, and we try to do our best to reflect all your views on this strategy. So, Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and good morning, board members and representatives. It is my pleasure to address you today. My apologies, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to address you and also to introduce the revisions that have been made to the paper in response to the feedback that we have received, and also to acknowledge once more the very rich comments that we received during the informal session and also in written form. The revised version that you have received reflect that feedback that was provided in the context of the informal meeting on the 1st of September, and also the feedback that was received in written form by email up to 3 p.m. on the 2nd of September. Changes to the document that you have received are shown in track changes, And also in the case of graphics and figures, we have also incorporated those changes in red text. And we will be projecting the document as well, so you can have visibility of those changes. But just before moving to the document, I would like to summarize some of the main changes that have been made. So you have that background and context before going to the paper and before walking you through each of the changes. Just to know that as a general principle, edits have not been made to any paragraphs or any content that relates to prior decisions of the governing body or bodies, or to documents that have been adopted by the advisory board. So they remain as they were adopted. The functions also shown in text boxes that you see throughout the document have been aligned in full in their entirety with Decision 19 CMA 3 that specifies the functions of the Santiago network. So just to know this as an overarching edit that you will see throughout the document. Now, in terms of the main changes, we have highlighted up front the centrality of technical assistance in the implementation of the Santiago network mission. So that it's elevated throughout the document, also to note how important that is for the mission and how all the strategic priorities are contributing to catalyzing technical assistance. Also, the vision statement has been refined to be more specific on the ambition for developing countries and community leadership and agency in shaping and driving loss and damage action. That also in response to the comments received about leadership, the leadership of developing countries and agencies. There is also language on gender responsiveness that has been embedded throughout the strategy, and we will go through the specific changes, referencing also the preambular paragraph 11 of the Paris Agreement. We have also highlights in various parts of the strategy, the agency component, the knowledge, and also the insights of local and indigenous actors. We have also language clarifying how developing countries, particularly vulnerable to climate change, will be supported. And now specifically in Strategic Priority 1, we have more clearly embedded the role of national liaisons in response also to the comments, and also the role that the regional coordinators will have in sustaining that engagement at the regional level. Under Strategic Priority 2, also there is an explicit reference to building a context-sensitive, low-barrier access model. And under Strategic Priority 3, there is an explicit recognition of the potential for deploying technical assistance to build the capacity of local actors, also to serve as technical assistance providers or co-providers. Strategic Priority 4 has also been updated, elaborating references to the value of Santiago Network's regional presence to serve as our operational presence on the ground. And also we are expanding the focus on sharing knowledge and showcasing results under Strategic Priority 5. In relation to the target groups, there is also an attempt to clarify the variety of private sector actors in response to the feedback, and not only a local private sector, but the variety of private sector actors that can contribute as well to the implementation of the strategy and the engagement their engagement as OBNEs as well. Now we can move to the document, so we go through the changes one by one.
We don't need to do that.
We will be projecting on the screen just in a second. And the first change is in page 3, paragraph 4. So we'll be looking at the document shortly. And this change, and we will make it bigger as well, this change speaks as well to elevating the centrality of technical assistance in the delivering the mission of the Santiago network.
Sorry, Carolina, for breaking in. I'm really sorry. I think in light of the time that we have, everybody has received the document. if someone has a specific input, let's go that way. Otherwise,
Thank you very much, Alpha, and I'm pleased to hear that proposal from your side. We just want that you feel comfortable because we promised yesterday that we are gonna go to show, you know, on the screen the comments. But with that, I do appreciate that. It was a brief introduction by the Secretariat, so we can proceed in that way if everybody agrees. So now what I would like to do, and thank you, Secretary, for that introduction, and because you already have the documents in your mailbox, I would like to swiftly, you know, discuss this agenda item and ask you not to repeat your points because we already have a long discussion on this. And I just want to hear from you if you have strong views on specific amendments that were made by the Secretariat, or just to see if you can live with those amendments. So just get your sense in terms if you have specific concerns that we have to address in this version that was prepared by the Secretariat. And I just want to remind you that this is not the first time that we see the document. It was a long process with different kind of meetings, intersessional meetings, stakeholder consultations during the ESBs. So keep in mind that we have been, you know, discussing this document for a long period of time. So now I have Camila and followed by Alpha. Camila.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and thank you, Carolina, for that very brief presentation. I'm happy to go in this way. I agree, this has been a long process. We've been, I think, since AB1, discussing in some way or different forms the strategy. I'm happy to see a lot of progress. I think there are a lot of changes, but that they do respond to the views of membership. Really happy to see maybe sort of a guideline to prioritization, which I think is important, and we are here to deliver technical assistance. I was happy to see stronger language on gender and inclusion and how we see that actually being implemented. I'm broadly happy with the document. I had one tiny comment in one of the added language, and that would be on paragraph 11C, where we're working through inclusive, and in the context that we have really greatly increased the gender narrative overall, where it works, it says, and especially women, with a focus of vulnerable communities and especially women, and I think that's slightly beyond the mandate. I wouldn't use the word especially, perhaps just say with a focus on the needs of vulnerable groups and communities. And then groups, of course, it speaks to the inclusiveness, keeping all of the other gender references that we will have an inclusion party, but just acknowledging that this is not especially a gender program. With that, I think I would feel fairly comfortable with the strategy at this stage, acknowledging that there are processes for learning and review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila, for that suggestion. I think perhaps it's something that we can live with it, and I will ask then after Alpha's intervention. Alpha?
yes, thank you, co-facilitators. I have specific textual addition, and I think it is actually in line with what we discussed. On the community particularly vulnerable, I would like to say, in addition to receiving information, vulnerable community will be supported to co-design communication content and validate the message for cultural and contextual relevance. So to capture that, on the national liaison, I was indicating that even yesterday, that there is an expectation that the Secretariat will provide tailored capacity building and regular briefing to national liaisons with focus on developing countries, particularly to enable effective outreach coordination feedback loops at the country level. That will be page 9, section 5. Page 9.
Which paragraph?
Let me see. Yes, national liaison. Yes, here. That's
Yeah. A, 22 strategy. The conflict of the national liaison strategy. National focal point.
Ouais, ça c'est quelle page ça? Ça c'est quelle page ça?
Alpha, can you let us know
Yeah, it's
which
page 10.
paragraph?
It's page 10. The national.
Which paragraph, please, just to have everybody in the same page?
3.5.
It is under section audience target group, liaison focal point for developing countries. So I can provide, so the notion, I think the notion is, I can provide the textual input. The notion is that a dedicated or a tiered capacity building and regular briefing should be provided to national liaisons. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That the capacity building. So let me go on, not to this part. So the idea is that there is a commitment that the national liaison will be, capacitated to really play their role. And on communication, which will be section 8, crisis management. The idea is it's between page 16 and 17.
Alpha, are you looking the strategy or are you looking the communication strategy? Because we are looking one by one. So this is the main strategy. This is the main strategy. So you have comments on the communication strategy. If you have comments on the communications, I just want to kindly ask to park those comments.
I have here someone can go and then I organize myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Alpha. I would like to give the floor to Aisha.
Thank you. I actually have already communicated my comments on outreach and engagement strategy. So Secretariat can look at it and, there is a very small change which I have suggested. So please, you can look at my email and when it is required, I will make an intervention. Or do you want me to do that?
Thank you very much, Aisha. And we've received your comments and views, and we will go into those comments when we review those strategies. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. I have Muriel.
Thanks so much, and also for the very hard work until very late to the Secretariat. Seriously, we really appreciate that work. One point, can we have a reference somewhere under, I don't know whether it's under target groups, the Sendai framework? And then also a little bit linked to the comment I made yesterday, I see that in the strategic, or in these strategies, there is not really reference also to fragile and conflict affected settings. So I was wondering whether we could include that somewhere, and particularly under the risk management, that we consider that, including the principle of do no harm and conflict sensitive program management, is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muriel. Alpha. So I will continue with Camila because I know that Alpha is not anymore asking for the floor. Alpha, Camila, sorry.
Thank you. I mean, I have, because we're then not sort of editing online, you're just highlighting where there might be changes. So it's a little bit difficult to know how it would be. So it was a question following on Muriel's comment on fragile and conflict-afflicted areas, which is correct. We haven't identified them. They also haven't been signaled in mandates, so not sure, because we're not speaking of other contexts either. Here we're just sort of setting what the risks framework would be. So if perhaps rather than going and sort of trying to see the language and getting comfortable, if maybe have as guidance to the secretariat that when they were working on the risk matrix, because this just sets up as a risks framework and they're going to develop other things that follow up, that can be one of the things that can be included there, and maybe not straight, because I'm not sure where or how you want to add it here, or if it's sufficient for there to be enough guidance that would be one of the things that will be considered when we're thinking of risk matrices. Thanks.
Thank you, Camila. Muriel?
Yeah, just to respond on that, I think that in the risk management, we need to think more about these aspects, and it's a very different type. If you work in such a context, it's a different way of working. And I think the principle of do no harm is a very basic principle. It needs to be somewhere, and I think even in a strategic document. So I think it would be important. It doesn't have to be super prominent, but I think it should be somewhere. And then based on that, we also then follow up on it.
Just give me some seconds. Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. We were just consulting how to proceed, and just to try to be efficient with the time. We got more or less four comments. One that was made by Alpha in terms of having, some kind of reference of capacity building in the liaisons. So we're gonna find a way to reflect that. The other comment was made by Camila in terms of deleting, I think it was paragraph 11C, the especially, I remember, especially, so we will fix that. And the other comments were made by Muriel in terms of having the principle of no harm, and as well as targeted audience like UNDR and Sendai framework. So we are gonna reflect those comments in a new version, but I just want to have your agreement that we will accept all the amendments that we are presenting today, and we are gonna have an additional slot just to see the 4 amendments that you request. That's the understanding. I just want to clarify that. You accept all the amendments that we made, and we are reconvened to review this new version, but only the amendments that we are discussing here. Do you agree with that approach? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I think you're not asking for the floor again, or? Okay, Alpha.
Bit confused among the strategies. Again, the capacity building, the dedicated capacity building for national liaison, I'm very happy that you are trying to fix that. And the way to do that is in section 4, target group, national liaison, page 13 to 14. So there is another point on community, section 4, target group again. Community will be engaged not only as a recipient, but as a co-creator.
Could you please clarify which paragraph do you want to amend? Because we are at this point.
Paragraph 15.
Okay. Can you repeat again? What do you want to have there?
15 goes down, or yeah. So there is a part on community here. So the idea is that community will be also co-creating actually outreach activities in collaboration with the Santiago network. And okay, and in section 6, I just want to have, I think I can live with that. But in capacity risk, I want to have a clause there saying that the implementation will be tied explicitly to the Secretariat budget allocation for outreach and engagement with phase rollout to ensure within available resources. So I think we need to capture that the implementation of the monitoring and reporting is explicitly linked to the budget allocation. That needs to be there because page 19. No, paragraph 19 and section 7.
I think perhaps you're in another document. It could be the mobilization strategy, perhaps, or
No.
or outreach and engagement.
It is in 26, actually, 26, sorry. So what I'm saying, page 12, exactly.
So what is your proposal?
My proposal is if we can ensure to reflect that the implementation is actually linked to the budget allocation. Because outreach is something, the monitoring and evaluation, we have a budget line, but it should not exceed that, right?
Yeah, but just, I have a question because this is monitoring and evaluation. It's not linked to the implementation at all. So, I mean...
implementation of the monitoring and
let me give the floor to Camila, who has views to share.
No, concretely on that, and I think Alpha is speaking to the fact that we are also evaluating how the Secretariat in the implementation of its functions aligns itself with its budget.
Exactly.
I feel this is the broader strategy, and this is monitoring, evaluation, and accountability to all of the activities, so including TA responses, the different projects, and accountability to the communities. I wonder, because one of the changes I requested, particularly on the resource mobilization strategy, was to strengthen the monitoring and reporting part, and that one is monitoring, reporting specifically on the resources and how we use, how do we get resources, how do we report back on it, and how do we make sure that then that reporting also includes how we are using those resources according to what we agreed, and then keep this paragraph as is, but strengthen the monitoring part in the resource mobilization strategy? Would that respond to that concern, Alpha, which are paragraphs that we are also working on?
Yes, I'm a bit confused, and I don't want to delay further but the main idea is there are monitoring and evaluation across different strategies, so different strategies. So, but we have a budget line for that. So, and as far as outreach is concerned, as far as the implementation of monitoring and reporting is concerned, it has to happen within the budget line. So I'm fine if people are not feeling comfortable with that, but the idea is outreach and monitoring and evaluation should be a certain percentage of what is being given. That the relation, we don't want to have a strong system here of monitoring and evaluation, and country gets less resources because of the robust thing. That's the main idea that I wanted to convey.
Thank you very much, Alpha. And I think, that's an important point, but we have other documents that we can build on that idea, as was mentioned by Camila. I think we have the program of work. It's something that we need to deal with, and we have to discuss, the monitoring and evaluation as part of the program of work. I think so. In my personal opinion, I cannot give any opinion here, but just to raise that there are other spaces that you can discuss that kind of recommendation or that kind of request. Also the mobilization strategy. And there is also the discussion on the budget. So you can have this discussion in different areas. So I would like to kindly, live like that. So with that, colleagues, we have the agreement to reflect the comments made on we are going to see how to reflect the last comment that you made, Alpha, on community in co-creating, the comments that you made on the liaison capacity building, the comment made by Camila on delete especially, and the two comments made by Muriel on the principle of no harm and the audience, targeted audience. So with that, we are going to clean the strategy, and the next revision will be on the basis of those amendments. I just want to remind you that the idea of your interventions is not to reopen everything, but just to keep the idea that if there is something that you cannot live with, bring it. If you can live with the strategy as it is, please don't try to reopen, because we spend a lot of time. This is not the first time that we review this document. Now I give the floor to Gideon, and I think I will close the floor. Gideon.
Yeah, very minor comments, co-chair, on the maintaining the consistency, language consistency, on indigenous people knowledge. On paragraph 11C, it talks about indigenous knowledge, but in Paris agreements, it talks about the knowledge of indigenous people. So I think we need to realign ourselves with the Paris agreement language. Knowledge of indigenous people instead of indigenous knowledge. Paragraph 11C, very minor.
So in paragraph 11C, you have to talk about knowledge of indigenous people instead of indigenous knowledge.
Yes.
Okay, noted. So with that, I would like to close the floor to the board members. And as I promised yesterday, I'm very brief because we don't have time. I'm going to give the floor to the observers for very short interventions, general interventions on the strategy, and we will see if we can reflect it somehow, or if we already see as co-chair that all comments are already there. So we will reflect on that in the next version. So are there any views from the observers? So we have Andrea from the International Council. I forget the name. Apologies that. Could you please keep it brief, because after 1 minute I have to be very strict with the time. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to emphasize knowledge of indigenous peoples with an S. Took us 30 years to get that S. I wanted to appreciate that the knowledge of Indigenous peoples is being uplifted here and just repeat how important it will be for Gideon and I at COP30 to again engage you as co-chairs in outreach to the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change, the caucus, Indigenous Caucus, the IPO constituency that we're representing here. And invite you to participate in a side event in the Indigenous Pavilion. We don't know the date yet, of course, but we're very gratified that Indigenous peoples are beginning to apply for membership. And again, we want to remind you, we have a couple of examples of that Indigenous local knowledge tied to ecosystems to show here, and we hope that the members will be able to see them. We want to be able to encourage other Indigenous peoples as members to share their knowledge as examples through short videos, because I think for all of us, we like to see what we're talking about rather than just read about it. And I think it will inspire the technical assistance and knowledge exchange that we want to engage in here. So hopefully we'll be able to have time to show those to the members as examples of how we're reaching out to share that technical assistance and knowledge, not just to Indigenous peoples, but to states and other members. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that invitation and for sharing your views. Any other requests from observers?
Who gets the mic?
Yeah, as I understand, there is a message in the chat regarding if this is going to be published. So when we have the final version for possible adoption, we will publish and you will get access to the document. So I cannot see, apologies. Nadi Sayoli, you have the floor.
Thank you, co-chairs. It's Nadia from UNICEF. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of UNICEF. We don't have access to the latest version of the network strategy, but thank you for the extensive work that you've already conducted on that. And we hope that you recognize children as a specific and distinct beneficiary group in the latest version, as well as recognize the need for effective involvement of children and youth as key stakeholders in the network strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your views. I don't see any other requests from the floor. I think someone else. I can't read, so if someone can help me. But please go ahead, introduce yourself. I think it's the only person who's Sebaka Derek.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, my name is Sebaka Derek, working with Habitat Defenders Africa. I just wanted to re-echo the previous speaker's issue that we need to re-emphasize the need of the youth within, and also the needs of the persons with disabilities, which is very important in this discussion. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping brief your interventions. I do appreciate that. So we took note of your comments, and thank you so much for sharing your views. So with that, I would like to move to the next strategy, and I would like to give the floor to my fellow co-chairs to continue with that. And thank you so much for your active participation. So I think we are almost there in terms of the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will be moving now to the communication strategy. This is our next on our schedule. Before that, let me just make one announcement that perhaps we could have made as co-chairs a bit earlier to the advisory board. You have received last night a proposal for decisions from yesterday's meeting. There were decisions on agenda items 3 and 5. We have given you time for no objection until noon today, but we know that some of you requested a little bit more time because you've had a number of documents you had to review, including those very big documents on strategies and others. So just making sure that this doesn't escape you, we want to extend until 4 p.m. if that is agreeable to you, the time for no objection. These are procedural decisions from what we have been discussing yesterday under reports of from the subcommittees and the implementation of technical assistance. So having said that, if that is okay with you, please have a look until 4. If there's no objection, we will be including them in the report of the meeting that we will be looking at tomorrow. So in terms of the communication strategy, my understanding is that we want to go through those items swiftly. The Secretariat has done extensive work on all the strategies and have incorporated all the comments. Perhaps I will give the word to the Secretariat for a very brief presentation of those changes, not going one by one for track changes, but just the overall flavor, and then I will open the floor for your comments and reactions on the revised version.
Thank you, co-chairs. Just to go briefly through the summary of the key points incorporated, the main section that's been updated are the audience, the channels, and the implementation, monitoring, and reporting. On the audience, we further highlighted the two-way communication as a whole and also added specific considerations per audience group. We've also updated it to further emphasize the offline and traditional channels of dissemination and how both the audience groups as well as the channels will be leveraged to highlight regional presence. The message house has been updated in line with the revised vision statement in the network strategy. The communications channels have also taken more into account the regional channels beyond the Secretariat's regional presence. The implementation, monitoring, and reporting section now has more detailed information. We've divided it now into those 3 subsections and added the approach for KPIs and monitoring without including the exact indicators, as that would be updated in the revised interim results framework. I'll stop here, but appreciate any comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rafael. And I open the floor for comments on this version, and I see Manuela.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks to the Secretariat for this excellent work. I guess there was quite a late night shift, so thanks for that. Just one addition on page 14, the message house. I think it's very important here to add developing countries and communities particularly vulnerable to adverse effects of climate change, because this is the piece where likely a lot of people would look at if they look into the strategy. So just have the wording clear. I think that relates to a couple of documents. So once you clear them, maybe pay extra attention to this because it's important for our work. I will not make the point again, but also at the annual report, we missed that in our work yesterday. So just to add that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Manuela. This is speaking to this part in red. If I understand correctly, it's not very visible on the screen because it's the red on green, especially if you have some problems with the colors, it's very hard, but we capture your comment to reflect. I see Alpha.
So I think a general comment is that the strategy emphasizes a unified network voice, but there is no feedback loop or no detail how to empower national and regional actors to adapt to communication locally. So that can be captured in paragraph 3, in page 4, paragraph 3. And that speaks to the essence of what I've been consistently saying. We definitely need to see the way how we empower national liaison if the Santiago network has to be successful at national level. So the initial comment I made earlier were subject to the outreach, and I think I'm going to share that with my colleague here because I need to excuse myself for a meeting. So basically on the communication, I want to see ways how we try to empower national and regional actors to adapt communication locally. And I very much appreciate the effort made by the Secretariat, this offline communication and the two ways co-design of communication product. That is very in line with what I've been saying all the day.
Thank you, Alpha. So we're reflecting that you're speaking to paragraph 3 of the communication strategy, and you want to better embed this feedback loop for liaisons and a way to empower the national actors. Of course, if you have a concrete suggestion of wording, it will be helpful, but I think the Secretariat also recorded that and knows how to reflect. Right. And we will, after the comments, we will also ask the Secretariat to clarify, because they have made changes in different places, and perhaps some of those changes already reflect the proposal that was just made. Edie?
So thank you. I think one of my comment that we had yesterday in the document, that was the role to reinforce the role of the liaison to be the relay of the Santiago Network Secretariat of this communication at the national level. So I think when we are talking about target group, liaison, focal point, and for developing countries, we must put it here in the dissemination targeted information about technical assistance. So maybe we can insist here on capacity building also, not only on communication, but capacity building of actors in terms of communication aspect. So I think that was only the point I want to.
Thank you. Valentina?
I would like to thank you, Secretariat, for presenting very comparative communication strategy. It is clear that the revised version is well aligned with overall Santiago network strategy, and many valuable elements have been integrated. I am pleased that my comments also have been taken into account, and particularly welcome the emphasis of accessibility and inclusiveness. As a further step, I just would like to highlight that importance to have that key communication products are available in multiple UN and local languages, so that message can reach the wider audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. Any other comments on the communication strategy? Yes, Gladys?
Thank you so much for this. I have just a minor edit. It's in the table in page 11. As we move the contributors to the previous group, the target group, this would be potential contributors, right? In the title of the table. Because we moved the contributors to the previous part, right? So the next table, the target group should be potential contributors, right? Or just contributors? Just the name there, yeah. You think? That's a minor edit.
Thank you, Gladys. We'll let the Secretariat to clarify when I give them the floor. Any other views or comments on the communications strategy? No, thank you then for this. Are there any comments from observers? There is one? Yes, Andra, please, in the back.
Thank you. I have a question of the communications team. When we were talking earlier about, thank you, our intention and wish to encourage submission from Indigenous peoples, whether it be videos, photos, or other forms of technical assistance and knowledge that we can offer. It was unclear whether there is permission or instruction to post that kind of information from contributors or from members. And so I just wanted to clarify that because we want to go back and encourage Indigenous peoples to share. That's, I think, the intent of this body. Their technical assistance, like the videos we brought to show here, the short videos. Which I understand have been circulated to the members if we don't have a chance to show them here. So that's just a question, what kind of permission or instruction or support is needed to encourage that kind of submission? And can Gideon and I go back and communicate that this is a welcome way to share for Indigenous peoples, and a low-cost way to share to begin with, as a stepping stone to maybe further kinds of visiting and sharing on the ground, but at least to start these kind of technical assistance offerings. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I see another hand online. Erum Khan, please, the floor is yours.
I think I'm audible.
Yes, if you could introduce yourself and who you represent, thank you.
Okay. Iram Khan here from Climate Hub Forum. We are based in Pakistan and we are working on climate justice and climate finance. And I'm really excited and really feeling, something like great, some great communication is happening over here. My point is about regional adaptation and impact here. The strategy mentions that regional presence and content tailoring. Could the Secretariat clarify how this will be implemented practically, like through regional coordinators' role and localized campaigns? Anything like in which we as we people working as per social organization, how we can play our part? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Any other comments or brief questions from observers? That is not the case. So with that, I would like the Secretariat to respond to those questions and the comments and how they were reflected in the revised version or can be reflected further. Thank you.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to the advisory board members and representatives and the observers for feedback. To begin with the message house, this is well noted on the decision language. The reason that it has been shortened is to enable us to have messaging on communications products where it may have limited space or we may need to consider for accessibility into several languages, but also accessibility for different target audiences. So it was indicated here to see if that can be a green light to use a shortened version only for external communications, and then to reference the elaborated text in any reference to documents. Appreciate any further guidance on this. If that is not something that can be shortened, then we will revert to the longer version. But just to say that in some of the feedback we've received already indirectly and formally from communities, that is something that makes it sometimes a little bit harder to communicate and use in comms products. Then going to the role of national liaisons, here there are some inclusions already in the outreach and engagement strategy that speak a little bit more to how the national liaisons can be engaged. On the communications aspect, I think it would be useful to get further guidance from the board on what it is that we are requesting the national liaisons to do. The strategy is framed to put the burden of the effort on the network to engage with the liaisons and provide them with the resources and materials to be able to disseminate the information and create channels of engagement with them so they can provide feedback. But it doesn't give them a responsibility to do that, as that was beyond the scope in the way it's currently defined. So happy to adjust this if that's not quite the framing that's here, but would appreciate further guidance on how to articulate that. On the UN languages, that's now been integrated more to say that all guidelines and documents are required to be translated into all UN languages. And for communications content, it has been indicated that this would be local and UN languages based on the target audience. So that gives us a little bit more flexibility, for example, with regional workshops, to make sure that we are translating and spending the resources where it would be most effective. On the contributors name, and Gladys, thank you for flagging that. That is a little bit confusing. The way that it's phrased now is to link to the categories as they are in the strategy, in the network strategy, but we can further put that, I think, in parentheses just to make sure that it's clear. So we'll make that textual change. On the comment around whether or not the network will elevate knowledge products from Indigenous peoples, this is also one that I think the further guidance would be useful. Currently, the network will elevate content from members in their capacity as providers of technical assistance, as well as any content related to what is provided under the umbrella of the network. So we're not providing for elevation of content that doesn't fall within what the network is delivering or what the network is using as outreach to showcase what we can deliver. If that is something that we can provide space for, we can incorporate that in the strategy, but that's not something that's currently provided for. There are indications in the outreach and engagement that speak to that, but I think clear guidance on that would be helpful to incorporate in the strategy, whether that is a role we can serve. And then on the last point around the regional presence, the regional coordinators, desk officers, and contact points that are included in the Secretariat's regional presence are going to be the key channel, not just for dissemination of information, but also on providing guidance to the communications team on how they can provide tailored content, what might be necessary, and then further developing the direct and indirect feedback loops that have now been added under the implementation. That will be primary. We will also be using the members, co-hosts, and partners platforms. So that's not just digital platforms, but they're on-the-ground networks to elaborate on the global content we have, tailor it for the regional content, and make sure that we receive feedback on what is necessary and produce content accordingly. So I hope that clarifies on how we're planning to engage there. The role of the regional members has been further elaborated in this iteration of the strategy to highlight that that will be a key way to reach audiences that we are not reaching at the global level. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rabail. So your clarifications show that many of the comments that were made were actually already kind of reflected in the revised version. So it's I will have to put it back to the members that made suggestions to reflect if those replies satisfy you, or if you have further changes to propose based on what you have suggested. I think the textual change on contributors was noted. The other ones are reflected in one way or another, so there is no need for adding changes. So I'm just putting it to you, those of you who have suggested, if you're satisfied with those answers. As it refers to the question that you have raised around the elevation of material that is not linked with the provision of technical assistance or the production of materials that are done by the Santiago network, it is indeed not foreseen now in the strategy. But of course, there is a distinction of what materials we promote or elevate as those that come from the Santiago network. And then there is also a possibility for, let's say, materials that come from our members and representatives to be brought to the advisory board as they were for this meeting. And in that sense, that this is not covered by the strategy, but there is a possibility, of course, for all of you to bring to our attention materials and information that you would like to share with the advisory board at the meeting, and we can make those decisions. But I think there is a distinction between the materials that are being produced or linked with the work that is being done and external materials, visual or others, and how they are featured or not on our website, on social media, and other communication channels. So hopefully that answer clarifies a little bit and adds to the question that was posed and is acceptable. But let me just check if what has been presented as responses is fine with those of you who proposed. Edie, Manuela, Valentina. Alpha is not here, but yeah, I think the other points were reflected. So are you fine with the responses, or do you have additional? You're fine. Okay. Well, then, thank you so much. As there are no further comments, we are very close to finalizing this strategy. There is a very minor tweak that needs to be made, and all the other suggestions will be accepted, as you have seen. However, we are not going to adopt this now, because we said we want to first adopt the strategy and then the sub-strategy. So as we will come back to those, to this item later during the day, then we can see again the final version, and we can then move to the adoption of the strategy. So with that, we will now turn to the next one. And just also a brief comment that we are intending to break for lunch at 1:30. So we probably can go through another sub-strategy before lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Stella. Let's move to agenda item 6C, which is the outreach and engagement strategy. Under this agenda, we invite members to review and provide guidance for the finalization and adoption of the Santiago Network outreach and engagement strategy. So as in the previous agenda items, the Secretariat worked very hard trying to reflect all the views that you presented during the informal and previous sessions in writing. So I would like to briefly give the floor to the Secretariat to introduce, the amendments, just to get the sense of where we are.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and pleased to introduce also the changes that have been made to the paper. There were not specific comments to the outreach and engagement strategy during the informal meeting, but some comments that came through other sessions are relevant for outreach and engagement and have been reflected. The main changes that have been made in the document relative to the published version are in relation to strengthening the references that we have to engagement with the loss and damage ecosystem and the architecture, in particular the FRLD and with the WIM XCOM, in line also with the Santiago Network strategy and the communications strategy. So we have ensured that that alignment is in place. Also, there is an explicit linkage that's been made with the resource mobilization strategy to make sure that all the strategies are clearly connected to one another. We're also stressing the role of the Santiago Network's regional presence in response to the feedback received, and specifying as well which will be some of the functions that the regional coordinators in particular will perform, and this in alignment with their terms of reference. We have received in the context of this edit feedback from Aisha, Advisory Board Member Aisha, and we're grateful for that, with a specific edit that will be pleased also to incorporate if that's the decision, and many thanks for that feedback. Another edit as well that's been made is incorporating the Santiago Network's role in elevating members' work where this work is not coming as part of their engagement with the Santiago Network. This has been done in the context of knowledge and how knowledge products that they produce and that may be relevant for technical assistance also can be elevated through the Santiago Network. This change has been made specifically in the section of member engagement, so that is also part of the engagement that we can have with members. And finally, one of the last edits made in this version is the acknowledgement of South-South collaboration, and making sure also that this is a way for that sustained engagement to take place through engagement in a through South-South collaboration. Those are the main revisions that have been made. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Now we'd like to open the floor for comments. Camila.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and once again, thank you so much for all the background effort that was done. We know that this is a lot. I was also happy to see a little bit more of coordination between the strategies. I had some specific comments on the additions on paragraph 16A, where it used to speak about strengthened collaboration with the WIM XCOM FRLD. I'm not sure the language as it is now. I think it was a little bit beyond any mandate. I don't know what act as one would mean. I think it's not clear act as one in which capacity in delivering technical assistance. I think keeping it to communicate complementary roles and insurance coherence with, which was much more specific and much more aligned with what the mandate is. And I think I'd feel more comfortable that if it is deepen engagement or strengthen collaboration, happy with either, but I'm just not sure what ACT-AS 1 would operationalize. And with the addition, I'm sorry, I had not seen, it was by email, this was not shared. You clarified that it was Aisha's comment. I would have loved to hear the rationale. I think it's important to comment that we would be working through regional coordinators. I think maybe going so far as a reference to their terms of reference in a strategy that's supposed to be quite as high, when even our regional presence decision is to be revised on learning, and we might need more people, and we were to revise, maybe we will be hiring other people than just the regional coordinators, precisely because we expect them to do a lot of things. I think this document is more strategic, how we then prioritize and learn and work with the regional coordinators should be allowed a little bit more flexibility. We are asking them to do a lot. I think these are going to be key positions in ensuring our delivery on the ground. Maybe their responsibility in the terms of reference now is the correct place to have them, and keep here a broader reference that it would be done through or in alignment with our regional presence, which of course is regional coordinators, but there might be difference. Some regions have a coordinator and a desk officer. Maybe we would separate the responsibilities between them, and just to keep that a bit more flexible as this is sort of a broader strategy might be useful. With that, I think the other changes are okay and happy to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Camila. Any other views on this document? I don't see any other board members, advisory board members asking for the floor, so I would like to give the floor to the observers if they want to share some views. Go ahead, Andrea.
Thank you. I think that the last point, it's hard to see from back here, the wording, but talking about uplifting or enhancing the contributions of the members and the knowledge being shared, I think is very positive that we can take back. It's still not clear to me how that exactly would happen. Given the comment on the comms strategy, can we encourage Indigenous peoples to submit information that are members, those that are members, because we're encouraging them to be members as well. So I think that was very positive language. It would be good to know how that's going to be operationalized so that we can take that back and ensure that those, say, that want to make short videos or submit other kinds of technical assistance or Indigenous people's knowledge in keeping with the mandate of this body, how that would happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Kosivi online. If you can introduce yourself also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, my name is Kosivi. I'm working for the Global Network for Disaster Reduction. I just want to echo what Camilla just said. Maybe it might be interesting to not to overload the regional staff. That's my first point. And then what I'm not very clear about is how are we valuing the communication, all the tools that might come from the OBNIs in this specific space. So if we can detail a bit the contribution and the role of the OBNIs in this system, because I think their role is going to be very key, and it might be interesting to find a space to really communicate around their contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kosivi. I don't see anyone else asking for the floor, so now I want to give back the floor to the Secretariat to answer some of the comments made.
Thank you very much for the comments and for the feedback received. And many thanks as well for the suggestion in relation to regional presence to be more generic, also to account for flexibility at the strategic level that is providing a direction and not identifying content of the terms of reference, but also happy to be guided by the advisory board in that respect. One of the alternatives as well is to, there is already a paragraph on the regional presence that is in the co-hosted secretariat, that is page 10 of the table with roles and functions. We have a paragraph on regional presence that makes reference in broad terms to the fact that the Secretariat, in implementing their responsibilities, will rely on the support of the regional coordinators, desk officers, and designated contact points in outreach and engagement activities. That is a broader umbrella paragraph that covers all the functions and responsibilities of the Secretariat. So perhaps that is something that the advisory board may wish to consider. Also, on the comments from observers, many thanks for that. When it comes to the engagement of members, including from indigenous peoples, we welcome also the expressions of interest that can help us have a membership that is inclusive. There is a section on member engagement that also provides for a two-way outreach and engagement. So we also make the members participant of outreach and engagement activities. We also in the paper have a section on potential, on OBNEs, potential members, and there are a number of functions and roles identified for OBNEs as well as part of the strategy before they become members. And also that speaks to one of the latest points from observers on the role of OBNEs. That is included in the table that we have when we speak about also some of those primary groups which are essential for the delivery of the Santiago Network mission. We have prospective members. These are OBNEs, and here we have a number of functions that they may perform in terms of receiving information on membership-related processes and benefit also from outreach activities, provide feedback and sharing challenges and opportunities, and also their participation in outreach events and webinars. These are part of the roles that we anticipate for OBNEs in the context of this strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. I saw Aisha. I don't know if you want to take the floor or...
Yes, thank you very much. Just to have a little bit more clarity about the OBNEs, so they are also the implementing partners. That's my understanding. Is it correct?
Please, Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Aisha. The OBNEs are the interested organizations, bodies, networks, and experts interested in becoming members. Once they are members, they can implement technical assistance. They can engage in the matchmaking process.
So,
hope that clarifies.
Okay, so matchmaking process means that they can become a vendor for the execution of technical assistance. For example, country A gets certain amount and the matchmaking is done by the Secretariat, and as a result of matchmaking, OBNE B is selected, so that OBNE B becomes the executor of that TA in collaboration with the regional appointed person of Santiago Network. And obviously, focal point will be in the loop and will also be working with them. So this is the troika which will be on ground. Is this correct?
In accordance with the guidelines on technical assistance that govern the workflow for the provision of technical assistance, it is the members. So the OBNEs are potential members, and when they become members, they can, of course, submit proposals in response to the call for proposals made by a proponent. and they engage in that matchmaking process so they can support the implementation of the technical assistance requested by the proponent.
And how is this matchmaking done?
Yes, in terms of the guidelines, there is we have two types as well of requests. Requests coming with financial support that do not require the financial support of the Santiago network, and requests that require the financial support of the Santiago network. There are two different processes for each of these cases. Most of the requests that we have received are with financial support, and for that, once there is a submission that's been received, we support the proponent in the further development of the request. Once that is finalized and it has a good level of readiness, that is translated into a call for proposals. That call for proposals is advertised across our membership. At present, we have 62 members, so all those members are able as well to submit proposals in response to that call. Just to mention also that there is an option for OBNEs who are not yet members also to submit proposals to respond to a call for proposals if the membership process takes place in parallel. So they become members before the matchmaking takes place. Subsequent to that, and once we have received in the Secretariat the proposals from members to deliver the technical assistance, there is a review process. And that review process consists of a technical review, a financial review, and a combined assessment. And based on that, there is a member that is identified for the provision of technical assistance. In all this process, we engage with the proponent at different points in time to ensure that the member can effectively respond to the needs of the proponent. Once the member is identified, then if there is a grant, we move towards a grant award process. There is a contract, so the implementation of the technical assistance can start. And subsequent to implementation, also there are check-ins with the proponent and the member to ensure that the implementation is going as planned. That's in general terms.
I see. So in the implementation contract, who signs the contract?
Aisha, if I may, would it be possible that you keep in touch with the Secretariat and having some kind of bilateral conversation on this, and we just keep that discussion in terms of the guidelines that we are discussing here?
Okay.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that because we are running out of time, and I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to, touch base with you on that, and so you get the clarity on the process and how to get access and everything, how the OBNEs work. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. So with that, what I'm gonna do is because we didn't have a lot of comments on this guideline on outreach, it were some suggestions made by Camila and some kind of recommendations made by the observers, but in general terms, there are some minor changes on this. We are gonna try to reflect those comments. We will review with the Secretariat, and we will come back to this strategy once again. Thank you so much, and I think we are almost there also with this one, so thanks for your comments. And I would like to give the floor to Estela.
Thank you. And as we are already in our time foreseen for the lunch break, what I suggest to do is that we have a brief introduction of the last strategy on resource mobilization by the Secretariat, so they can again briefly introduce the changes that were made last night. And then we'll go for lunch, and after lunch we will take the round of comments on that. So with that, I will hand it to Carolina and Marcus.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. I will briefly outline the changes that have been made to the resource mobilization strategy. And those are, of course, the results of the feedback we've received from you in the informal on Monday and in writing since then. So on the section of funding sources, we have refined the references to the funding sources, and the idea here is to reflect the roles of the developed country contributors, but also identify other potential funding sources. So we strengthened that section. On the section of complementarity, we have refined the content on complementarity, and this was to ensure that this matter actually has an adequate profile. We have actually elevated that to the level of a principle of this particular strategy.
We have also clarified internal mapping and the use of data from broader exercises in the loss and damage landscape. Another update is the section that speaks to the coordination efforts with other funds. And here specifically, we're referring to the FRLD and related initiatives. On the section of contributor outreach, so we have spoken more about the private sector engagement and elaborated specific considerations that would be required to engage private sector entities if that becomes an option. On the section on monitoring, we have strengthened that entire section, and Camilla alluded to it earlier as well, that was a necessity. So here we have emphasized reporting and also elaborated on the available tracking tools. Last but not least, we have emphasized on leveraging OB&E and co-host resources in our resource mobilization efforts. That's a brief snapshot, and I guess, I don't know if we're breaking for lunch now and everybody digest this, and then we'll get to the questions afterwards.
Indeed, thank you so much, Marcus. I think it's a good way forward to have a bit of time to provide you comments after lunch when we've had some energy back into ourselves. It's already 1:30. I see there's a hand from Aisha. I'm not sure if this is a legacy hand or a new hand, but Aisha, what we're suggesting is that we are not taking comments now, but we're taking them after the break. I see you lowered your hand. Thank you so much. So we are now breaking for lunch. We will meet back here in the room at 2:30, and we will continue with the resource mobilization strategy. Thank you. Colleagues, would you please take your seats? Colleagues online, we will be resuming our plenary session. Some advisory board members, colleagues are still coming into the room, but we think we have a quorum already. So thank you so much for coming back after the break. We have heard a presentation from the Secretariat on the resource mobilization strategy, the changes that were introduced, and now we are opening the floor for your comments and questions on the revisions that were presented. And I see Valentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank you, Secretariat, for presenting very solid resource mobilization strategy. The document provides a strong foundation through pooled funding, diversification of sources, fast approach, which I fully welcome. Sorry. It's okay now? At the same time, I note that some of the comments I previously shared are not yet fully reflected. In particular, I would like to encourage the strategy to go further in detailing innovative finance instruments such as climate bonds, resilience credit, insurance-linked mechanism, in addition piloting regional solidarity funds and small-scale civic philanthropy. could reinforce ownership and visibility. Finally, I suggest development of transparent donor dashboard to visually report allocation and impacts, which could strengthen trust and encourage future contribution. Overall, I welcome the progress made and believe this addition will make the strategy more impactful. And I have one additional comment. I would encourage stronger integration of gender and inclusion consideration. Unlike the strategy, general strategy and outreach communication document, this paper does not emphasize yet how financing approach will address gender equality, participation of women, youth, indigenous people, and other vulnerable groups. I propose text for inclusion in the section 3 or 4. If I can send by email in order not to lose the time, just it must be some refer to gender response and inclusive financing. I will send by email to Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valentina. And indeed, if you could send your suggestions by email to the Secretariat with us in copy, that would be really appreciated. Any other comments or questions on the resource mobilization strategy? Camila, please.
Thank you so much, Stella, and thank you, Marcus, for this. I'll acknowledge that you had requested for textual inputs, and I had sent documents that were not textual, but I was very glad that you did interpret them in a way that actually makes sense in the document, so thank you for helping me out there. I think the document is a lot clearer now in elevating the reporting to the level of matching that as seeing it as a principle. And I think it's much more clear in the distinctions of the finance that is directly mandated by Decision 12 CMA4 and those that we will be exploring as further ways to enhance sources. I just had in paragraph 13C, which is one of the changes that were made. Just for reading, I think it repeats sort of as private sector entity, and then this category can include private sector entities, including local entities. I think this could be simplified, some private sector entities, including local private sector, sort of to just not have that repetition. And I think just in some of the monitoring, right, I think it might be useful idea on learning. I think it's really good on monitoring and reporting, but maybe one last paragraph that can be on how we will use what we learn here, sort of in building the next ones. Maybe because I know we are referencing to new tools that maybe, I haven't seen, and I don't see what kind of information is there, but it might be a bit useful to have more clarity into then how what we get from these is then used when we will review, and I know we will be reviewing all of these documents, but I think there's a lot of learning from this process so that we can be better in tailoring and making, being more effective in mobilizing resources, which are a key part of keeping this network alive. But I don't know if that was quite clear, and I know it's still not textual proposal, but maybe we can think of something that's strengthening. But other than that, I feel a lot more comfortable now with the strategy, and I think it reflects the work that we've been doing here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Camila. I have Manuela.
Yes, thank you. Just joining Camilla in the impression that the resource mobilization strategy now is much clearer and very well aligned. So thanks for the work on that. Just one point on objectives, number 2 and 3.B, about diversify funding sources. It's good to see that we now have this other sources that might play a role listed here. Excuse me, I was just wondering if we should also build in a reference to earlier decisions, like the already mentioned 12 CMA4, or also the 1 CMA3 paragraph 64, where we already have a list of those additional potential sources, including also private sector. So maybe if you should add these or refer to these already taken decisions, or replace that, so just as a piece of thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuela. Alpha?
Thank you. I also think it's clear and I still have some problem with the document. Just for record, first of all, I do not believe on any role of the private sector here. It is actually an exercise that doesn't make any sense. This technical assistance is a grant base. I never saw a private sector providing grant like that if it's not a philanthropy. So we need to be specific. But private sector does not have any role here. And if it is the case, I want to have at least one example where the private sector has put money into a grant-based institution like this one. So, and the second point is, that's a general remark first. I think we should not shy away from the reality that, from our perspective, we are expecting that developed countries continue providing support to the Santiago network for the matter of different reasons that everybody knows. So if the fundraising strategy has to be here, we need to have first, a quantitative benchmark, for instance. And we need also to anticipate the fact that if the situation continues like that, in 2-3 years, we will need money. So perhaps it is an opportunity to think of, from now on, to figure out whether we can have a fundraising strategy instead of resource mobilization strategy, because the mobilization pertains to private sectors and there's no mobilization here. If for you to mobilize, you need to have something as a upfront capital for mobilization, and there's no capital here, it's a grant. So that's my point of view. So it is with strong concern that I saw private sector here, but I have to live with, because some people feel it is relevant. And again, my invitation that I challenge anyone who can give me an example where the private sector intervene in such things. The second point is, I think we need to have a very strategic approach to mobilize, to raising funds, not mobilization, but to raising funds. And I think the one at hand after the developed country is to see how we can match and how we can be useful to the fund for responding loss and damage. That's very important, and I would like to propose, if possible, to have to explore joint protocol with loss and damage. Discussions are happening now on the Barbados implementation modalities, which request actually the fund through its secretariat to explore with the secretariat of the Santiago network how they can work together. And I think that is something concrete that we can explore. And last but not least, I think we definitely, as a strategy, needs to have as part of our annual report to the COP, an annual report on fundraising. So the colleagues that will be the official that will be in charge of raising the fund or helping the secretariat to raise the fund should, at the last meeting of each year, propose a part of the report that can be going to the COP. What we need here, first, what we want to avoid, we don't want to see Mrs. Carolina going to outside, letting her very important business here and going to raise resources. We have initiative, we have example in the past. The CTCN is one of the things. We definitely need to be very anticipative and avoid that situation. While we have something here, we should not rest but try to continue. And the way to do that is that we set ourselves some objective. Even it is 5 million a year as a fundraising things, then we can work towards that. And that can help us lay the ground when it's needed to have at least a tested ground and a clear approach to raise funding. So to summarize, first, I do have concern with any reference to the private sectors. I led because it is in spirit of compromise. And again, my invitation, I challenge anyone here who can bring me an example of the private sector working in that field. An example, there is none. So that's the first point. The second point is, I think also it was a misleading that we talk about resource mobilization. We are talking about fundraising here. Mobilization is in the context of investment. There is no investment here, there is grant given to countries. So mobilization is a misleading word in terms of, if you look at from economical perspective, it is not a mobilization. We don't have any capital that we want to leverage. We don't have any things that we want to have and then brings either one. But we have the catalyzation things that should be also prominently reflected in the document. The possibility to encourage the OBMEs to bring seed funding and then to co-finance, and that the Santiago network co-finance that. So, and the last point is, I think that is one point that I want to see, is to have an annual report on the things. I don't want to talk, but one point is, for instance, the budget. Normally, if we have a budget, we definitely need to have a starting point, because the money that was granted to the Santiago network is diminishing. Every year we have expenses. None of the money is coming in. So that needs to be displayed so that we have. So if I ask anyone of you, for instance, how long will last the resource that we have, no, it will be difficult to provide that information. But if we know, for instance, from the 20 million, 10 million have been spent already, we know what is in the things. So I think this document is a living document. This document is to be revised. This document can be adopted now under the understanding that we need to work much more on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alpha, Edie?
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief because my concern is still how to bring the private sector to give grant without any interest, or if we can make attractive the Santiago network or the work we are doing on technical assistance, so attractive to bring the private sector to invest or to put grant. That is my concern. And if so, who can lead the campaign, for example, for resource mobilization? Is it the secretariat, the board, or so? That is really my concern. How we can convince the private sector to put money in the Santiago network.
Thank you, Edie. There's no more flags from members in the room, but there is that Samuel? Samuel, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So, or good afternoon or good evening, sorry. I think I would also like support what ID said about private sector, but most particularly, I would like to point out that if in the process of fund mobilization, if the fund is not to put in debt, like bring in some debt sources or loan financing and all that, then I think, and also the source of funding too is not from sources that are contributing adversely to climate change impact for vulnerable countries, then I think is worth exploring, because Alpha rightly pointed out something about diminishing. We have economies who have diminishing return, but this time around there is no return in this scenario. So I would like to say that we can explore funding sources that does not incur debt burdens on the secretariat and also on the participants who are developing countries. And then lastly, I would also like to point out too that in the process of mobilizing these funds, if we can also bring out dedicated approaches whereby interventions for the implementation of technical assistance is allocated towards a particular community in the area of youth, children, indigenous people, but then a sector of this fund, when allocating, is pioneered towards this agenda, I think is going to make a lot of difference. Why am I saying this? I'm rounding up. Why am I saying this? Because this will be a form of fundraising, because we want to raise funds. And we want to raise funds. We raise funds with the communities who we are serving, who are the served communities in mind, while raising the fund. So if we can project some of these initiatives to the funders, I think it will be a good selling point for the Secretariat to consider. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samuel. Are there any questions or comments from observers at this point? Doesn't seem to be the case. Before handing it back to the Secretariat to reply, let me just kind of try to group a little bit what we have heard, because I think there were some comments that were speaking to specific changes in the document. And perhaps I could ask the Secretariat to speak specifically to those, to the comments from Valentina on some of those other financial instruments and the role of other actors such as philanthropies, on how that could be included. And I believe Valentina has also sent her suggestions in the meantime. On gender and inclusion, I think there was a specific suggestion on section 3. There was a question on the dashboard of donors. I'm not sure if that was specifically to this resource mobilization strategy, but perhaps you can also address that. There was from Camila a specific suggestion on simplification of language in 13C and on adding something on learning, so maybe we can see where that would fit best in your responses. From Manuela was also a specific suggestion or possible 2 suggestions on how to clarify further in point 3b on diversifying sources and referring some paragraphs of decisions. On Alpha, there was a number of comments. I understand Alpha, there is some concerns, but there was no suggestion on the change of the wording specifically to some of the aspects you have been discussing. You made a lot of points that are very useful, I would say, for the discussion under engagement with the FRLD. And also on the annual report that we are still working on, that can be taken on there. But there was a specific question on the reporting and how that is reflected in the resource mobilization strategy, on how the resources are being reported on. And then there was also a number of questions around private sector from Edie and Samuel, and specifically on how the Secretariat would engage on this and how is that reflected. And I think there was a question on if there are examples. I think we have been hearing here on the Vanuatu case, there were some examples of engagements, perhaps that could be also explained. So this is what I noted so far. I think there was a number of general comments that were made. Perhaps some of them are specifically to the strategy, some of them are for the broader discussion as well. But Marcus, I'll give you the floor because you're best placed to explain where those comments would fit in potential revisions of the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And thank you so much for this very useful discussion. I'll try to address your points in order. First of all, to Valentina's comments, so the additional resources, we've added some in the list that we had proposed. The point here is that these are options that we have. These are types of sources that we can actually engage with. And what we wanted to do here, the idea was to not limit ourselves. And that's why you see also the very bottom, we're saying that we can engage other resources. But this is well taken on board. One thing we can potentially do to cite some of the entities that you mentioned that are not reflected yet, we could cite that in footnotes and so forth. And I think that goes to Manuela's point as well, to potentially link the CMA text to that as well. That might also cover some of these groups. On the gender aspects, to possibly mention that under section 3 and 4, so thank you very much for that suggestion. So as the Santiago Network is a pooled fund, so the way we will actually address this is more on the strategic side and the implementation side. And the strategy, it does embed gender responsiveness in the Santiago Network operations. So the funds that we mobilize, they will certainly support that, but this is something that in our resource mobilization efforts is certainly something that a lot of our potential resources and sources are very interested in. So this is something we would absolutely highlight, and there's something very specific already in the making in the Santiago Network. I also, again, hear you about the dashboard. So we have addressed this to a degree in the updates. So there are actually co-host resources available where this is very much in existence already. And then for the Secretariat itself, there's a number of resources out available to us that will allow us to track this and also potentially ensure this is online in a visually pleasing way, that you have easy access to that. On Camilla's comments, so thank you for that as well, and thank you for also pointing out that some of the changes that you had requested last time, that they have been reflected. Your additional comments on the private sector entities, absolutely, to clarify the repetition, I think that's probably more of an admin thing. We can fix that up very quickly. And then it makes perfect sense to also incorporate the results of the learning from these types of forums and similar forums into the monitoring process. So that's certainly a commitment also from our side to rapid learning and incorporating these lessons learned. We're evolving, and that's perfectly understood. So thank you for these comments. Manuela, I already addressed your comment. I think that's link in the CMA text. There's no quarrels with that. So I think that's very possible. Moving on to Alpha's comments, and Stella mentioned it briefly as well. The citing of examples. I don't have any specific examples in front of me, but this is certainly something we can do our homework on and research how this is done and whether any private-public partnerships exist that support initiatives such as the Santiago Network. So we'll certainly be looking into that. One additional item I want to mention there is that even if funding would potentially come from the private sector, the Santiago Network, the beauty of this fund, of this initiative, it's subject to pooled budgeting, and this helps us where we, even if the funding comes from private sector, philanthropies, bilateral governments, it goes into one pool, and then with this, it has the ability to support, for instance, grant activities that we are using specifically to provide TA support. Alpha, you've also spoken about quantitative benchmarks. So this is something we've been also pondering over, and how to best accommodate this. Obviously, with the demand-driven nature of the Santiago Network, this is something that, this is the data that will inform what the funding needs are. And there is actually a major focus on this going forward, in particular, as we're moving into phase 2. You're speaking of really coming up with a strategic approach. So the current strategy, it includes this phased approach, where in phase 1, we're a bit in a consolidation phase, and really, again, rapidly learning how to set up these budgets, doing our homework, and then we're moving into phase 2. And there's a very strong emphasis between phase 1 and phase 2 on charting a clear path forward. That includes substantial emphasis on understanding the funds that we need, and that's we'll place a lot of effort will go into that. On the COP report that you mentioned, that this should include resource mobilization updates. Absolutely, if this is something that the board wishes, this is something we can embed and provide the data for. So if you want to kind of structure that into this type of reporting, this is absolutely doable. The same goes for the annual report. So the current reporting that's out there already includes data on how and how many funds are mobilized and how they mobilized, the types of sources. Another point I wanted to make, this is also covered actually by the audit. So the audit is looking at that specifically. So it's a major tool that we have in our arsenal to make sure that all of this is above board. The final comment on this section is, so the word mobilization, so we're using that in a response to the mandate that was given to us, in particular, for instance, in the work program, where the Secretariat is to develop a resource mobilization strategy. So it's kind of that wording that we've taken over. And of course, we're guided by the board on the precise wording to be used. And yes, so we can update the strategy accordingly. To address Edie's comments, and I understand, Edie, that you share some of Alpha's concerns as well. So what we want to do here, we really just want to lay out the options and communicate that there's a range, a variety of potential sources that we can work with. So the systems are set up to do this, of course, guided by you. And this is laying out the options that we have. And based on that guidance, we would then conduct our mapping exercises, do our homework, and see what potential resources will be able to fund our activities and support our mandate. In terms of who leads on that, Edie, mainly, of course, this will rest with the Secretariat, but the whole point of this strategy is also to ensure and to acknowledge that we have a wealth of resources and stakeholders that can help us in that. That can even be the co-host resources. That could be OB&E members. So there's any stakeholder could potentially play a role in helping raise resources. And that goes also for, in particular, for co-financing. So there is, I think, a wealth of potential sources at our disposal. And then the approach for resource mobilization. So it'll help identify the actors that will lead and support the resource mobilization efforts. So possible approaches, they're identified in the paper. They're aligning the consolidated resource mobilization efforts with predetermined cycles. And this is designed to enhance the visibility and the planning for potential contributors. In the current draft, you'll also see that we're proposing to deploy structured resource mobilization campaigns. Another option would be structure resource mobilization based on projections of demand. We've talked about this a little bit just now. And this would allow us to have sustained resourcing for our operations. Another option would be to organize and host contribution conferences for existing and for potential contributors, and conduct bilateral engagements with contributors and potential contributors on an ongoing basis. So that is, in a sense, what is happening right now. The reason I'm mentioning this list, these are options we want to put before you in terms of what the potential routes are to engage potential contributors or keep working with existing contributors. On Samuel's point, thank you so much for those suggestions as well. One point I really wanted to emphasize a bit is, so in terms of the dedicated approaches for implementation of TA allocated towards particular groups, this is something that, of course, is also informed by the demand data. And that will really tell us how we have to structure our resource mobilization efforts. It is the current setup is because of this pooled budgeting. it doesn't really accommodate earmarking. So if you look at it from a resource mobilization point of view, that would be going into the direction of the earmarking to a degree. But that doesn't mean that we cannot mobilize resources based with that knowledge, because we would be using the data that is gathered as part of the demand-driven kind of mapping. So we'd be using this data to actually conduct our resource mobilization. I'll stop there. I think it's a big topic, and maybe Carolina, you want to complement any of this? Is it all covered? Okay. And if there are any follow-up questions, I stand at the ready, but this is a big product, so we really appreciate your guidance here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marcus. And indeed, I'm sorry, would you like to?
Just after his, the answer he gives like a fundraising strategy instead of resource mobilization.
So, thank you, Edie. There was a mandate that we have given the Secretariat to develop resource mobilization strategy that comes, I think, from SNAP 3. I mean, we're in your hands as whether you want to change that approach, but this has been something that the advisory board has decided, and we have come to that moment when we're talking about the resource mobilization. So let me just say that, as Marcus has said, this is a big product. It's a strategy for 3 years. There are a number of comments that you made that can be incorporated as changes very concretely and very swiftly. As you know, our intention is to adopt all the strategies at this meeting. So I would really ask your understanding so that if you have further suggestions on how to make your changes, that you send them to Marcus, that you share them with us as soon as you can, or that you engage bilaterally on the sideline of the meeting, so that if something wasn't clear from the explanation, that can be clarified, and that we can find the best way to incorporate all the changes before we see the strategies again, and hopefully we will be in a good position to adopt them. So you have heard the answers. Some of them can be immediately fixed. Some of them are, let's say, broader questions, and maybe speak to the future. But what is key at this moment is that we are creating a strategy for 3 years that just opens, I think, Marcus, you spoke to that several occasions, it opens options, it opens avenues, it doesn't close doors. I think that is one of the discussion around the private sector. I think it is not the aim of the strategy to say that the burden is on the private sector to provide funding. It is more about signaling that there are possibility of other sources of funding that can be explored, without saying that this is what the Secretariat should be focusing on in the next 3 years. Just, I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to set out a way forward so that it can lead us to ensuring that there are predictable and sustainable funding sources for the network to function, and that there are different avenues that the Secretariat can pursue to get that to this place. And we as the advisory board can continue to provide guidance on how this can be best done. So with that, I see there is a flag from Akio, so I will give you the floor for any additional comments before summing up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Co-Chair. So I'm in a position to, this document should be approved as it is, but thank you very much, Marcus, for your response on the role of private sector finance as with example as a private public initiative or something, you know. So in my understanding, diversified funding sources from private sectors. The private sector has a role of catalyzing and scaling up the impact of technical assistance through the collaboration between the government and private sector. So in this sense, you know, this strategic document should be focused on resource mobilization rather than fundraising for the grant of Santiago network. So I fully agree with the current version. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Akio. And as we are in the spirit of good constructive engagement, of course, we do not all share all the same views. There are some differences. I think what we'll be trying to to reach is to have a strategy that reflects all the possibilities that allow us to go forward. But if you have specific changes that were not picked up in Marcus's comments or no, or you think that your guidance would be helpful for the Secretariat to provide us with the final version, please get in touch with specific suggestions as soon as you can so that they can be incorporated, because later today our intention is to look at the revised drafts of all the strategies, including this one. So if you want to be clearer with your guidance, please do so. Don't hesitate to use written means of communication to do that. And with that, as I don't see any other flags in the room, I know there is a hand online from Samuel. I don't know if it's a new hand, Samuel, or previous hand. Samuel? It's probably a legacy hand. So at this moment we will...
Yes, please, it's a legacy hand, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much, Samuel. So for now we will park the discussion on the strategies. We will move on with other items on our agenda and we will come back with you with a revised version. Thank you so much for your engagement and I pass it over to Angela.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I would like to call your attention on agenda item 4, which is the status of resources. At our fourth meeting, the Advisory Board asked the Secretariat to provide more timely and granular details of contributions and expenditure against approved budgets that will be discussed and presented in subsequent meetings. I would like now to invite the Secretariat to provide an update on contributions to the Santiago network. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, and good afternoon to everybody taking the floor for the first time in this formal setting. It's really great to be here with you over those 3 days. If I could kindly ask my colleagues to put up the slides for this presentation that we have prepared. While we're loading the slides, also to indicate that the report on the status of resources was shared with you in advance of this meeting and provides a comprehensive overview of the Santiago Network's resources signed and received up until 30th of June. Next slide, please. You see the table here, and I appreciate the figures are displayed fairly small. You have the same table in the paper that has been prepared and shared. This table here reflects the details of the contribution agreements signed to date, as well as their respective expiration dates, which you see in the third column, agreement expires on. We have also included the information on the currency in which the agreement is signed. This is, as you know, important since the Santiago Network resources are subject to currency fluctuations and signed in different currencies. The column on the signed equivalent in USD represents the USD amount on the date when the agreement was signed. At the time of the agreement signatures, the total contributions signed amounted to 40.6 million, which US dollars, which is a number you will have seen in some of our earlier updates as well. The next column on total contributions presents the same contributions, including future remittances, but takes into account the 30 June 2025 exchange rate, hence provides a little bit more of an accurate and timely picture of the resources we are expecting to have in total. This currently amounts to 40.8 million US dollars. And given that we're still in the process of receiving those remittances, is also subject to further fluctuations. The last column that we have indicated in this table here indicates the contributors that have initially pledged versus the contributors in addition to those, including Austria, as well as the initial Spanish and US funding, which we had received via UNFCCC. This concludes the presentation of this table. Next slide, please. In this slide, we are presenting the details of the amounts received by the Santiago Network by the time of publication of this paper. This details the amount that UNOPS, as our co-host, has physically received on behalf of the Santiago network, currently totaling at $24.7 million. The amount received, which you see here in the second column, states the total amount received in US dollars at the time of the funds received. You will see here on the bottom of the table that we have also including the interest recorded in the period from May 2024 to June 2025. The remaining columns indicate the additional US dollar amount to be received for the period 2025 to 2028 as part of the existing signed agreements. These are estimated using the June 2025 exchange rate as a point of reference. And again, as I mentioned previously in the previous slide as well, are subject to foreign exchange rate fluctuations. So just to say again that these figures are not final and will be reported in the 2025 audited final financial report. This concludes the presentation of this table, but just to flag as well that since we had published this paper, we have also received the contribution you're seeing indicated here from Ireland, which is here not reflected as a contribution, but has since then been received on 26th of August. So as you see, these tables are being updated constantly as we're working with our contributors. And this concludes my presentation on the state of resources. Very happy to receive any of your questions, comments, and feedback on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for the presentation. I would like now to open the floor for questions to the Secretariat, first to the advisory board members and then observers. Muriel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the overview. I just wanted to clarify on the Swiss co-financing that we have not exactly the same figures in the book, but we are in touch with the Secretariat to follow up and to correct it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muriel. Camila?
Thank you so much, co-chairs. I just wanted maybe to be brief in saying, one, we are extremely grateful to all of the countries that have contributed to the Santiago network. We see that it is, at least to get us up and running, we have had and accounted with sufficient funds to start up and running. Acknowledge that now our job is to prove, to be able to show how we are putting this money to work, to be able to then get back and send communications to the donors, see what you have contributed to, and to continue to show that this is an efficient and effective way for countries to continue to donate and mobilize finance, much needed climate finance for countries that are at the front lines of climate change. So hopefully in the next years when we're having this report, we can see larger figures being shown there. And that's just an encouragement both to the work that we need to carry out, and it's a common responsibility of this board, of the network, and that I truly believe we are, at least for now, while not in sustainability, set up to continue growing and showing the good work that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. Alpha?
I have an understanding question. Does that mean that currently you have 40 million in the account? Because the main question I have, sorry if that was explained before me, the amount that was pledged is well known. What is in the amount in the account now? What is in the account? And secondly, I wish that what I was referring to when I was saying that it is very important that we face the reality. What I'm saying is, since the first day of the Santiago network, Before the Santiago network even was established, the resources were started to be used. We had workshops that were held before the Secretariat even started working. So it's very important when we are having the status of report to know how much has been spent from the amount, because the good reality is good, but I mean what is important is to know how we stand, because it is important to know. So that's the question first.
Thank you very much, Alpha. I think, do you have additional comments or you finish?
I will stop there first.
Okay.
Waiting for the response.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to give the floor to the observers, just in case they have any views to share, and then I go back to the Secretariat for answers or comments. Someone? So we don't have any requests from observers, and I think the Secretariat can provide some additional comments. And on the expenses, if I may, I'm not an expert on budget, but we have a document that is on the expenditures and that provide us, information in terms of where we are until now, but perhaps the Secretariat can provide additional feedback on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the comments. Happy to go through them one after the other. Thank you, Marielle, for raising this in this forum. Indeed, we're working with you and your colleagues on revising those figures to ensure that we have accurate information and displaying this as such. On your point, Camilla, fully agreed. Thank you for raising this. We're also very grateful for the contributions that we have received so far, and are also hopeful that we will receive further funding to ensure the sustainability of the Santiago network and its operations throughout the next years to come. On your point, Alpha, thank you for raising this. You see here, and I think we pulled up the right table now. So the first table is on the status of contributions signed. However, this table here is the status of the cash remittances and planned remittances to the Santiago network as of 31st of July. The amount received, which you can see in column 2, totals at $24.7 million, which is the amount that we have received in contributions in cash and is in the bank account so far. From this, you will have to deduct the spendings that we had in 2024, which were indicated in the 2024 report, the certified financial statement, as well as the figures that we will be presenting in the next session on the expenditure of the Santiago network.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for those clarifications. Alpha?
Yes, thank you for the explanation. Again, my question is clear. My question is, how much is in the account and not how much we receive? She said something, I want to have that clarification. If you allow co-facilitators, please allow the Secretariat to respond, please. Co-chairs, thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. I will give the floor to the Secretary to reiterate once again.
Thank you very much, Alpha. I'm just waiting for my colleagues to put in the accurate figures from 2024 and 2025. If we deduct this from the total of 24.7, then we will be receiving at the amount that we currently have cash in the accounts. Just to say that the 2025 figures are expenditure estimates for the moment. They're not financially approved figures. However, the ones from 2024, of course, are. If you can just give me just a second to reconfigure this information here, and I will come back to you.
Thank you, co-facilitator. Thank you, Anna. As you said, this is not the message that I was looking. it is not, the reality is we have received so far 24 million, but 24 million is no longer in the account. So that's the point that I'm making. And I think in the future, we definitely need to know how much is in the account. We cannot go in the budget committee, set up a budget committee, we plan without noting what is in there. So the 24 million is what has been materialized, but it's not what is in the account, because every day we have expenses. We have expenses that has not been deducted, for instance, from this workshop. The 2024 expenses are not deducted from there. So we need to be having the clear message and the accurate picture of the status of the resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Just to respond properly to you, Alpha, we've just received from our finance colleague the exact figure that the 24.7, as you said, is what we have received. We had expenditure against this in 2024 and also in 2025 already. This at the moment results at $22.8 million in the bank account for the Santiago network.
Thank you. Me?
Please go ahead, Alpha.
Thank you, co-chair. I'm puzzled because in 2024, the budget that we had, that was at least from the secretariat without any technical assistance, was well beyond the 2 million. So and I think since then salary have been paid, okay, and the first meeting has been also disbursed. So I'm puzzled because it doesn't add for me, honestly. So my question is, it's normal that we approve budget, that the budget is taken away from the amount. That's what we agreed as a board member. And I don't have any problem with that. But if that money is taken and disbursed, things being paid, it has to be deducted from the things. Because the key point is the message. The key point is what is the current status. And that matters. It is in our own interest, particularly developing countries, to know how much is there. So again, my question is, because 22 million, it means how many is less than 1.8 million that has been deducted. And the budget that we approved last year is well beyond that. So my question is to understand how much is in the account, please.
Okay, colleagues, in order to keep going, because we have a lot of agenda items in front of us, the Secretariat is going to work on the table just to reflect what you request, Alpha. And my suggestion is to park that discussion and to move to agenda item 4, which is budgetary matters. And I would like to call your attention to agenda item 8A, report on execution of the Santiago Network. Just give me a second. On the agenda item on budgetary matters, as per decision 12 CMA 4, Annex 1, endorsed in decision 11 CP 27, one of the roles and responsibilities of the advisory board is to approve the annual budget of the Santiago Network. At our fourth meeting, the advisory board established a budget subcommittee, pursuant to paragraph 23 of its rules of procedure. I would like to suggest that we first consider the report on the execution of the budgets, sub-item 8A, and the revised annual budget for 2025, which is sub-item 8B. And later today, we will come back to the agenda item 8 and consider the annual budget of the Santiago Network 2026, which is sub-item 8C. At our fourth meeting, the advisory board requested the Secretariat to update the personnel budget line in 2025 budget to accommodate the recruitment of regional positions, the recruitment of the head office positions, and the continuation of the interim secretariat, and submitted to the advisory board for the consideration and approval. On 25th July 2025, the revised budget for 2025 and a proposed intersessional decision were transmitted by the Secretariat to the advisory board. Comments and one objection from the advisory board member were received on 11 and 12 August, respectively. In accordance with the paragraph 52 of the Rules of Procedure, the Secretariat circulated the writing comments and the objection received to the advisory board members and representatives. Under this agenda item, we would like to invite the advisory board to review and provide guidance on the report on execution of the Santiago Network budget as contained in document SNAP/2025/05/10, and also consider the revised annual budget of the Santiago Network 2025 as contained in document SNAP 2025/05/11 for finalization and approval. In this regard, I would like to invite the Secretariat to make a short presentation, but I also want to highlight that during the informal consultation, we decide also to have a space yesterday, long space in the afternoon, to discuss, all the report of the execution of the Santiago Network budget and then the revised annual budget, and the Secretariat tried to explain all the reports. So we expect that you get all the answers that you were expecting, and we would like just to have the assurance that you are ready to adopt both the report and the revised annual budget. So with that, I would like to give the floor for the Secretary for a short introduction on that. And then I would like to open the floor for members to comment.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. I'm pleased to present today the execution of the Santiago Network budget 2025. If I could kindly ask my colleagues to pull up the slides for this presentation that we have prepared. The 2025 budget of the Santiago Network has been revised to fully align with the decisions made by the advisory board at SNAP 4, particularly concerning the personnel and operational expansions. This presentation, which you will see in a moment, outlines the key adjustments made to the previously approved budget, reflecting the evolving needs and strategic direction of the Santiago Network Secretariat to provide the advisory board with the detailed information to support the board's considerations and the approval process. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. The Advisory Board of the Santiago Network approved the 2025 budget at its third meeting in September 2024. At this meeting, at the fourth meeting, the Advisory Board furthermore decided to approve the continuation of the interim personnel until the end of 2025 to ensure continuity of the Santiago Network Secretariat during the transition period. The Advisory also requested the Secretariat to undertake the recruitment process of the regional coordinator positions, the desk officer positions, as well as the program officer positions to be based in the head office. Through the decision point 11.1.4, the Secretariat also was requested to update the personnel budget line in the 2025 budget to accommodate the recruitment of regional positions, the recruitment of the head office positions, and the continuation of the interim Secretariat. The revised budget for 2025, which was submitted for consideration and approval by the Advisory Board, addresses exactly those requests. Next slide, please. The next two slides, we're highlighting here in a bit more visual way the changes that have been applied to the revised 2025 budget. As I mentioned, the Advisory Board approved a continuation of the interim personnel until the end of 2025. Consequently, the support personnel and consultants budget line in the 2025 budget has been renamed into interim secretariat personnel and has been adjusted, as you see highlighted here. Firstly, the technical advisor position has been extended from 6 months to 12 months in 2025. And additionally, the interim personnel that was in place before already in 2024 was included for a period of 12 months. This includes the program management advisor, a portfolio management advisor, our communication officer, a program management specialist, and a program management assistant. Next slide, please. The second decision that triggered a change in the budget and a revision was the request to revise the costs for secretariat staff in terms of the regional coordinator, the desk officers, and the program officer positions, which were all approved during SNAP 4. The Santiago Network secretariat staff budget line has hence been adjusted to reflect the following. It includes a revised estimate for previously and newly approved secretariat staff based upon changes in the estimated start dates. It also includes a provision of relocation costs as required, and it also covers, or to cover the additional regional position, which is an increase from 2 to 5 staff, an increase on the office and equipment costs, as well as travel costs. You see here the budget in total. It is very small, but I'd like to draw your attention to the lines that we've highlighted here in blue, in which we will deep dive in a moment on the next slide. But just to highlight here that these are the lines that have been revised as part of this revision. All the other lines have remained the same as you have approved in the original budget. You see here that we have touched on the personnel line, the office management, and the cost for travel. And ultimately, from those changes, we had a change in the management fee for both UNOPS and UNDR was applied, as this is applied as a percentage on the relevant budget lines. If we go on the next slide, I will guide you in detail through the changes applied. On the personnel, in terms of numbers, you see here that the 2025 cost estimates at 2 million have been revised to 1.59 million, so a reduction of $460,000, which was required as we had to update the start date of the permanent positions and also include the new positions in line with the decision. We furthermore made a change on the interim secretariat personnel, as indicated before, to include the 5 interim positions for 2025, as well as the extension of the technical advisor that was already included in the original version of the 2025 budget. You will also see here that we have added 20,000 for office costs and 20,000 for the travel costs to allow the additional personnel to be recruited in 2025 to get started and take up their job immediately. The change in the management fee for UNOPS and also the change in the fee for UNDR are also reflected here. Next slide, please. For the first time, we were able to consult with the budget subcommittee on budgetary matters this time around, which was very helpful. We would like to brief you on the valuable feedback we had received from the budget subcommittee in the development of this budget. Given the current status of the budget subcommittee, or not anymore since this morning, but the status that we were handling a few weeks ago when looking into this, and in the absence of their TORs, the co-chairs had requested the budget subcommittee to informally review the budget prior to its submission to the board. For this matter, the Secretariat had arranged for a virtual meeting of the budget subcommittee and also provided the opportunity to receive written feedback. This was a very, very helpful and valuable step for us to hear from the subcommittee who had provided their input and feedback. And in line with the feedback that we have received, no adjustments were required to the revision of the 2025 budget, which was submitted for advisory board consideration and approval. We have, however, responded to the feedback that we have received from the budget subcommittee in detail and compiled that in a feedback tracker for record tracking as well. Next slide. This is the last slide on the 2025 revision. In terms of the next step, once approved, we plan to implement the revised annual budget for 2025 in line with the established financial rules and regulations of the co-hosts. We will further provide the advisory board at its meetings, as we are doing also today, updates on the implementation of the revised annual budget, including the financial execution report and variance against approved allocations. And at the 6th meeting of the advisory board, we will report on the execution of the 2025 budget. With that, I conclude the presentation of the 2025 revision. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary, for that presentation, and thank you also for the time that you spent yesterday trying to explain the budget committee all the documents. So we do appreciate that. So with that, I would like to open the floor if there are more questions on this. I don't see any. Alpha.
Thank you. Just to thank the colleagues from the subcommittee and thank Hannah and the Secretariat for the work done. This has been a collective product, I think the first one from the committee, and I take the floor to endorse personally the budget. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Because I do not see any other hand raised, I would like to propose that the advisory board takes note on execution of the Santiago network budget as contained in the document SNAP 2025-05/10 and approves the revised annual budget of the Santiago network for 2025 as contained in document SNAP/2025/05/11. Do we have any objection? Thank you very much. Just give us some minutes, please. So colleagues, we propose to have a short coffee break. We are going to handle the previous presentation on the status of resources, and we expect to share with you the proposed budget for 2026. So, but because we are sharing with you that document, we just want to ensure that you get before we go into that agenda item. So we break for some minutes, and please relax a little bit, but not too much. Thank you so much.
Just to confirm that that's the correct one. I'm just confirming between the internal and external. This one? Everything else is the same, I just deleted the last one. Perfect, mine is not. So I'm just gonna send it out to the AV now. Carrie, to confirm for calling in.
Okay, colleagues, could you please take your seats? I hope you enjoyed your breakfast, quick breakfast, lunch, break. Okay, colleagues, so I would like to call your attention to agenda item 4, the status of resources, and I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to present once again, the amendments that they made to the table, just to reflect the comments made by Alpha. Could you please, Secretariat, project the table?
Thank you very much, co-chairs. If you could please present the updated table.
In the meantime, I just want to let you know that we already shared with you the proposed budget for 2026, which is going to be the next agenda item for discussion.
No, she would speak on the 2026, I think. Thank you very much for presenting the slide, and apologies for the not super nice visual here. We've just put this together very quickly in the break. But as per request from Alpha, we have put here the figures, the expenditure versus the cash that we had reported on as part of the contributions received, to share with you the figure of total cash that we have in our bank account. As you know, so we're going with the $24.7 million in total contributions received by 30th of June. Furthermore, you see here displayed the expenditure 2024. This is certified financial information, which is also shared with you as part of the reporting that we're doing to the advisory board, and this was shared with you in June. Furthermore, we have highlighted here the expenditure in 2025 that had occurred so far in the period 1st of January to 30th of June. And please note that these are uncertified financial figures. The certified financial figures will only be available once the year has closed, and those have been checked. These figures on the expenditure 2025 can also be noted in the report that was shared on the execution of the budget 2025. Looking at this, and also again saying that this is an uncertified financial figure that we're sharing with you here in the interest of transparency, the total cash as of 30th of June in the bank account was at $22.1 million. Flagging that this has changed since, as I have also mentioned on the contributions, for example, we've received a contribution from Ireland, and we also obviously have an occurred expenditure in the last 2 months, but this is the figure that I can share with you with confidence that this is the cash that we have had in the account by the end of June as uncertified figures. I hope this answers and clarifies the question raised.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and I think it answers the questions raised by the members, but I would like to give the floor to Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Anna, for the presentation. And as you see, it matters a lot, the question that I raised, because there are 2 million, more or less 600, that is not in the, that is not the 24 million. I still have one question. Please bear with me, because I'm not an accountant, but I want to add, I want to use my common sense. And based on the revised budget in 2024 that we approved in the last meeting of the advisory board, the total amount were, after deduction of 705.1 point something, we approved a budget of 2,234,634. So that's what we approved last meeting last year. So when I was asking that, for me, it does not add up that's because I was considering that the amount that was dispersed last year. Okay, so moving forward, because it is more or less 50% that were not spent. This is a very significant in terms of budget and a significant amount. And moving forward, I think we definitely need to improve the presentation of the status of resources. We can go. We are in light of 2000. We are in 2025. There might be very graphic, illustrative that can show definitely how things will go on. But for me, what I learned from it means that the budget that we will be approving for 2026. Now, 2025, we might have some reduction because we didn't have TA, and I guess we are not going to get 20 TA by the end of the year. So, hence, in terms of presentation of a status of report, normally as a standard practice, you always have the starting point, which is last year. What is approved, what has been expensed, and then how it comes. So, because, I have 2 million here that are approved, and only 1 million that has been not spent. So you can understand my concern because that was not communicated. So I think we have skilled secretariat. You need to present the budget in such a way that we feel comfortable of what is happening. Because based on what I decided last year, is 2 million something that is there, and 50% is significant in terms of budget. 50% is significant. So thank you for that, and I hope the comment that I'm making will be taken on board for the next presentation for next year in terms of status of report. We need to have exactly what is in the account, whether it's certified or not certified, and secondly, we need to have the connection from last year. Otherwise, it creates how to say I don't understand, and then I will be asking because I'm here to understand. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. I would like to give the floor to Muriel, and then I go back to the Secretariat. Very brief, and I would like to propose a way forward because we need to move the agenda. Muriel?
No, it's just very quickly also because we had the conversation in the sub-budget committee. I think that it's a bit normal that at the beginning there is not so much funding spent, also because we are really at the beginning. And I think that yes, of course, now in the next years, we will see, what the burning rate looks like, and then according to that, you can also then adapt the budget. But I imagine it's like a process, and I feel that we are actually all learning how this is, working and how the budget looks like. And I have to say that I really appreciated the conversations that we had all together. I think it was everything that we were asking for more details. I think there was total openness. So I think we just have to go in this direction, and then I think this will change very quickly, and we will maybe the next time be not so happy because thinking, oh, we have spent already too much, and how are we going to do that? So I think it just needs a little bit more time, but I thank everyone for also the transparency.
Thank you very much, Muriel. I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat to be very brief.
Edie.
Edie, followed by the Secretariat.
So, I understand Alpha's position. So, I used to implement budget from my office, and then maybe you can plan for 1 year, and you will not fully implement all what you already planned from. But when I'm planning for the next year, I will remind the formal budget. I have a column that what are the expenses for this 2024, and one which will show the gap and why I did not expand all this budget. That can give a clear view of my action plan, the budget, and what are the gaps, why I didn't fulfill my budget, consume it entirely. So that can give a picture of if I want to plan in this coming year, how I will do it. Maybe for the secretariat, there was some people who was not already yet here. There was some action and activity that was planned, not realized, and then this will reflect in the comment of the budget or before planning for New Year's. What we are doing here is we are collecting resources from partners. So we need to be a bit very clear of how we expend every dollars that can give them the confidence to come again and to give also again money or other will come. So that is, I think, the exercise that Alpha want to do. And we are working we have the same objective, and we are managing the same money, and we will see what is the most efficient way to plan and expand, implement the action that we have is expanding.
Thank you very much, Edie. Perhaps if the Secretary would like to take the floor last time, and I will close this agenda item.
Thank you very much, coaches, and thank you very much for all your comments. I appreciate it. As Maria has pointed out, it's a learning exercise for all of us on the table, and we're happy to be on this journey with you. I'm very excited also with the budget subcommittee that we can really advance in these areas to ensure that we're presenting the board with the information that they require to take decisions. I would also like to point out, just for reference, that the 2024 budget was indeed reported against. There was a certified financial statement which was prepared and actually shared with the advisory board intersessionally in the summer for endorsement, and it has been endorsed on a non-objection basis. And this represents exactly the figures that I had presented here in terms of the expenditure for 2024. We will, as we should, do the same in the following year. So you will always have this certified financial information roughly 6 months after the book closure of the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and thanks to all of you for the active participation. I know this is really important for all of us, but I just want to perhaps raise that we will have the opportunity to engage once again in this discussion in the future meetings, because we decided in the previous meeting that we will be discussing the detail of the contributions and expenditures against approved budgets in subsequent meetings. So, you know, we are learning by doing also. We are at early stage. And I'm happy because we have the budget committee, and perhaps as part of the decision points, what I would like to suggest is that the budget committee review, you know, that kind of presentations before we present it in the next board meetings. So you get the assurance that everything is, you know, very well done and reflected as you would like to see it. So what I would like to suggest is to have a decision point in terms of, you know, task the budget committee to engage in that kind of process of the status of resources before it goes to the formal advisory board meetings. I don't have the specific language, but just to have a decision point in that regard, because we need to use our budget committee. I think that's the objective. And also, that's the decision point that I would like to suggest, but also to note the presentation made by the Secretariat that I think is really useful. And of course, we will need to have this, as we decided before, we don't need to take another decision point on that, but to assure you that you will have the opportunity to discuss this matter in future meetings of the advisory board. And finally, just for the record of the meeting, I think is now is in our hands to use the resources. Now is the moment to use it and to show that we can deliver. is not only to ask for resources, but also to show that we are using the technical assistance that is available. And that remark is from our side. There are resources available. We need to encourage our liaisons, focal points, communities to get access to the technical assistance and to show the work that the Santiago network can deliver. And that's the message that I want to give you for this process in general. So with that, if it is agreeable of you, we will propose some decision points that we will circulate with you at some point in that regard, giving the mandate to the budget committee to deal with this kind of discussion intercession again on how to present the status of resources, and as well as to know the presentation that was made by the Secretariat, and those will be the decision point for this agenda item. Any objection with that? If not, that we will proceed, and I would like to thank you so much, the floor for my fellow co-chair to continue with the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. And with that, we will be turning back to agenda item 8, to the sub-item 8C, annual budget of the Santiago Network for 2026. So just to recall that according with the decision 12 CMA4 Annex 1 endorsed by decision 11 CP27, it sets out the roles and responsibilities of Santiago Network Advisory Board, which includes the approval of the annual budget of the Santiago Network. Following the guidance from us as co-chairs, the Secretariat has engaged with the Budget Subcommittee to further work on annual budget of the Santiago Network. As you know, during this meeting, there were several sessions of the Budget Subcommittee that served to provide further information on the budget as was presented and to clarify all the questions that have been made by the Budget Subcommittee. I would really like to thank sincerely the colleagues who have engaged in those discussions, the Secretariat colleagues and our colleagues from the Budget Subcommittee, Eneida, Aisha, Muriel, and Alpha. Thank you so much. You spent a lot of time in very fruitful discussions to clarify all the questions. A result of that was that there was a draft of 2026 budget that has been revised and that has been shared with the advisory board some moments ago, so that you all have a view on it. The objective of this discussion under this agenda item is that we will be inviting the advisory board to consider and approve the annual budget for Santiago Network for 2026. So we will start with a very brief presentation from Eneida as the spokesperson for the Committee on Budget, just very briefly so that we know what has happened. And then we will turn to the presentation of the Secretariat that will present to us the budget. And then I will open the floor for very clear, succinct interventions. A lot of time has already been spent on budgetary matters, so please keep in mind that this session objective is to go swiftly and to lead us to the position where we can approve the 2026 budget. So with that, Eneida, if you could briefly present the Budget Subcommittee work.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Dear colleagues, the Subcommittee on Budget has gathered yesterday and today, this morning, and during the lunch break to discuss and revise some of the activities and costs. And overall, the budget descriptions have been updated to provide more clarity on the types of costs included within the respective budget lines, where some specific changes were made, such as under the Activity A, understanding technical assistance needs and priorities. For the Activity 1 and Activity 3, we have combined both of these activities in the new Activity 1. Sorry, would that be able to show the table as well, or
so
maybe?
I think Eneida, Hannah will present. So Hannah will provide all those details. So maybe
okay, just briefly then,
so that we do not repeat the same information.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned, we checked all the activities and tried to lower the cost in order to have more money for the technical assistances, where some costs were cut for traveling And we also did some changes in the scaling up delivery and technical assistances, where we removed the communication activity costs that will be covered through the existing budget lines in the other activities. Maybe there's no necessity, so I can go through all since Hannah will present. Is okay? Okay, then.
Thank you so much, Eneida, and thank you for your work, and Aisha, Muriel, and Alpha's work together with the Secretariat and the co-hosts that have been engaging. Hannah, if I could ask you to present the revisions.
Thank you very much. And if I may start as well also to express my sincere gratitude to the Budget Subcommittee. It's been our first really intense and interesting interactions during this meeting, in-person meetings, and I'm really looking forward to having the Budget Subcommittee with the approved GRs now fully in place. And we already discussed how we can make full use of the Budget Subcommittee going forward on budgetary matters, so that's really helpful. Speaking to the budget, just before we go into detail, just for completeness and also for the sake of observers, to summarize as well what was discussed during the informal meeting. The budget 2026 has been significantly restructured compared to the last two budgets. And this new structure aligns with the strategic priorities defined in the proposed strategy that we discussed during this meeting as well. It clearly mirrors the structure of the work program. And in this session, in this budget, you will also see this mirroring reflected. I would like to draw your attention again to the fact that this is a budget. And as such, it includes cost estimates still after that are anticipated in line with the activities that are detailed out in the work program and referenced in the budget. We have tried to come up with reasonable cost estimates and have also on those consulted with the budget subcommittee, as Eneida has just presented as well. We have made some of the changes in line with the discussions that we have had. The presented amounts, however, are still estimates and are not reflecting necessarily the actual expenditure that will occur. The funds that are not being used by the end of the year as part of this budget will of course remain within the Santiago network and may be reused in future years as approved by the advisory board. Next slide, please. So where we are on the budget, we have, as Eneida has mentioned, developed this budget as a secretariat. We have consulted first informally, but also during this meeting very intensely with the budget subcommittee and have made certain changes. These changes are not only reflecting the comments that were made by the budget subcommittee, but also by advisory board members and representatives during the informal meeting, which we held on Monday. So these are covered as well in the revised version that we will be sharing with you shortly. If we go to the next slide, please, we will show you the high-level overview of the 2026 revised budget for your consideration and approval. You will see here again the overall structure with the 4 different areas where we're grouping certain budget categories that are aligned with the work program 2026 to 2027. We see here that the biggest area that the budget is focusing on is the technical assistance and network member network with roughly $5.7 million. In total, the budget for 2026 in this current revised version is at $10.565870. And now I would like to check with my colleagues if we can present the detailed revised budget, which was shared with the advisory board earlier this afternoon and can guide you through the relevant areas and changes. Thank you very much. If we can go to the top. Thank you. So comparing this revised 2026 version with the original 2026 version that was shared prior to SNAP 5, we have applied the following changes. In the first area on understanding technical assistance needs and priorities, you will see that we have combined the previous A1 and A3 into one budget line on support to technical assistance request preparations for developing countries, including for LDCs and SIDS. This budget description has also been updated in line with intense consultations with the budget subcommittee, and you can see this reflected in the version that was shared with you earlier today. In terms of other, these are the changes that were applied to the first area, to Area A. In the category B, on scaling up delivery of technical assistance, we, in response to two comments actually received during the informal meeting, we have singled out the cost for preparation management of technical assistance implementation and have added a new line, which you can now see under B2. This details out all the preparation and management that we foresee. Please note that all of these figures in the category B are dependent on the amount of technical assistance requests we're receiving and need to handle, and are estimates and averages. This line has been singled out as per request, so we can have a single line on technical assistance implementation, which remains at 4.9 million, assuming 20 TAs at an average of 350,000, and for our calculation, assuming a disbursement of 70% in 2026. Furthermore, the line B3 has been updated accordingly, as I just said, and the line B2 has now all the details on the preparation. Otherwise, no other changes were made on this budget category. In budget category C, we have applied further changes in consultation with the budget subcommittee. We have actually moved one of the budget lines, formerly C2, which was the Santiago Network Portal work, focusing on the members' side, to merge together with line B1, which is the Santiago Network Portal development for focusing on technical assistance proponents and requests. This was in response to comments received from the budget subcommittee that they would like to see all the Santiago Network Portal in one budget line, and these have now been merged. We have furthermore merged the original line C3 into C1, which speaks now to the expansion and engagement of the member network. This line was furthermore slightly reduced in response to requests received from the budget subcommittee, and is focused and includes now all convenings of convenings of both prospective members as well as existing members, and efforts that are done in terms of the expansion and engagement of that network. In category D, we have also been requested by the budget subcommittee to further reconsider the costs applied, or it's estimated here, and we have, in consultation with the various colleagues within the Secretariat, had a hard look at those figures and came up with the proposal which we had shared with the budget subcommittee during our meetings. We have slightly reduced the line D1 on the collaboration with the WIM, EXCOM, FLD and other bodies, and we have also made further reductions on the line on the joint communication, outreach, events and other initiatives. Category E, we had not received any particular feedback in terms of requests for changes, so this is, remains as it was proposed in the original 2026 budget. Further, coming now to the area of institutional arrangement, also here we have responded to comments received from the board during the informal as well as the budget subcommittee. We have made a small reduction in the line F2 on the participation in the annual conference of the parties, COP and the CMA. The estimate here is still on the higher side, which was done based on our current assumption that COP31 may take place in Australia. Which,
oh, that's nice.
Could somebody mute? Thank you.
You know, this way, guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so this was further reduced and is based on the assumption that COP31 will be taken in Australia. But again, also here, this is just aligned to enable us to make the certain, carry out the certain activities and may not be spent in its entirety as with all the other budget lines as well. Furthermore, we have made two more changes here on F5. We have also reduced the amount indicated and estimated here, following the request that more of those things should be done internally by the Secretariat, and we will do our utmost to do exactly that. And lastly, we have removed the line on resource mobilization in line with the request from the budget subcommittee. These are the changes that we have applied. This obviously triggered a change in the management fees, which are applied as a percentage ratio, and leads us to an overall budget of 10.5 million for 2026. If I may quickly have two more slides on the budget management, and then I will conclude. If we could go back to the slides, please. Thank you very much. This was also presented to is also part of the paper that we had prepared, and was also presented to the advisory board on the informal day. With regards to budget management, we have received comments on exactly those requests that we have put in here in terms of the flexibility on the budget, and have now added another line on and added the role of the budget subcommittee for this matter. We have included that the budget subcommittee shall be kept informed in a timely manner on any reallocations applied, and have also already spoken or started a conversation with the budget subcommittee on in what kind of frequency the budget subcommittee shall, between advisory board meetings, come together, so this information can be shared either during meetings or in writing. The last slide lines out the next steps. So one, should this be approved, we will implement this budget in line with the established financial rules and regulations of the co-hosts. We will continue to provide timely updates to the advisory board at its meetings on the budget execution, also taking into account that the feedback we received today on how these figures should be presented. And we will, by the first meeting in 2027, provide a report on the execution of the budget 2026 in its entirety in 2027. And that concludes my presentation of the updated revised 2026 budget, and looking forward, after having heard the comments from the budget subcommittee, also any comments from the plenary. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for the presentation, and thank you so much to you and to the entire team to do all of this hard work and to make so many changes and engage so intensively on the budget during this session. So I think the result is that the way it's presented right now also provides much more clarity. I think that the explanations are graphically more visible and clarified. So thank you for your efforts on that. And of course, that led us to change the ratio of the different parts of the budget to a certain extent that actually increased the amount that is under the section for technical assistance and reduce the other parts of the budget, which is, of course, our shared interest of all of us to make sure that as much of our budget goes to technical assistance and actually goes to those countries and communities that are the recipients of the Santiago Network technical assistance. So thank you so much for your efforts to try to find those, small adjustments here and there that in the end do amount to a significant amount and allow us to see this budget in this revised form. So thank you so much to the Budget Committee for your work. And I open the floor for any additional comments, knowing that we've already spent a lot of time on this issue. But obviously the members of Advisory Board who are not part of the Budget Committee may have questions on that or comments. Akio.
Thank you very much. Yeah, perhaps Sorry, and I'm particularly sleepy, so I lost my memory what happened this morning. But when I checked the indicative schedule of work, we should have discussed the work program of Santiago Network 2026 and 2027. Yeah, without the latest information, it's quite difficult for me. It's not possible to review and approve the budget of 2026. I would like to clarify when and how we can discuss the work program. Thank you.
Thank you, Akio, for this comment. Indeed, in our schedule, that was the initial planning. However, as we were with the budgetary matters and we've had positive information from the budget subcommittee on their work, we felt it would be useful for us to look at the budget before we look at the work program, so that when we get to the work program, we also know what financially what numbers have been agreed. And of course, everything will need to be adapted. And as we explained, the strategies inform the work plan, the work program informs the budget, and everything needs to be aligned. We will come to the work plan today, but we will not be able to adopt it today. We need to look at the feedback that you have provided in our discussions, and we will have a detailed presentation on how that feedback is incorporated. You will have time to look into the revised work plan, so that we can then go into finalizing it tomorrow. We would not be able to finalize it today, and for that reason, we took the decision to move to the budget before, because we were confident that the budget could be approved at that meeting. I see you nodding, Akio, so thank you for understanding of our way forward, and apologies for not clarifying that we're changing the schedule of work for this afternoon. I have Camila and then Alpha.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And I'll start by thanking the Budget Committee and the Secretariat. I know there's been a lot of hard work going into this, and I see a lot of improvement in this document. I will, however, start by echoing my impressions with Akio. I think we would have discussed the work plan first. It was also a document that we did not get to comment on before coming to this meeting, and on which we have not seen an updated version. And while I understand that more work has been put into the budget, it falls more logically to me that once we agreed on some of the comments, because some of my comments of the budget might actually better fit in work plan, would have been then solved when we're thinking of budget. Especially at this early stages, where it's the first time that we have a budget. I would have some comments here that maybe will prejudge. Or then we are saying, right, this is what specifically when we do not have a set amount, as we've seen our availabilities, I think, right, we're trying to think how much money can we spend, but it's not like we had $5 million exactly for this year and we cannot overpass this. So I feel one of the first comments I wanted to make was on the workshops. We are foreseeing 2 workshops. I was going to say in work plan that they have been incredibly useful. The feedback we've had from the 2 workshops that have already happened have been incredibly useful. They are helping in getting TA requests in. We would have had 3 in total this year once we count the Caribbean one at the end of the year. We have heard Aisha repeatedly say intercessionally that she feels, the ones that we carried out under the interim secretariat, when it was the first interim secretariat, it being the UNFCCC, we had 3 regional ones. They are now outdated. Perhaps it would have been a possibility to consider going back to a 2026 where we foresee 3, and then that would have budget implications. I don't know how we had not had the opportunity to discuss this jointly, so it had not come up before. That being said, I do feel that there's been incredible progress in format and in shape, and I am very happy to see a lot of the progress that was there. My first comment would have been on that, right? Can we consider the number of workshops? Do we see? And because we have not had that space where we speak of the workshops, that would be my first comment, specifically in value added of them, right? I like that we're being optimistic that we will have a certain number of technical assistance requests. We're thinking of 20. We have 7 received so far. I think the workshops are a really great way to make sure that that number is actually as high as we want it to be, and that the first requests and that when they come after the workshop, they are in much better shape than they would be without workshops. So I think actually investing in this will make sure that then we are really able to invest in the technical assistance delivery. My other comment was on thanking, precisely that, on B2. I think it was very important to do that distinction. I think it will help us see, right now, the Secretariat is doing a lot of work in supporting the technical assistance requests that have been submitted to be at the level where they could be published for that work of matching. And that is a lot of work, and I'm happy that that was put into its own budget line. Specifically, I would be very interested to see next year how that evolves. I'm assuming now it's an estimate, but it will definitely depend on how and at what level the technical assistance requests that we get are at what level they are and what kind of help they need to be publishable. And I think that is very much in line sort of with A1, which is that work that we do to prepare those technical assistance requests. My other comment was on the placing of E2, and which is the update the interim results framework and development of a meal framework. I had made, there were no comments on this. I think I had made a comment on specificity of it. I don't have an issue in the number. I just feel if we have a section that's institutional arrangements where we already have a line that's development of policies, procedures, and guidelines, the MAIL framework and the strategic framework are policies and guidelines. Maybe they should be put in, right, these are ones that we've already identified, but these are very much the same things. I'm assuming the other ones is the gender one. It's the one that's been tasked by the Santiago network strategy. So maybe just put them together, either in one line or one after the other. And I had a question on personnel. And I'm very happy. I think this is much more detail, and we're seeing the positions that are being expected there. And also because maybe in work plan or other spaces, we haven't quite discussed the phasing out of the interim secretariat. And I'm seeing, right, there was a decision up until 2025. I would just want a confirmation. Then the expectation is that all of the interim people that have been supporting under interim secretariat will no longer be here in 2026. If that is the case, it would be really good to have that confirmation, that because that is what we're budgeting. And if we are thinking that maybe not, it would be actually really useful for us to know, like, just how certain are we, or what is that plan, and how that's going to be carried out, because we are not foreseeing, there are no other lines on personnel. So just to have the clarity that that is the message that we're sending. Other than that, I was broadly happy with the changes and the things that were made. I also think this will be the first year we will actually be implementing technical assistance requests. So there will be a lot of lessons learned in response to technical assistance requests. We don't implement the requests. There will be a lot of lessons learned on developing budgets for the next year. So thank you so much to all of you for that effort. And I look forward to guidance from you. That's how you want to proceed. But I do agree that we need to agree on these documents, just not to tie down the discussions on the work plan to having a fixed number here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila, for raising all those points. We'll take the other interventions in the room in the order Alpha, Aisha, Gladys, and Manuela. We will also come back to the Secretariat to provide some answers to the questions, and then we'll propose how to deal with this further. So I will give the floor to Alpha.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. Again, I also subscribe the fact that actually the budget should be read in connection with the work program. But the subcommittee, with the support of the Secretariat, endeavor to ensure that the connection is there. I just took the floor to acknowledge and thank my members of the subcommittee and the Secretariat that we do not only work on the program, but we have also a background now, a foundation that will help us not having many discussion around the budget, because the underlining budget line under the budget headings are clarified, and I think the spirit that we had there is a benefit for everyone. It gives clarity, and my only point is to kindly request through you co-chairs to get nomination to have 6 members. We are having now 4 members, 3 from developing country. We will welcome 2 from developed country to see how transparent and how good and how efficient our budget is, to help us move forward. So that is my point. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alpha, and thank you for underlining again the positive spirit that was in the budget committee and the expectations that we have going forward, that it was an excellent decision we took to set up the committee, and it really facilitates our discussions also for our future meetings. And thanks for inviting others to think about if they would like to propose themselves for the budget subcommittee. Indeed, if anyone would like to do that, this is also the good space. So please self-nominate, and we can then report it in our meeting report as well. Aisha, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the effort Secretariat has made to bear with our feedback and make very timely changes. I just want to highlight one thing, that the very objective of making changes in A1 was to increase the number of workshops. So the budget is increased. I think initially it was 120 or maybe within 200,000, but now it's 400,000. So we can have, I think, easily 3 workshops at least, although every quarter we can have 1 if we really want to increase the requests for technical assistance. So hopefully we would be able to organize 3 at least instead of 2. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha, also for presenting that additional information. That's really useful for our discussions as well. Gladys?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to the task committee, subcommittee, and the Secretariat for providing us with this new budget. I think is much more clear than what we saw previously. But I have some questions. I had the same question about the workshops. It was already made, but on the item H.2, cohorts support cost number 2. I still don't really understand well what costs are those. Is $100,000? I'm sorry to be so direct, just for clarity and transparency, because I was looking the report, the JAR report that we're going to do for the governing bodies. And I was looking at there is some in-kinds and other type of support that speaks about the same, like regular technical backstopping and expertise to the Santiago Network Secretariat, etc. So seeing it reflected in the budget for the next year, I would like to more clarity on what costs are those, and also linked with Camila's question, I was thinking maybe it was part of the interim arrangements that we are leaving this year and entering in a new year. So hopefully you can give more clarity. And another issue is about the work program. I also have some concerns to approve the budget without seeing the work program. But the budget as it is, I think is okay. Maybe we can keep it there, but not double it yet, just until we see the work program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys, also for that suggestion, and the questions are noted for the Secretariat to answer in a moment. Manuela and then Samuel.
Yes, thanks also from my side to the Secretariat and the Budget Committee for the work. I have just a question for clarification under point B, 3 technical assistance implementation. Just to better understand, you anticipate a disbursement rate of 70% in 2026. Does it mean that you estimate that the average amount of TA is actually lower, or does it mean that most likely some parts of a TA request will be transferred to 2027? So just to better understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manuela. Samuel, would you still like to raise a question or comment? No, so not at this time. So I don't see any other flags or questions. But before turning to the Secretariat, let me check if there are no questions from observers in the room or online. No. So, Hannah, if I may put the questions to you, the ones that were very specific on the different lines in the budget, if you could respond to those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all the questions and the feedback. I'm very happy to answer those, and Carolina will also take some of those. So I'll maybe go first and then hand over to you, Carolina. In terms of the additional workshop and also the comment made by Aisha in conjunction with that on the budget line for category A, it is indeed, overall this has increased, but I fully agree, if we decide during the work program it should be more workshops, then this has a budgetary implication. And we are consulting how we can best update that information in conjunction once we've heard your feedback on the work program, and can then get back to you with the consolidated and updated documents. But I'll remain at your guidance as well how we're exactly going to do that, but I appreciate in taking this on board. And you're right, all of these things, all of the changes on the budget have an impact on the work program and the other way around. So we need to be very careful while we're producing all these documents at the same time, that we really account for that interdependency. Thank you, Alpha, also for the comment on the work of the budget subcommittee. I also enjoyed it very much. So looking forward to doing more with the budget subcommittee, as I indicated at the start. Next questions from Gladys, maybe the next one on the co-hosting cost. We have the co-hosts here in the room, so detailed information can be given on this. I know Animesh was not here when the question was posed, but it would be great if you could come in, Animesh, with a quick explanation on the 100,000 that are covered for the technical backstopping. We've included budgetary notes here as well, but it would be great to hear from you. I hope you have a microphone over there. And just quickly handing over to you for that. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thanks. So as explained to the drafting, the budget subcommittee this morning, the technical support cost is the partial staff cost recovery of UNDRR staff, which was agreed in the MOU towards the technical backstopping and provision of technical expertise to the functioning of the Secretariat. In the first year, all the support that UNDRR provided were in kind. And then we did a costing of that in-kind contribution, and then subsequently put a thumb rule that our in-kind contribution will put 50% as a thumb rule for costed to the Secretariat. And the remaining amount, which we do still in kind, is reported as part of the annual report of the Santiago network as our in-kind support. So 50% is in-kind and 50% is costed as part of the staff cost. So what you see as a technical support cost is basically those staff across the organization, across different offices who may have provided support to the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Animesh. I will then respond to the last question from Manuela on the calculation of the technical assistance implementation budget line, and then hand over to Carolina. If I remember now correctly, your second assumption is the one that is exactly correct for this calculation. And again, it is an estimate. What we have right now is one TA request. We have the value of that one, and we know how many requests are roughly generated after a successful workshop. So there's certain assumptions we've put into place to arrive at the number of 20. We've taken the 350,000 as an average. They may be lower, they may be higher. And the 70% disbursement rate pertains exactly to the fact that most of the times the full amount of the technicals is paid in tranches that are agreed on when signing the agreement, and we don't assume that all the technical assistance requests which we're receiving and will be carried out or started in 2026 will be finalized, and also not finalized in terms of the disbursement, because much of the disbursement also happens towards the end of the grant or towards the half of the grant. So this is an assumption at 70%. What it actually will look like, we will see next year, but this is a good estimate that we have taken into as a base for this. And now handing over to Carolina, please.
Yes, thank you, Hannah. Just also taking up 2 points. One of them raised by Camila in relation to the request development stage, and also the need for this to be duly resourced to make sure that we are providing feedback to proponents in a timely manner. Just to note that we have identified also in those requests that we have received so far, that requests are coming with varying degrees of readiness and also varying degrees of needs in terms of taking them forward towards the stage in which they can be formally submitted. We see this as one of the differentiating factors for the Santiago network, being able to provide an agile response, because that will help us as well go back to the proponents with the expediency that they require to take their proposals forward. That is also closely linked to the outreach efforts that have been very successful, and we have seen that some modalities also are particularly helpful, such as the Right Shop, in making sure that we get those draft requests. However, some of them are at a very early stage and require a significant amount of Secretariat support to take them forward. We may need also to explore ways to optimize our capacity that may require rationalizing resources to make sure that we can fully resource the technical assistance and operations part, and even explore any innovative modalities to have supplemental capacity in a way that is focused, perhaps on certain skill sets and also in certain formats. There was a mention as well on the need to look at having labs, not clinics. So perhaps we can have some modalities that can help us beef up that request development stage. That's something that we see as needed also as you consider the budget and the work program. Now, also on the point on the interim Secretariat staff, for us, one of the priorities is that we can provide business continuity and that there is no disruption or slow in pace in terms of the operations and also the support that we provide to the different work streams of the Santiago network. In that respect, one of the options as well would be to consider the possibility of having a provision within the budget that allows the Secretariat to have the flexibility for continuation of interim Secretariat positions if by the start of the year 2026 the recruitment processes of permanent staff are not fully in place. Just noting this because the recruitment processes, they are ongoing and we are making all efforts to complete them in time, but there are certain factors outside the Secretariat control that may impact having the people in place by the end of 2025, so they are fully in the roles at the beginning of 2026. This could be, this provision, it could allow flexibility for the Secretariat for that continuation without having a specific budget line, but having the flexibility for us to exercise the use of resources under the personal budget line should not the recruitment processes not be in place at the beginning of 2026. That will help us ensure a business continuity. And we can also keep the board informed, of course, if that is something that you are willing to consider. Keep the advisory board informed on the status of recruitment and also on any needs for the continuation. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you so much, Hannah and Carolina and Animesh, for providing the answers. Just a question, Carolina, following on your last intervention. The provision that you're just suggesting currently is not in the budget document, so it would be an amendment that would need to be introduced, or there is already something that is foreseen, maybe just to clarify?
Yes. Thank you, Co-Chair. That is not in the current budget, in the revised 2026 budget. If the advisory board is supportive, that would need to be an amendment. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But we have the personal budget line in place, and that can be the one that we can use for that. So it's just a provision. The budget line could be used in terms of the personal budget line. Over to you, Hannah.
No, exactly. So it wouldn't require an additional budget line or an increase in the overall budget. It would be, we would obviously, because of a delay in recruitment for a certain position, have some funds available that would be approved by the board for personnel purposes. And the plan would be, if agreeable by the board, to include this provision in the budget paper, together with also the budget management paragraphs, etc. So this would definitely also, as we are looking at updated figures, a revision to the budget.
Thank you so much for clarifying. Yes, my objective with the question was to specifically understand if there are changes that would need to be introduced following the exchange that we're just having now in the document that has been presented. So far, from the comments that I heard in the questions, there was a lot of questions for clarification. There were some comments that potentially could lead to additional amendments after we have had the discussion on the work plan. But I think those are either very, very minor or almost none, if we consider that there is already some flexibility built into those budget lines, as was also explained in the example of the workshop. So what I'm trying to establish now is that we actually have a document that potentially is final, with maybe one or two small revisions, but because I heard the three of you talk about not prejudging the budget before we had the discussion on the work program, our suggested way forward would be that we do not adopt it now, but we do consider that it is in a place that is potentially adoptable as is, or maybe with one or two small tweaks. But of course, we cannot prejudge the discussion that we will have on the work plan. So our suggestion is now to pause this discussion on the budget 2026, not to adopt it, and to move to the work program and to come back to the budget adoption after we've had the discussion on the work program and potentially the adoption of the work program. Akio, is that on this point?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you very much, Co-Chair and Secretariat for the clarification. And of course, I much appreciate massive, extensive work to improve the budget into draft budget in 2020 in line with newly created strategies. I think that makes me easier to understand the envelope of the budget in line with the work program that will be shared tomorrow. Then what I want to mean is suggestion for the future discussion. I hope at the next session, I hope that both work program and the budget table should be shared and discussed in one session at the next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that suggestion. And we did see in this session that this is indeed helpful to think about those in combination, and we will try to take that into account for the next time we have the discussion. So with this, let me stop the discussion or pause the discussion on this agenda item. What we're planning to do as co-chairs, we want to explain to you the rest of the day. It is already quite late, as you see. It's 5:20, and we are not done with our schedule of work. So what we are suggesting is that we will now move directly into the work program. We will have the presentation on the work program, and the presentation will focus on the feedback and how it's been incorporated so far. We will then take a round of comments on how you see this feedback incorporation, if something is missing, or if something needs to be added to the changes. And we will then stop that discussion. You will then receive the work plan revised based on the feedback received and the comments received later this evening, and we will aim to adopt it tomorrow on our last day. So we think this will take us more or less to 6 o'clock. Let's see how many comments and how long the discussion will be. We then have the slot between 6 to 8 p.m. Our intention is to then show you the strategies one by one, the changes that have been made after the session this morning, with the objective to adopt the strategies, the final version. After that, we will not be done yet, but we will open the discussion on the annual report, and we will look at the results of the work of the drafting group yesterday and the work of the Secretariat to the annual report, and we will open the discussion on that. And that is the plan for the day. Please be prepared to spend some hours still with us. We will take a break in between, so we suggest to take the work plan and then have a small break before we engage further. But please, I think it's in all of our interest to make sure that the comments that we're making are very clear. The clearer we are with our interventions, the easier it is to incorporate into the papers and have them in a good position so that we can move on. Alpha?
I have one question. Do you have any plan? When are we going to stop? Because
Alpha, we're in your hands.
I started today at 8 a.m. So I think definitely 8 p.m. will be a good, sensible time at latest. So if we can agree on that, that will be very important, because I think afterwards we are then steered by instinct, not by the mind, So, I will not. It will be very difficult to go beyond 9 p.m. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much. We will do our best to keep to 8 p.m. And thank you for your flexibility and your comprehension. And I think we're in your hands. This can be as short or as long as you would like us to be. But with that, let's not spend any more time on the discussions. Let's move to the work program. I will hand it over to Angela to facilitate this session.
Thank you very much, Estela. Just to call your attention on agenda item 7, which is work program of the Santiago Network for the biennium 2026-2027. As you know, Decision 12 CMA4, Annex 1, endorsed by the Decision 11 CP27, sets out the roles and responsibilities of the Santiago Network Secretariat, which includes... Could you please close your mic? Alpha. Thank you. Which includes developing and executing the work program approved by the advisory board, building on synergies with the 5-year rolling work plan of the executive committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism. During our informal meeting on Monday, the advisory board had the opportunity for a first exchange of the Santiago Network work program for 2026-2027. And to recap, the draft of the Santiago Network work plan for that period published on the meeting webpage ahead of our 5th meeting was developed, ensuring alignment with the 4 strategies reviewed earlier today at and the 2026 budget. Given that we had a chance to provide views on the work program during the informal day on Monday, I would like to invite, as was mentioned by Stella, the Secretariat, to present the summary of the work program and changes made based on the feedback received. So we are gonna make a presentation, and in terms of the way that the Secretariat will express the changes, what we expect in this discussion is that you let us know if something is missed, not in the work program, but in the elements that they will raise during this session.
Am I correct? No new version has been set.
No. So what I'm trying to say is, because we were discussing the budget and we want to align everything and we discussed the strategies, so what we need to do tonight, together with the Secretariat, is to have a new version aligned with the comments that you made on the strategies, on the budget, and you will get a new version tonight But what we want for this session is that you react on the progress that was made by the Secretariat. So the Secretariat will present to you the progress in terms of the comments that you made since the informal meeting. And I just want that you focus on the presentation and you react on the presentations and let us know if there is something missing in that presentation that you would like to bring to our attention so we can update the program of work tonight, and tomorrow we expect to adopt it in accordance with the comments that you made today. Secretary.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Co-Chair. So aligned with your introduction, I'll provide a very brief overview of the structure of the work programme for 2026-27, and then I'll summarise the feedback provided by the Advisory Board, both in terms of structure as well as content, and then outline how the updated draft is currently structured, and then that can be shared for review later today. As a reminder, the purpose and the objectives of the work programme is foremost to operationalise the Santiago network strategy that obviously has been discussed over these last few days, and as well as that, the sub-strategies that have also been considered, translating those strategic priorities into concrete time-bound activities and outputs. It's key to driving the delivery during a phase of scaling, implementation and rapid learning across all areas of the network's work. And it's also key in terms of connecting developing countries with timely, demand-driven and tailored technical assistance, whilst also bridging capacity and knowledge gaps. In addition to that, I also wanted to flag that the work programme has been developed, as before, to ensure coherence and synergies with the 5-year work programme of the WIM-EXCOM. Sorry. Again, we have looked at this slide on several occasions over the last few days, just highlighting the interconnectivity between the strategies, the work programme and the budget, as well as the results framework. And I'll come back to speak a little bit more about that as part of the changes that have been made. But we have, as has been introduced by the co-chair, ensured as much as possible as these different documents have evolved over the last couple of days, that changes have been reflected in each of the documents, and that is true for the work programme as well. In terms of the feedback that was received by the board, as I mentioned, I'll break this into two components. Firstly, focusing on the structure and the presentation of the work programme, and then secondly, looking a bit more detail in terms of the actual content. So in terms of the feedback, there was a recommendation to streamline and prioritise activities, given that there was a large number included within the initial draft, and that the activities and outcomes were not clearly separated in the way that the budget was presented. There was also a feeling that there was overlap and repetition across outreach, communication and knowledge activities, particularly across the 5 strategic priorities. There was also a request for clearer timelines and linkages with SNAB meetings, so the work of the advisory board. And as well as that, needs to clarify the roles of the Secretariat, board and members in terms of the activities detailed within the work programme. So in terms of changes, we have the possible approaches column, which was included in the original work programme, has been streamlined. So the activities have been streamlined and prioritised in there. And the column headings have been aligned with the strategy action areas, which are detailed in section 3 of the strategy 2026 to 2028. We've also tried to link explicitly the activities to outputs and outcomes in the interim results framework, and remove duplication of activities where at all possible. We've also taken on the feedback that greater clarification on 2026 activities would be beneficial, and that as I mentioned earlier, that clarity on responsibilities would also be helpful. So in terms of the revised structure, and as I mentioned, we will be sharing the updated version of the budget with you later today. This is the track changes, as it were, of the budget. So you can see in the top left-hand corner, we've changed what was the description of activities and outcomes to action areas, because that is exactly the terminology that is used within the strategy. And the the action areas which are then detailed are exactly the same as what has been included within the strategy. And so you can see, for example, here on activity A1, you can see the green text is being updated because that reflects the changes that have also been made to the strategy. We've also changed the possible approaches to also identify that there will be possible approaches and potentially key activities. We've included an additional column on responsibilities, which will be highlighting whether it's the Secretariat, Advisory Board, or others. And we've also replaced what was previously a column which was focusing on linkages with the 5-year work programme of the XCOM, with linkages to the outputs and outcomes in the interim results framework. So that is the revised structure, as it were, of the work programme. So just looking at this from a slightly different angle, and just to summarise to make sure it's clear. So the column headings are action areas as detailed in the strategy 2026 to 2028. The subheadings throughout the document are as they were presented in the informal on Monday. So strategic priorities 1 to 5, and then an additional section on operations and institutionalization as is represented in the budget. The key activities for 2026 have been highlighted. And as I've just mentioned, additional columns for responsibilities and outcomes and outputs in the interim results framework have been incorporated. And this is just a slide that you will have seen before to say that in actual fact, the structure in terms of the different components of the budget, of the work programme have not changed because they are aligned with exactly what is included within the strategy and budget. This is an additional slide that we have put together just to give you an indication, as requested, as what are some of the key activities associated with the advisory board. Because obviously with a very detailed work programme over a 2-year period, covering all the different strategic priorities, it isn't always very clear to see, well, what would be the deliverables or the activities that would be coming to the board for either review or approval. And so this is just an indication of, based upon the current work programme, what kind of things would be coming in each quarter or each by half year. So you can see here, for example, that at the beginning of next year, as has been discussed during this meeting, we are expecting to share with you an updated results framework for review and endorsement, similarly the MEAL framework. And under institutional and governance, we know that there will be a co-chair election and also financial statements for review. So it's just highlighting some of those key areas, and perhaps it would be something that could be taken forward as a separate deliverable, that a separate sub-work programme or sub-plan for the advisory board could be supported and developed by the Secretariat. Coming on to changes in content, we obviously had a lot of feedback during the session on Monday. This is not an exhaustive summary of all the feedback, but is some of the key aspects that were flagged. There was feedback that references to dedicated budgets for specific activities were in some cases not appropriate, and so those have been removed. I think there was a feedback from Muriel that the gender and inclusion should be mainstreamed throughout the work programme rather than being a specific action item just under one heading. Recognition of South-South cooperation, reflecting on country-level institutional fragmentation and OB&E roles, considering rapid response urgent TA options as more of a priority rather than in 2027, ensuring consistent terminology, and ensuring that their relationships or agreements with other bodies should be collaborative, not necessarily binding commitments. So these are a summary of some of the key aspects. And in terms of the changes that we have made sure that the language has been revised as appropriate, making sure that we're focusing on priorities, for example, for LDCs and SIDS, rather than necessarily dedicated funding. Gender and inclusion and Indigenous knowledge has been integrated throughout, as has South-South peer learning. And we've also looked at partnerships as more of exploring collaboration rather than necessarily fixed agreements. We've also corrected some of the terminology that was pointed out as being incorrect and ensured that there is consistency in terminology detailed in the strategies and the budget and what is included in the work programme. And we've also highlighted, as was recommended, that the MEAL is strengthened through a phased approach, taking into consideration that the starting point for that will obviously be developing the meal framework. So that's an overview in terms of both the content and, as I was describing earlier, the structure. So in terms of next steps, obviously the strategies have been developed overnight yesterday and shared with you, and there were some further comments this afternoon which are being addressed in the documents now. So we will just want to ensure that any changes in those documents are reflected in the updated version of the work programme. And so that will be what we are doing after this meeting, as well as obviously making any further changes based upon the feedback that you provide as part of this session. And then, as has been, I think, already highlighted by the co-chair, the view would then be to share with you an in-session revision of the work programme for review so that we can discuss it further tomorrow. Thank you very much, and back to you, co-chair.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, for that explanation. As I mentioned before, the objective, I know we are all tired. The Secretariat is trying to do their best to accommodate all the views and also to align with the strategies, with the budget. So we need to see some consistency between all documents that we are adopting here. So that's why you don't have a document in front of you. But I just want to get your sense and some kind of signaling or signals in terms of if that's the approach that we are looking for. I think we try to cover all your views in the way how we are changing, the format and the presentation of the program of work. Any views on that? And I would like to open the floor just to get your views, and if there is something missed or that we need to improve before you get the final version, let's say the final version, quotation mark, for tonight and possible adoption tomorrow. Akio, followed by Alpha.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben, and Secretariat, and also the efforts by Budget Subcommittee for improving this work, in addition to the budget. By the way, I believe that all our comments are reflected to the revised version of the work program as well as the budget. So there's one point which I need to clarify on the granularity that I hope that description on each work activity will be described in more detail in the new version, I hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akio. Alpha, followed by Camila.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank to Ben for the presentation. I should confess this is not an easy undertaking to navigate through different documents that keep changing. And it's also difficult from our end to make specific comment on the document given that we do not have anything at hand. I did prepare certain point that I've seen some addressed. If you allow me, I share that so that to the extent possible, if it's not reflected in the document, to kindly explore the way to reflect that. The first is on national liaison and the notion of country ownership. I think the current framing risks to minimize the country ownership by positioning communities as the primary entry point without clear linkages to national systems. We want to ensure that everything is in order and starts and ends by the national liaison or by the national government. So what to do is to explicitly define the role of national liaison in supporting needs and identification, coordination, and coordinating barriers and knowledge gathering. This will reinforce the network country-driven mandate under the 19 CME3 and strengthen institutional coherence and ensure sustainable national anchoring. The second point is community participation beyond recipient. We think vulnerable groups are currently described passively and receive information on special focus. This risk may lead to, to hollow process and undermine the inclusivity. So what I'm saying, what to do perhaps is to introduce a structured community participation in request identification in a participatory manner through workshop, for instance, feedback loop, and to clarify the language on special focus on vulnerable groups to reflect the right holders in reference A3, A5, B10, B11. So the other point is to accelerate and clarify urgent technical assistance modality. We've been asking for that because the current timeline seems to be too far away, given the urgency that we are having. So I think we Secretariat, to the extent possible, should develop interim modality for urgent TA request starting from 2026, aligned with a direct access modality that would be set up under the FLD and another humanitarian mechanism, and to demonstrate with a view of demonstrating responsiveness and ensuring networks deliver timely support in crisis context. And the last point is the institutional integration of the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, the linkages to EXCOM, and why not the Standing Committee and the CTCN. It's very important. We as a network, we understand as an institution, we are a network. So it's not network only of OBMAs, it's a network also at the institutional level to be very connected with the constituent bodies and all relevant institutions that are set up to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. So a reference to partnership are partial in the current text, and particularly the access pathway, the use of high-level forum might be an opportunity to situate the SN family and broader the loss and damage funding arrangement. So the work program should be leading, to explain that in other ways, it is an expectation, for instance, that if we are going to the high-level dialogue, that parallel to the high-level dialogue, that the Secretariat and the board that is represented there conduct and initiate dialogue with funding arrangement with a view of maximizing our impact, securing funding, but also giving more visibility to the Santiago network. And that is very important to ensure complementarity, prevent duplication, and position the network as a strategic institution in the loss and damage landscape. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. I have Camila.
Thank you so much, co-chair, and thank you so much to Ben and to all of the Secretariat that put in a lot of work in delivering this new version. I'll acknowledge that we're a bit tired, and we did not see this document prior, so I'm not sure I took in everything that was there, but what I saw is definitely moving towards improvement, both in understanding. I think it aligns to some of the comments that were made overall in the strategy, so we're clear in terms of prioritization, and aligns with some of the comments that were made in the budget. So some of that is it's much better. I think it'll be quite useful. I particularly appreciate as well the putting it in terms of board and having some sort. I mean, this is the work plan, not necessarily the board work plan, but might be a first step towards then having a board work plan, which makes everyone sort of be calmer as to what we're doing and not sort of improvising it every meeting. So that's already quite helpful. And we're seeing, that we're going to be working on the meal framework, which is of course aligned with the strategy that we've proposed. I think because some of the ones that I could not sort of follow is how then the descriptions on the activities are then being explained, because we haven't had the full document. I'd like to see that. But in some of the ones that I'd highlighted, and I think align with some of the other things, our priority for 2026 is to start delivering on technical assistance. in 2025, we were overly ambitious, we have not responded, and there are reasons why we haven't done it, and we can understand it, and we've been part of the board. But if we want to be able to mobilize resources, we're going to need to start delivering on technical assistance. If we want to be able to be taken serious and participate in events as a program that is working and that is doing something, we need to start delivering on technical assistance. So I'm happy to see that how these activities, all of them, relate to that. And in that sense, the comments that I'd made sort of in budget. What is the main challenge we are having now to deliver on technical assistance? Because 6 months ago we did not have all of the guidelines, we did not really have the personnel. Right now, what we do not have is the technical assistance requests that are finalized and at a stage where they can be published. So I think our priority, but for this 2026, in order to be able to do that and deliver 20, which is a goal that we've established, is we need to have that number of technical assistance requests. In that sense, there are two things I wanted to highlight. I'm not sure how the language will be in the last part, but one, I have been happy to see there's take-up of the provision to support SIDS and LDCs in developing technical assistance requests. I think here in the original budget, maybe I wasn't quite sure what that looked like. And I would link that back to the budget in two things, both in that separation of what is actually technical assistance delivery and that other work, which is what the work that you are doing to support countries that have submitted sort of draft technical assistance requests. And this would be one of the things where I think in various of my interventions I've asked, kind of where are we? Yeah, they're a different level, we are supporting them. It's like, I think we need a lot more clarity as to what does that support mean? What does that support entail? What are the lessons learned from that particular support that we're doing? See, the requests that we are getting are in this stage, and this is the support they need to be improved. And I think we would benefit from having that much more clearly here. This is because I think I see it in between many ideas. I'm like, oh, this speaks to this speaks to this. But that work, which is, I believe, the majority of the work you've been doing, but that is seen nowhere because it's not what the board is doing and it's not technical assistance delivered. Where is that? Where is that in the workshop? And I think now where is that in the budget is in that division, right, of that place there, one of them, and the other one is in that workshops and outreach. And in that sense, having looked at where we're at, I was going to propose, and I sort of mentioned it in budget, to keep open the opportunity. You know, maybe we do just 2, but to have at least 3 workshops done in 2026. And I think in following up, it was right, the SIDS and LDCs was a leftover decision. I think we could think more of a regional and perhaps, you know, a Latin America one, a MENA one, and an Asia, not because we sort of had Pacific, sort of broader Asia, would keep a regional representation and would help us in making sure that we have enough technical assistance requests that are at a better stage when they are submitted. That means that then we can go into matching. Because by the end of 2026, we need to give a strong signal that we have succeeded in responding to technical assistance requests. And to me, that's just not quite visible yet in this work plan. Otherwise, I think I might get a bit more in the detail when we see it, because I don't know what exactly all of that has changed. But I think we are in a much better place for it to be adopted and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camila. I give the floor to Muriel, then Gladys.
Yes, thank you so much also for the further explanations. I also think that, I mean, the activities that you have in the work plan are also like indicative in one way or another. So it's not that everything needs to be perfect and it all will be realized. I think we can also, I mean, hopefully until tomorrow, really proceed with it and adopt it. And I don't think we need to have, you know, another round of a lot of discussions because it's, as I said, it's indicative and there is also certain flexibility to it. That's maybe the first point. There are two additional points just on, there is this urgent procedure mentioned somewhere. My question is a little bit because we are really at the beginning of this TA requests and we need to see how everything is working, what the lessons learned are. So the question is a little bit, is this now really the moment or something we should prioritize because it's a kind of a totally new procedure? That would be the first point. And then just also something on the access to TA. I think it's really important that it's not only the government, but of course also the community that should access the TA. And I think that is also really in the logic of the mandate of the Santiago network and also in the logic of this minimum percentage paper that we are preparing and also for us really important in terms of really localizing aid. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Muriel. Gladys?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for the hard work. I think from the presentation that is very much in line with what you are doing with what we asked in the previous, in the informal meeting. So I'm glad to see that you took our advices so, and you're doing that work. But I would like to see the final product, of course, just to, and regarding the activities, that's one thing that I said in that meeting that I would like to see, like, which activities are for 2026, which quarter, and 2027. So to have an idea that it was related to what Camila was saying, that at what point we are and what are we doing in what time, you know, to reach some goals or some specific outcomes that we want to achieve from the strategic, from the strategies. So for me, it will be very beneficial to look at those. You said you highlighted the activities of 2026. It wouldn't be much more to put it in like an Excel sheet, but I don't know, I can do it myself. But for me, it's important to see what's coming next. So to have that in a timeline and to contrast that with both the budget that we're approving and also the outcomes that we want to achieve in this period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. I do not see any other views from members, and I just want to see if any observer would like to take the floor quickly. Okay, I don't see any observer, and thank you very much for your views. Before to give the floor to the Secretary, if you want to add something at the end, perhaps just to highlight, and just building on the comment made by Muriel, so we just need to keep in mind that this is, you know, there is a need to have some kind of flexibility on the activities that we are having there. So just to remind us that is, let's say, 2 periods, no, 2 years that we will have different kind of activities. And I think there is a space of improvement in terms of, you know, to ensure that we are gonna deliver the technical assistance that is required. That's the moment. I think everybody agrees on that this is the moment to deliver technical assistance. On the urgent procedure, perhaps I'm just thinking out of the blue because, as was mentioned by Muriel, we are just starting. We don't know we don't have the experience yet in terms of, you know, the lessons learned and practices, and perhaps it's something that we should consider if we have this kind of division between 2026, 2027, it could be, you know, reflected in a later stage as part of the work program, but not for 2026, because we need to get the experience to know what are, you know, the needs and the technical assistance requests. There are different comments made by Alpha on the national liaisons and linkages with the EXCOM. So there is a space for improvement.
We are going to try to do our best to reflect those and align, your comments with the strategy that we expect to adopt in a few minutes, as well as the other strategies and the budget that we already discussed. So thank you so much for those comments, and I will give the floor briefly to the Secretariat for any additions.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and thank you, Advisory Board members, for those comments. I won't go in detail in responding to all of them in the interest of time, but just to say I think all of them that have been shared can be accommodated in the updated version of the work programme that will be shared with you later today. I think picking up on a theme from the comments, but also have come throughout this last few days, is that this is the real time to focus on technical assistance and ensuring that we are responding to those TA requests in a timely manner, and we're also supporting the development of those TA requests. And I think that is something that needs to come through, I think, as you were saying, Camilla, in the plan, so that that element of focus can be seen. And obviously, when there are so many activities that are being undertaken over a 2-year period, sometimes it's hard to see that. The other thing, just in comparison to the work programme for 2024-25, that was very much in a project. It was like a setup phase. It was almost like you were setting up a new initiative, and there, as a consequence, the work programme is much more of a programme or a project-orientated work programme, whereas now we're moving into more of a business as usual or ongoing activities. So although, yes, there will be certain things that need to be done in 2026, like the meal framework, like the gender, there is also the ongoing work that we will be doing as part of our work with members and work with proponents, and that will just be seen throughout the period. So we can highlight where there are specific deliverables in quarters, as I was referring to in terms of the advisory board, but a lot of this is just the core work of the Secretariat. In response to some of the other points, I think, Alpha, your comments, I won't go through them one by one, but we will address them all. We've made a note, and I think they reflect what you had shared previously, so I don't think there is an issue there. Akio, I think, again, listening to the feedback from on Monday, we had this request for streamlining but greater granularity. So we're just trying to strike that balance where we're providing detail, but not also making it 15 pages long. So we'll try and ensure that it's clear. The other point linked to that is this is where these documents talk to each other. So the budget that we were just looking at, that is providing a lot of granularity in terms of the specific activities that will be undertaken in 26 and how much they cost. And so that's why these documents, as has been requested, should be looked by each other side by side. In terms of some of the other requests, I think they have come up in earlier sessions around the 3 workshops. And again, we can adjust the work programme to align with that recommendation. But the key thing is if it's going to be in the budget, because that's where you'll see the number and you'll also see the cost. And I think to the other points that were raised by Camilla about the supporting to LDCs and SIDS TA requests, we can just make sure that that is explicit. I think just in terms of the urgent procedures, Angela has already mentioned this. I mean, we do need a level of operational experience in order to be able to sort of respond. We have only gone through 1 full cycle of a TA request, which is Vanuatu, but we have 7 waiting. So we will be increasingly learning, and that will put us in a better place to be able to respond to that. But equally, there is a lot. If we increase our TA request, that means the lean secretariat will need to be very much focused on responding to the technical assistance requests. So I suppose that there is always that balance. You know, we have a small lean secretariat. We only have a limited number of regional coordinators. So we will want to respond very quickly and be very attentive to the TA requests. But there's only so many hours in a day, and there's only so much 12 resources can achieve. So I think that's where the prioritization comes in. And I think what we're hearing is very clear, and it was the same at SNAB 4, that the focus really needs to be on TA. But thank you very much. We'll update the document. We'll align it with the strategy documents and the final comments that were shared with them. We'll also align it with the budget, and we'll share it with you later today, hopefully before 2 a.m. If you can.
Thank you, Ben, for covering most of the points and just addressing some of them as well. Many thanks for the question, Camila, and the comment in relation to the need of more details as to the activities that are required to support countries in request development. We are starting also to do an analysis of the status of the requests that we have received, and we're already generating lessons that we're still processing and digesting in terms of how best to support proponents. But those lessons are already very revealing, and perhaps just to give you a flavor of the things that we have found in the requests that we have received. Some of them, in terms of the status, we have various degrees of maturity and various degrees of readiness, many of them at very early stages, and some of the aspects that require being strengthened is the section on the development of the request, how the request is developed, and also the problem that it is being addressed with that specific intervention. That is something also where the Secretariat has been engaging in terms of providing guidance and making sure that that problem statement is clearly articulated, of course, in a demand-driven manner and responsive to the specific context. Also, the template, as you know, it requires or suggests seeking alignment with the work streams of the WIM EXCOM. This is something that most of the proponents are not familiar with. So also there is a need for us to engage and to support proponents in that understanding of the landscape and how that landscape can be articulated with a request that is more specific and that is addressing their needs. In relation to this also, on the section of inclusiveness, we have found that some of them list the stakeholders that will be engaged, but without sufficient detail on how that engagement will take place. So there is a need also for us to engage on a conversation with the proponents in terms of seeking more specificity that can demonstrate how the request was developed in an inclusive manner in accordance with the template. There are also some aspects in relation to complementarity and coherence with past and ongoing efforts at the national level or regional or local level, and we're also guiding the proponents in navigating the template. So that's just to give a flavor of some of the early lessons and some of the commonalities that we have found in those requests at an early stage. We have identified that this is a resource-intensive stage, and one that is key also to be able to demonstrate that we can respond in an agile manner. Said this also, we are making plans to resource that stage of the technical assistance requests, so the request can be published, and subsequent to that, we can continue with the matchmaking process as per the guidelines. This will need as well that we can focus and redirect the resources that we have towards the operations, and that's also related to the engagement in other and the rationalization of the Secretariat in other areas of work. One of them, of course, is outreach. That is essential to receive requests. And we take note also of the suggestions of 3 workshops per year and the respective regions. We have identified also the need for outreach efforts in Eastern Europe, also to be able to be in line with the balanced approach of the Santiago network, and that is something that can be planned for the upcoming years. Our suggestion also would be also mindful of the lean secretariat. It would be to consider 2 workshops per year, given the fact that we need also to dedicate capacity for the processing of the requests emanating from those workshops, because we have found that the important part is not only the workshop, but the follow-up and making sure that we have the capacity to engage on that aspect. Those are my comments in relation to those key activities required in request development, and also in relation to the outreach activities and the workshops. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Carolina. So, as I mentioned before, we will proceed in that way. The Secretariat will update as soon as we can. You will receive the new version, and we will engage tomorrow on that paper, together with the budget, with the understanding that we already discussed the budget. It was, perhaps we will need to get minor changes, but the idea is to, have everything in place tomorrow. So with that, and before we go for a break, because I know everybody is tired, we would like to invite you to go back to the agenda item 6A, which is the strategy of the Santiago network. We already discussed the amendments that you would like to see, so the Secretariat already prepared that document. We are going to project on the screen very quickly, and we will show you the amendments that we discussed, and we just want to seek your approval on the main strategy. The amendments that we made is in accordance of the things that we discussed some hours ago. 2 hours, 1 hour, I don't remember, but some hours ago. So, Secretariat. Okay, colleagues, so we break for 10 minutes. You rest a little bit, the Secretariat can show the document on the screen, but we want to do it so quickly because we have a lot of work to do, and tomorrow, I think everybody wants to leave tomorrow early, and it's up to us if we can do that. So thank you so much. And we're still having the annual report today, no? And we need to adopt the rest of the strategies. So we break for 10 minutes and we see you at 6:15. Rest a little bit. Thank you so much.
One way, Brian, just because I think you might go to outreach and engagement next. Could you look at the draft? Yeah, because I think Neil might open it right now. Other three are ready.
This is the phone you call. I actually was, and I just I'm so sorry.
I just check my notes.
Thank you. I'll track you down one more time after this.
Stop bugging her. She's in 10 minutes.
No, no. We said subject to learning rather than like specific. And Caroline, you're gonna hold through the changes on the strategy? Yeah.
Usman, sabah, Usman. Usman izgeniz. Böyle pasportlar. Liste de şey hazır. Zaman yine. هذا سيتهاون الناس والبحث الخارجية بين شيء وكنا قال هذا ضعيف الشوق نعم ماوي هي والبحث الخارجية رسميتي وأنا عايز عارفين جامعي للزواج ديالو وصف الصغيرات المرأة ولا سجن باش خرجنا البرنامج ديال سميتو ديال 24 24 نيويورك وتبدا الى مدفع دابا خارجيه ما تخاف لكم ولا مختص على ديال نيويورك والبنك ودينا مختص دابا
Yes, this is team switch. Oh my gosh. Can we see you?
Oh, great. So I thought you were supposed to be on the call.
I'm calling my mom quickly.
She read it and her changes are in yellow.
When today?
Yesterday.
Oh my god. Yes.
It's perfect.
No, sorry, I actually.
Are you happy for me to share the same photo you sent me? Yeah.
Yeah, check. I think I have some good ones from yesterday. Perfect. You don't have to know. Okay.
Okay, sorry for the.
No problem. Just this one is a suggested report. That'll go for this one.
Can we say how many memberships? Yes, because it shows like 7 requests, but the membership is 160.
on the spot.
Are you okay with that? Perfect. I'm telling you, you're better. I'm just saying the other way around. You did a calm, subtle spin on me. I appreciate that.
Please, colleagues, can you take a seat? Do you have the quorum?
Thank you so much, Edie. That's the code that we need. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Could you please, colleagues, come to the room? Okay, colleagues, we have quorum, so we are gonna review once again the Santiago Network Strategy, agenda item 6A. So I would like to invite the Secretariat to introduce quickly the amendments that we discussed 1 or 2 or 3 hours ago, I don't remember. And the main idea is that you look at those, let us know if you feel comfortable with those amendments, and if not, you will raise your concerns once again, and we need to solve it tonight. So, Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and I'm pleased to introduce the changes that have been made to the strategy document subsequent to the session that we had earlier today, and in response to your feedback. The first edit is made in page 6, that is paragraph 11A, and here we have added building capacity of national liaisons in response to the feedback received. So that's the first edit. Now, moving down on the same page, we have 11C, and here this has been reframed to refer to vulnerable groups and communities. Now, the next change is on pages 6 and 7, and there we have, my apologies, if you could go back to paragraph 11C in page 6. Yes, in that same paragraph, also this has been reframed to refer to knowledge of indigenous peoples. And also paragraph 12 has been reframed along the same lines to refer to knowledge from indigenous peoples and local communities. Now, the next paragraph is on page 10, that is paragraph 22D. Here we have included in the list of partners organizations implementing the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, as noted there. Now we move to page 11, paragraph 26. The MIL framework has been added here to clarify the approach to budgeting for MIL activities. And now we move to the next edit, that is in page 11 is the next paragraph, paragraph 27. We have added a reference to the do not harm principle and also the conflict sensitive program management approach. This is added under paragraph 27 on risk management. That's the last edit that's been made in response to the feedback. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much for those amendments and for the rapid response. With that, I would like to open the floor if there is any comment on those amendments, or if you can live with it. So, because I don't see any flag raised, my question is, can we adopt the strategy of the Santiago Network? Do we have any objection? I don't see any objection. The strategy is adopted. Thank you very much, Secretariat, and thanks all for your support. And because this is a very important document, we want to keep going, and I would like to give the floor to my fellow co-chair to continue with the other strategies.
Thank you so much, Angela, and congratulations to the Secretariat and the Advisory Board for the work done and for the adoption of this very important document. Let's move on to the communication strategy. So in a similar vein, we would like to invite the Secretariat to introduce the changes that were made based on the feedback that was received earlier today. And then we will check with you if you are fine with the way those changes were reflected. So, Rabail, you have the floor.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just waiting for the strategy to come up. There is only one in-text edit made to the communication strategy as discussed on page 10 for the target group under Keep Informed. This has been further clarified to distinguish potential contributors, and the Keep Engaged section has retained contributors as we did in the previous revision. That's the only edit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabail. So again, the question to you is, do you feel that this change reflects the comments that you have made in the session today, or if something is missing? I do not see any flags in the room or online on that, so I take it that it's the communication strategy that we are about to adopt right now. I see Alpha.
I think my comment was on outreach. I think it's fine. It's getting too late. Thanks.
Yes, indeed. I think we're all getting very tired, but if there are no comments on the communication strategy, we thank the Secretariat for the revision, and I take it that we are adopting the communication strategy. And with that, I will hand it over now to Angela for the outreach and engagement strategy.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Going to the agenda item 6C, Outreach and Engagement Strategy, I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to present the amendments in accordance with the comment made today.
Many thanks, Co-Chair. Happy to present the revisions that have been made. The first of them, and just a second as the document comes up. The first revision is on page 5, that is paragraph 16A. Just one second, Co-Chair. That is paragraph 16A, and here this paragraph has been reframed to refer to the aim to operate with the WIM XCOM and the FRLD as a coherent and effective loss and damage architecture. This is in response to the feedback received earlier today. Now we move to the next revision, that is on page 6, paragraph 21A. Here, under internal actors, the key internal actors, we have added working with and building capacity of national liaisons. That's 21A on page 6. Yes, paragraph 21A, page 6. That's it. That's it. It's in the table already. Yes. Working with and building capacity of national liaisons, also in response to feedback. Now, the next change is further down in the table. And here we have reframed as well the reference that has been made to regional presence, clarifying the roles of regional coordinators and regional presence positions more broadly when it comes to implementing activities on outreach and engagement. So this first paragraph is the one that captures the engagement of regional presence in all the activities that the Secretariat undertakes. The following paragraph that was making a specific reference to the terms of reference has been removed, also in response to the comments on keeping the strategy at a strategic and directional level. Now we move to the next and last edit, that is paragraph 21B on page 8. In the target groups table, yes, here edits have been made as well, clarifying the role of communities in providing input, knowledge and insights, and the role in the co-creation of tailored technical assistance. And that's the last edit. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much. I would like to open the floor for comments. Alpha?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Carolina, for the edit. I've seen that some of my concerns are being addressed. I have 2 points to raise. Is the necessity to work with regional initiatives and use regional institutional centers as a way of outreaching to stakeholders. The second point is on the necessity of having a liaison that should be coming under the advisory board, a liaison to the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage. As far as I'm informed, the EXCOM has already such an arrangement, and I think we are well advised to do so. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. And perhaps on the last point, on the liaison for the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, in my understanding, and because you try to replicate the experience that we are having here, is because when we decide the structure of the Santiago network, we decide to have EXCOM members as part of the Santiago Network Advisory Board. So it came from us, from the Santiago Network, when we decide the structure. So if the Loss and Damage Fund Board would like to have someone from us there, that call should come from the Loss and Damage Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. That's my understanding, but please correct me if I'm wrong. Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair. If I'm not mistaken, the EXCOM has such an arrangement with liaising with the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, except the fact that you are here as part of the board, right? So what I'm saying, of course, it has to be both ways, but we, as a network, needing the fund, then the fund needs us. I think it is very important that we initiate that and we communicate that to the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage and see what is their appetite to do so. I think it will be a missed opportunity to not to do that, particularly in this very infant stage of the two institutions, and noting that the fund mandate range also to technical assistance some way in terms of readiness and preparedness for the fund. Hence, I believe in our outreach, regardless whether the fund has decided so or not, we should be initiating that. That's the rationale behind it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha, and I understand the rationale and the importance to have this kind of engagement with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. And what I can say from our side is that we have meetings with the fund as co-chairs. So it's the same with the EXCOM. We have we had the opportunity to meet, but perhaps I think we are mixing agenda items, and I would like to have that kind of discussion when we introduce the agenda item 9, which is the collaboration with the WIM EXCOM committee and with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. So my suggestion is to park that discussion, and when we introduce agenda item 9, we come back to that point and to see how we can work on it, because we need to take decision points on that regard, and we can discuss more on that. But if I may suggest, I do not see the need to have this in this strategy, but perhaps to have that discussion when we introduce agenda item 9, if it is agreeable to you. And on the other point that you want to raise, perhaps I would like to, you mentioned take into account regional initiatives, so perhaps I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat if they see where we can place that suggestion in the document, and I think with that perhaps we can adopt the strategy if it is agreeable to you. Secretariat?
Yes, many thanks, Co-Chair, and I'm happy to do so. Many thanks for the comment on the necessity to work with regional initiatives and centers. We have a section on engagement with partners that is on page 13 of the document, and this section also is intended to incorporate the engagement that the Santiago network will have with partners, organizations, institutional arrangements, and related processes to amplify our positioning and our reach. One of the options for consideration would be to add here in the description of partners, if we move up to C, just when we describe partners, we can specify partners, organizations, institutional arrangements, and related processes at the local, regional, and global level for amplifying the Santiago network's positioning, reach, and impact. That would be the suggestion. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. I think perhaps that suggestion worked for all of us, and I just want to ask Alpha if you can support that idea to keep your concern regarding regional initiatives.
You are a co-chair, what can I say? But the point is, first of all, I thank you, Carolina, for that proposal. I think I can live with that. And under the understanding that, for instance, in Africa, we have Africa Adaptation Initiative that is hopefully going also to closely work with the Santiago network. I have seen there is in the table there a section or a box on the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage. So this is outreach. And outreach is a little bit different from the cooperation, but I stand guided by you, and I thought to have those kind of relationship. You write that that the co-chairs are having exchanges with the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage and EXCOM, but this is not a structured one. It's not structured in the way that it's happened at the COP, it's happened at the event, but as far I was last year's chair, and I haven't seen that in the report of the co-chairs, that you actually have an engagement with that. I think we as an institution, we need to be proud of what we are doing. We need to go with some, some confidence. And I'm fine that the co-chairs remains as a liaison, but I think we need to structure that. Otherwise, what is happening now will become the small brother. And the Santiago network is perceived, if you look at, perhaps I don't want to have that in the record, but it's a country we are not getting anything. So if I approach the board members saying, hey, what they say, no, we cannot work because money is going to the OBMEs, which is on the one hand true, but our mandate speaks to the mandate of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. So I don't want to prolong the things, but I wanted to flag that, and definitely there's a need for structured engagement that goes beyond, high-level event, or we had that in the Glasgow Dialogue meeting that we jointly did, or side events, but it has to be you sitting home, scheduling with the secretariat a meeting, then will you make the case for the Santiago network? And I think perhaps, of course, that can be cooperation, but it should be a target outreach strategy. But I stand guided by you. It's too late.
Thank you so much, Alpha. And as I mentioned before, we can go into that discussion on agenda item 9. I think we already covered all the comments that you made and members before, and since we discussed this strategy, so what I would like to propose is to adopt the strategy as it is. And we are talking about also engagement is with in my understanding, also cover this kind of collaboration and active participation and relationship with the other bodies like the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage as well as the EXCOM. So with that, and if you can live with it, my suggestion to all of you, and my main question for the record of the meeting, is if you can adopt the strategy as it is. Do we have any objection? I don't see any objection, so the strategy is adopted. Now I would like to give the floor to my fellow co-chair to continue with the next strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you to the Secretariat. We will now move to the strategy on resource mobilization. And we will ask the Secretariat to kindly project and take us through the changes that were made after the session we had earlier today.
Thank you, co-chairs. Just to quickly walk you through the changes, we have added decision 1 CMA 3 to paragraph 10, in line with Manuela's comment. This basically provides a list of types of potential funders. We have included now potential other contributors as a footnote under paragraph 12F. This is in particular in response to Valentina's comment. We've added quite a bit on safeguards for potential private sector engagement under paragraph 13. So this is something that we've heard repeatedly, so we expanded on that significantly. We've added a notion on gender responsiveness to paragraph 17. This is particular on outreach and engaging potential contributors. And last but not least, we have added a reference to local private sector in the original paragraph 13, the one that was pointed out by Camilla, which is now 12C. So this was updated accordingly. If you could scroll down, please. So the first change is 10A. So this is where the decision text was added to be consistent with all the other core documents where this is anchored. I can leave it up for review for a few minutes. It's copy-paste directly from the decision text. And unless there's an objection, moving on to paragraph 13, please. Yes, correct. 12C. This is just that little fix that was recommended, just to be not redundant there. And I think now we can move on to 13. Now, 13 is a bit more substantive. Again, this is the safeguards that we are recommending to build into the process just in case private sector contributions become an option. This speaks particularly to social and environmental safeguards following the international standards, tapping into existing safeguards that we have, for instance, with the co-hosts. They would be embedded into the processes, and also establishing new safeguards, again, as we learn, engaging particular potential contributors, that we make sure we're flexible enough to embed them in our processes. Item C here, this is where we're highlighting that I think there was a bit of an understanding or a misconception even that if we were to engage potential private sector entities or even philanthropies and so forth, that any of this would be directly funding technical assistance work. So this subsection here, subsection C, is trying to highlight that this is not the case and again, highlight the pooled fund principle. And finally, on item D, we are highlighting the adequate risk management, that will be applied. That's already, of course, in place in our processes, but there will be specific emphasis should we go down that road. And that would include the already existing co-host diligence and engagement processes. That they exist, they are embedded. Partnerships data, and also the internal audit function and midterm review. So again, as a package, this is designed to also assure you that in case we decide to go, you guide us to go down that road, these are the safeguards that are in place, and also making sure that we've heard you on that. And then if you, do you want me to stay on this for a few seconds or? No? Maybe it's useful.
Yeah, I think it's useful because there were several colleagues, Alpha, Samuel, and Edie, who spoke to this point. This point is meant to reflect the comments that were made to provide this additional reassurance on how private sector finance is treated in the context of the fund management. But Alpha, you have a question on that point to clarify?
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I mean, the safeguards that are there should be applied to everyone who is putting money there. So it's not necessarily private sector related. The second point is if we want to put safeguard there, it's for instance not to increase the level of indebtedness of developing countries or of recipient countries, because that's where private sector are seeking, they're putting to get more. So I think this is an attempt to ensure that private sectors, to find a solution to get private sector in the strategy. And as I indicated earlier, today I do not personally see any role for the private sector here. I will be very happy to be surprised to see any resources coming from the private sectors. So if we go to put safeguards, of course the pooled fund makes sure that it is becoming a grant, but I would like to have an additional safeguard from my end, taking into account the, not to increase the level of indebtedness of developing countries. Because that is the only way, in my point of view, to get private sector here. And for me, that is the only safeguard that matters for us. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alpha. I believe at some point we have to strike a balance of how much space we're devoting to this particular section in the resource mobilization strategy. I think that the global idea is that we're not focusing on private finance here. We just heard different views from around the table. Some of you pointed to the fact that private finance is a possible source of funding for the Santiago network. Some of you raised some concerns on how that would be captured. So there is an attempt to provide some additional reassurances that this will not lead to the situation that you have potentially described. But I don't think it's our intention in the resource mobilization strategy to focus on that. And we are not trying to make things, we're not trying to make things more complicated, and sometimes perfect is the enemy of the good. And if we start going into the details and adding additional provisions, I think we might also shift the focus of this resource mobilization strategy to something that is not really focusing. So I am in your hands on how to solve this. We can spend some more time on that. Perhaps that is needed. I saw also Camila's flag before and ED. I know there are other changes. Let's park that for a second. The issue of private sector, because maybe that's the only thing that needs to be further clarified. But there were other changes in the strategy, and we also want to make sure that all the comments were captured. So I just want to make sure that also the comments that Camila made earlier were captured. Maybe you want to speak to that point, and then we'll go back to ED and Alpha.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And we are making so much progress. I love it. I think all of the other ones were tweaks. It was relatively easy to keep track of the changes and of my notes at the same time. I think these are a little bit more substantial. I don't have right now a response on specific. I think on this one language, adequate risk management will be applied to private sector engagements. I think that applies to everything. I think we can tweak that to say how we will identify what risk management should be used. I think there's some tweaking of language that can be there to strengthen this. I was going to request if we could please, because also the other paragraph was a big paragraph. I was reading it, we moved on. Could we please be sent that version, be given a little bit of time to sort of see the language, and then come back to it for approval? I would be happy to say, let's move on to 10, send it, I take a look, and hopefully if there are no other comments, if it's there, quickly gavel even tonight. But I do think, given the importance of this strategy and the magnitude of some of those additions, to please be given a little bit more time to revise them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila. Perhaps that is a good way forward, so that we take a moment, but I see there are still flags of colleagues. Could we, before giving the floor to Alpha and ED, could we also go back up to the first change, just to show it again, because it was indeed a substantial amendment, and it went quite fast also for myself. Okay. What we will do is we will send this to you as you suggested, so that you can all see it, because it's a little bit hard to see the totality of it on the screen with the changes. But first, let me go back to ED and then Alpha. ED?
I think the proposal is like the glass half full, and I think Alpha raised my concern. I don't want to increase the debt for developing countries, also the most vulnerable countries like LDCs and SIDS. If we want to get involved, the private sectors in resource mobilization. That is my only concern. If we, in the wording, we can see how we can prevent this, I can agree with everything that, but my concern need to be taken into account. I don't want here, because we start experimenting some climate fund coming in our countries with grant that we need to reimburse. But what I really don't want to have in decision or agreeing in text here is maybe to, when we get private sector contributing or giving donation to the Santiago network technical assistance, that we can have, that can increase the depth of these countries maybe in the future. That's only my concern.
Thank you, Idi. Alpha?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I indicated today, this morning, requesting to give me an example of successful example of the private sector intervening in a network or in a grant-based institution like this. And the presenter itself admitted or confessed that it needs to look what they don't have. And I think I've been looking at, I don't have any experience. In the spirit of compromise, because it's, for me, it is definitely here. I realized today, I was telling the guy, I thought I'm in control of everything, but I don't have control of everything, because in the starting point, I will not accept even calling this document resource mobilization, because that is misleading. Honestly, it is a fundraising. We are talking about grant here. There's no mobilization. In the spirit of compromise, because I see the Secretariat is trying to help us arrive to a common ground by suggesting a firewall or safeguard that is applicable to everyone, I will feel not comfortable, honestly, to have any reference to the private sector without a reference to the level of indebtedness, because the private sector has no role to play here. It's not a fund, it's not a bank, it is technical assistance. If you go to fund, if you go to bank, technical assistance are always grant. Always grant. That's upfront cost. So I do not see private sector here, but I understand that some colleagues feel very important to have private sector. I think that's their legitimate right. I can accept that under the condition of having a reference to the level of indebtedness. Otherwise, we delete the whole paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alpha. I'll give the floor to Muriel, and then I will suggest the way forward.
Yes, just to say that I understand, I mean, there are certainly potential risks come with private sector engagement, but I mean, the issue is a little bit that there is not one private sector, so there are different types of private sectors, and there are so different ways how you can engage with a private sector. So you can have blended finance. It can be that you, I mean, there is so much you can do. It's a huge missed opportunity. So I think that we need to continue the conversation on the private sector, but also not just categorically, I think, exclude it. I think it's really a missed opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Muriel. I will not take interventions at this point, because otherwise we will continue this conversation for much longer. What I suggest is that we pause and that we make a little group right now with Marcus, who's been drafting this. I would invite Alpha, perhaps Muriel, Akio, Idi, those of you who have been speaking around this issue, so that you come up with a good formulation, so that we do not spend time right now trying to revise it in plenary, but you try to come up with a way that accommodates the views of the advisory board that have been expressed. And there are different views. What we're trying to do is we're not trying to complicate things, we're just trying to have an avenue with some conditions that have been expressed. So I see you raise your flags, but please, colleagues, if it's if it's on the way forward, then I'll take your flags. But if it is on the substance of this issue, then I suggest we do not engage in this discussion. So is it on the way forward or is it on the substance?
On the substance, and I think it is very important. It is no. Listen, please. I'm a board member, and I want to engage on that substance. It's not something that is going to be happening behind the door. My point being, please, can I take the floor as a member, or I'll call the vote of order?
I will have to respect the order of the flags.
Okay.
And then we have the discussion. I think you are one of the colleagues who asked that we do not stay longer than 8 p.m. So I'm trying to make the effort so that we go through our agenda. But I am in your hands. If we want to engage on the substance, that's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to check with the Secretariat what was the order of flags, and we will go through the colleagues who have raised the flags on this issue. So it's Camila and Rashid and then Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I was in your hands. I was just going to come in very briefly, apart from what Muriel was saying, which is very important on private sector as far and different, and just remind that we are not a fund. When we speak of grant or concessional finance or other types of finance, the Santiago network is not a fund. We are not giving money to developing countries. We are matching countries to technical assistance requests. So I don't see it any way, shape or form where any kind of finance that goes through here would increase the debt of any country, because that's just not the type of finance that we're doing. So it might be a different in conception of what this fund is, and hopefully that helps us clarify how we can engage and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila. Rashid?
I try to don't take part of this discussion, but yes, I understand very well the concern raised by Alpha. But we have to distinguish between which private sector, international one or a domestic one, and we can't treat all the countries the same way. So in Morocco, I have to support Alpha because we represent Africa, but also we can't reject or the idea that private sector can play a key role in investing in loss and damage response. Just it does in climate adaptation. In adaptation, private sector invests on it. Same case that private sector can play a huge role in investing in loss and damage. So it is essential to ensure that such investments don't exacerbate the debt burden of vulnerable countries, as mentioned by ED and Alpha. Mechanisms should be designed to prioritize equity and avoid creating additional finance stress for communities already facing climate-related hardship. So I think that blend finance, grants, innovative risk-sharing instruments can offer pathway for private sector engagements without compromising the financial stability of affected countries.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Alpha, please.
Again, I stand to be lectured. I need to have an example of a private sector investing or engaging in such a setting. We need to be very careful. The colleague mentioned blended finance. The blended finance is a combination of public, philanthropic, and private investment with the goal of having financial returns. That is blended finance. So we need to be very careful with the wording we are using here. So what I'm saying, I do understand that private sectors is important to colleagues. That's for me a concession. I accept that. My only request is, since we are trying to put safeguard, and this safeguard as presented apply to anyone who is going to put money into the Santiago network, we need to have private sector specific safeguard. And the safeguard that is of concern for my constituency is the point. So I'm happy to having private sector here, but we want to have this layer that whatever private sector is doing, it should not increase our level of indebtedness. That is, I think, a good compromise, a very good compromise. Otherwise, we delete everything about private sector, because it doesn't matter whether we go in a small group or not. That's why I'm doing that on record. I'm not going to accept that, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Alpha. Muriel?
Not to complicate, it's just a question I have also on the way forward. Is there a space that we have in the advisory board that we can, for example, like showcase some of the examples we have? Also ahead that we continue the conversation on this private sector engagement, that it becomes also much more concrete, and we also see a little bit, what is the potential, what are the challenges, or we don't have that space? I mean, I'm saying in the future, right? This is just thinking ahead.
Yes. Well, we're in your hands as advisory board. If there is an interest to have a presentation at one of the meetings, we can, of course, foresee that. And perhaps that is something we could think about on how we can showcase and speak to that in any format that you would like, whether in the advisory board meeting, in an informal session, in something else. I don't think we are far from each other. I think we can really find an agreement around this issue, because I do not hear a disagreement. I hear you, Alpha, with flexibility, with saying you can see, you can accept it. I hear Rashid, who says there are ways that we could put that in because it can play a role. So we are quite close. We can find it. That's why my suggestion was that we just huddle for a moment, because it's 7 p.m. We said we want to leave at 8 p.m. and we want to have the discussion on the annual report. I would like us to fix it. I don't want this to be off the record. I just think that when we huddle, when we have 4 people together with the computer of Marcus, we can find the formulation that suits everyone. That was my suggestion, so that we take, 10 minutes, whatever is needed. The rest of those of us who don't need to be part of this conversation take a small break before we go into the annual report, and the others try to find the right formulation so that it can be then sent to us, and at the end of the day, we can still adopt the resource mobilization strategy. Because I think we're close, but we don't want to rush things either. But I just think it's the best modality for us to do it right now, to just go into a very small huddle and to try to fix it. Alpha?
I just have one question, because from what I'm sensing here, the board members did not react. Most of the board members did not have a chance to react on the level of indebtedness. And I think this is not harming anyone. It's not harming anyone. So I don't want to entertain, but I think we can work on the language, but personally, as I indicated, and for record, I don't have a mandate to accept private sector in this context without having that firewall. Otherwise, it's not going to work, honestly.
Manuela?
Yeah, thanks, Alpha, for raising your concern. I think we are silent because I think we don't fully understand the actual concern. So where is the scenario that having private sector being engaged is raising the debt of countries? Could you just explain? Thank you.
I have asked one first question that needs to be answered. Give me the case where the private sector has invested in such a setting where grant is only service. There's no case. So that's the first question to answer, then I will give you an answer for that.
Thank you. Can we ask the Secretariat to answer on that point, to perhaps enlighten us a bit more for our conversation?
Thank you so much, co-chairs. And then, so what I want to do here is assuage some of those concerns a bit. And this, I think, can also be addressed with the mechanics of Camilla also mentioned correctly, it is not a fund. So none of this, were we to generate private sector funding for the Santiago network, this would not be an investment. This is something that would go directly into one pot and mixed with all the other contributions, be it philanthropic contributions, be it government contributions. It comes into one pot, and then it will be managed according to the rules and regulations of one of the co-hosts and the Santiago network. So this is exactly how these funds would not be an investment and would not in any way, shape, or form try to trigger benefit from these activities, indent anybody, and make profit. So I think it's the very setup wouldn't allow for that, the way we have set up this kind of pooled budget. So this is, I think, quite useful to kind of wrap your head around as well. I can go into a little bit more depth on that if you would like to, in particular in the small group. But that's the main message here. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Gladys?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I'm sorry for coming in at the end, but just wanted to say something like in those lines and support the words of the previous speakers that spoke also about this. In our understanding, this is not a fund, and as we see in that language, this money goes into a pool, and then there goes, you don't know where, so there's not going to be a report indicating who gave what to who. Yeah, so that's a thing to see it. But I think I always just wanted to support the co-chair's proposal to go into a little group and work on language. But I also wanted to know if there's any other contentious matter, because we didn't revise the whole document, but I think this is the only point that is in disagreement, so just to be sure about that.
Thank you, Gladys. That is also my understanding, because I didn't see any reactions to the other amendments that were made. So my understanding is that we are only focusing on that issue, that all the other issues are fine, but I also heard Camila saying, we need to see it because this text is substantial, so it will be good for all of you to receive it before we can adopt it so that everyone is comfortable. But before we can send it to you, it would be very useful to fix that issue. And I see your flag Alpha, but I think it really helps for us to have that understanding that Marcus presented and Camila and Gladys spoke to that that Santiago Network is not doing loans. Right? We are providing technical assistance. So technical assistance provision cannot indebt anyone because you are doing a project and you're putting money into that project of technical assistance. You are not making a loan to a country. And that, because it's not a mandate of this network, it's not a fund, that should give you this reassurance that we're not, because we shouldn't be confusing the conversation. We're not in a different setting. We are in the Santiago Network, we're talking about technical assistance. We're not talking about funding. This is not finance provision, it's technical assistance provision. So with that, I will give you the floor, Alpha, but hopefully we can clarify further if needed and make the changes required.
The other way around, does it harm to put something on the level of indebtedness? It doesn't harm anyone. So that's the point. So if we want to go that way, we change private sector, we put philanthropic, then I'm fine. But if you put private sector as such, there is a reflex of that, because the core problem here, and it's going to happen in the report, there's no expectation from our end that the private sector will put money here. They never did it. That's the same happened in the adaptation field. So I do not understand what is by all means necessary always an attempt to put private sector everywhere. So I'm very flexible, and I think putting an additional layer here saying no level of indebtedness, no increase of level of indebtedness will not harm anyone. Then I will let go. But the way it is here, in 5 years I will not be here. In 2 years I will not be, no. My group put me on 3 years here because they know I have a mandate to do here. So don't worry about that. What I'm saying, it will not harm anyone to put that there. the level of indebtedness. That's the way to approach the question, because I'm making a concession with private sector. There is no case of private sector. We have having that discussion for many years for adaptation, and it's not happening. So if we put here, I don't know what intensive this private sector has to come here. So please make the concession of putting that here, and then we close it, because it will not harm anyone. It makes me feel comfortable, and your private sector is there. But if you want to have as it is now, it's going to be difficult for me to accept, and honestly speaking. So it will not matter whether it is somewhere, in whatever language is going to be proposed, I want depthness to be there, because that's an issue for us. It's a big issue for us. Thanks.
Okay, we have a flag from Observer Online, Kosivi.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's not only late in Switzerland, it's even late here, but I'm happy to share my reflection. I can see Alpha predicting the future, but probably based on his experience, his previous experience. My suggestion, Madam Co-Chairs, is it possible to open the floor, the opportunity to the Secretariat to explore the interests of private sector while we are not clearly mentioning it in the text? Because my analysis and interpretation is, even if this is not clearly mentioned in the text, there is no institutional border or limit to the Secretariat to explore the interests of the private sector. Then once we have learned from that experience, we can date the text or adapt it later, if that's something possible. I'll submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That is actually a very reasonable argument for us at this late hour of the day, that what we're trying to do, and I think we've been trying to say this before, we're not trying to predetermine anything. We're just trying to say there is an avenue because there are other sources to be explored, and all of those other sources, including private sector sources, can be explored. And we can later decide what we're doing with this and how we're doing. We do not have yet anything concrete that we should be deciding upon. And we, as the advisory board, have the power to advise, and this is our role, and if we do encounter situations, we will be able to discuss them. But at this moment, I think it is very late. We have spent a lot of time on this issue. I do not see us resolving this issue in the next 5 minutes. I do not see us adopting this resource mobilization strategy in the next 5 minutes. So I suggest we park this and we move to the next agenda item. And we will propose before the end of the day how we will deal with this document, because we're not in a position where we can adopt it. But I see a flag from Manuela.
Yeah, thanks, Stella. I was just wondering, so if, as Stella, you explained, and also Marcus explained, we operate on a grant-based mode, should we maybe put that or clarify that again in the resource mobilization strategy, making clear that everything that is coming in as funding to Santiago is grant-based? This also means that there will be no debt, and it doesn't matter if it's private or public? No?
Okay, colleagues, let's pause, okay? We are tired, it's late. I don't think we can find a solution now. Maybe we will be better placed a little bit later, maybe tomorrow, but at this moment we're parking this. Okay, and I will hand it now to Angela for the next agenda item. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I would like now to turn your attention again to the agenda item 10, which is the annual report of the Santiago Network to the governing body or bodies. Yesterday, we just want to highlight that we have a small group of members and representatives of work to develop draft recommendations based on the views expressed when this agenda item opened. And further, as requested by you, We request the Secretariat to populate the report with information on progress over the period 7 September 2025 to the current period. And the draft annual report was shared with all of you yesterday evening for consideration. With that, and just very brief, I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat just to introduce very briefly how we populated the report, just because you already have that document since yesterday evening. Could you please close your mic?
Is that mine?
Okay. So you already have that report. We are going to introduce very briefly the way how the Secretariat populated the document. And then I will share with you how the group worked on the recommendations, but please feel free to add if you want to add something else, because the group was very, it was very participatory, and we had a lot of representation of advisory board members and representatives yesterday, so perhaps you feel comfortable with the work that they did yesterday. So, Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, and it's a pleasure to take the floor for the first time in this board meeting and in any board meeting. So even at this late hour, it's a pleasure to join for this item. And let me be very quick, because the document's been shared last night, and I think if you've had the opportunity to review against the heavy schedule, you will see that much of it, the substance, is taken from material we've already discussed yesterday in agenda items 3 and in 5, the reports of the Secretariat of the co-chairs, and also of the whole agenda item 5. So just to quickly recap, you have seen the outline for some time now. We have a report totaling 9 pages. Under here, we've just tried to capture the key kind of items under the development of strategic documents. We've been discussing them all of today on membership and TA, which we discussed yesterday, on outreach, on the collaboration with relevant bodies, which has also been a point of discussion to come, and on communications and visibility, as well as financial management systems, which we've also discussed in various groupings today. There remain placeholders for decisions. Some have been made today, and we'll keep updating those up to the end of the board meeting, which is the end of the reporting period. So turning attention to the recommendations, we did indeed have a larger group than we initially expected, which has been very useful. So I won't even name, but we did have a very representative group, ably chaired by Camilla, to capture the board's views on the recommendations they'd like to give in the annual report to the governing body or bodies. These are, as you may have seen, blocked into sorts of categories. It's displayed here. If you can see, it's obviously very difficult, and especially at this time. But the first block is really around the progress, and that is what we've been discussing. So it's a placeholder also on what kind of decisions and outcomes and approvals have taken place at the meeting. Again, with placeholders as these unfold. Language welcoming those decisions, around welcoming the increase in the number of members, expressing appreciation to the co-hosts of the Santiago network, and so forth. So you can review those, or you have reviewed those. The second category is brief, but it's important. It's around the TA requests and the development that we're beginning to see of the demand-driven pipeline for TA requests, and that in light of the Santiago network strategy that we've been discussing today. So I won't read everything out in detail, but you'll see there certain encouragements to continue along the path of implementing those strategies we've been discussing and the elements therein. The next block is on collaboration. Some of that discussion is still to come, in particular with our architecture, our close architecture in the loss and damage with the WIM-EXCOM and with the FRLD. Some suggested text there that I think also speaks to some of the comments we've received today on other reports and documents. So that's one for review. The finance block, also closely related to that, but also something we're discussing. There is a section, Animesh has mentioned it today, of reporting on the kinds of in-kind contributions, as well as the sort of highlights of the reports that we've heard today from Hannah as well. So this is expressing appreciation, as we've done today, on a number of contributions already made, and sort of setting the tone in line with some of the discussions around the resource mobilization strategy for further, contributions to materialize. The next one on outreach and accessibility. Maybe it's the last one, in fact. It's the last one on outreach and accessibility. And, this is speaking in particular to the recommendations that were made in the last SNAP4 meeting around, and have been reiterated again on the importance of accessible, inclusive, and simple outreach and information. So perhaps I can stop there and hand back to the co-chairs.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, and thank you for that brief introduction. I know that it was very, very hard work for all of you, and I would like also to thank those who were part of that informal discussion, and I do recognize the progress that you made discussing, all the recommendations, and thanks to the Secretariat for populating the document in terms of the activities in terms of the period since 7 September 2025 to the current period. So I just want to very briefly divide our discussion into sections, because it's a huge report. And I just wonder if you can live with the information that the Secretariat include in the whole report as an activities that were developed by the Santiago network since September 7 until today. So the Secretariat will populate the pending things, the placeholders related to the strategies and everything. And I just want to get your sense that you can live with that part of the report as it is, with the understanding that the Secretariat populate the pending things with the outcomes that we will get from this session. That's my first question. So can you accept that part of the report as it is, in the understanding that the Secretariat will populate the rest of the things in accordance with the decisions that we took during this session? Let's say the strategies, the budget, etc. Any objection with that approach? Go ahead, Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I have some editing. I'm happy with that approach, and I think that's the easy way to go. On the Roman 4 decision to establish a regional presence, I want to say and encourage the Secretariat to finalize the transition towards the permanent by end of 2025. So that's some editing that we can add there. And also for the establishment of the budget committee, conflict of interest committee, I think there is no mention of task force there. That is the Roman 5, if you go. So to change the wording actually, a little bit, 5. So it should be read, the establishment of a budget subcommittee, the conflict of interest subcommittee, and the task force. On outreach and the adoption of the term of reference of each. That's the things. So before that, I was saying that we need to in the 4 to say to continue the Secretariat to finalize, continue to finalize the transition towards the permanent Secretariat. And then by a date, so we need to put a date there. So, and I think it's better that we use track change so that people see what I'm making. That, yeah, please. By end of 2025.
And if I may, Alpha, because this is the report of the things that we are doing, and the amendments that you are doing in that part should be part of the recommendations. So that is why, because you're saying that we need to finalize that. Okay. And I do believe that that will be part of the discussion on the recommendations. So if I may suggest, can we go back to the text as it was before presented by the Secretariat on that paragraph 4? I think the amendment that you made on the task force, I think is something that could be agreeable to all of us, because it's not, it's just a factual thing. So with that, and then Alpha, we go to that comment that you made in terms of having the regional offices when we go to the recommendations. So with that amendment on paragraph 5, can we adopt that part of the report as it is? Again, with the understanding that the Secretariat will populate the pending things in accordance with the decisions that we are having here. The Secretary is not going to do anything beyond the decisions that we are having here. I have Manuela.
Yeah, just a minor comment. Referring to what I mentioned earlier about communication, we still lack this specification of developing countries particularly vulnerable to climate change, so this should also be added here.
Thank you so much, Manuela. I think it's a minor changes because it's part of the the body of the report. So if you agree, again, I don't want to entertain this discussion in adding amendments, and I think it's just minor changes. I think we can go along with that, and we will adopt that part of the report. Do you agree with that? So I see no objection, and I'm gonna adopt that part of the report. Thank you so much. So now I would like to move to the recommendations. So as you know, the recommendations goes to the Conference of the Parties for consideration by the parties at COP30. What I would like to do with that discussion is to hear from you, pay attention to that question, to hear from you which of the recommendations that are there are not acceptable. Or, let me reframe my question. Can you accept the recommendations as it is in the work that was made by the informal group? Can we adopt those recommendations as it stands? Alpha.
Thank you. I think there is definitely space to improve and the recommendation. And I think I do see the time load that we have, but we need to do that. This is a very important section of the annual report. I would rather have another approach which consists to go step by step instead of having a package, because it's not going to lead to anywhere. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha, and that's the kind of thing that I want to hear from you. So thank you so much, because I know that all of you were in that discussion because you were working, exactly, you were working in the budget committee. I just want to get that sense from you. But because of course we want to focus on the, to accommodate all views and to ensure that everybody feels equally comfortable or uncomfortable with the outcome. So my suggestion to you is that you raise which of the recommendations you need to fix or improve, so you can number them or highlight them in your interventions. And if there is something missed, so we can capture the idea, not go into that kind of detail for now. I just want to get your views on which ones of the recommendations needs to some kind of improvement, and if there is something missed. Those are my main questions. And if you see that one of the recommendations shouldn't be there, of course, raise it. So I would like to open the floor for comments in that way, so it could save time for all of us. Just please don't go into detail why you like it or you don't like it. We just want to get the sense, what are the recommendations that you don't want to see? What are the recommendations that you would like to improve? And if there is something missed. Alpha.
You know what is funny? The speed in which you are speaking and the speed in which I am thinking, I cannot follow you. But I will try my best. I think it's obvious that I do have concern with reference to the private sector for obvious reason. And I think we can work on the language to explore if we are putting private sectors there. I want other additional element to be there. So speaking to the part saying to explore ways to enhance private sector engagement with the network, it's factually not correct. So there's no enhancement there because there is no private sector engagement as so far. So that's not factually correct. That's the first point. The second point is I do not understand, because I wasn't in the room, I do not understand why it's specifically speaking only to the private sectors. We have a number of actors, philanthropic, regional institutions, MDBs, whatever it is that we can put there. And I personally have, first, it is not factually correct to say enhance, because you enhance something that is there. It is already not there, and there was no example brought to me how the private sector is working in such constellation. So I think as a spirit of compromise, we can say explore a way to enhance engagement with potential, explore ways. No, I don't want private sector. Don't bring me there. Explore ways to enhance engagement of all potential donors.
Sorry, Alpha, just to come quickly on that, to clarify, this, I was also not part of the discussion yesterday, but this part is not about finance. This is about engaging actors in the delivery of technical assistance, and specific example that was already in the Vanuatu case where private sector was part of the delivery of technical assistance. So we have to, I understand your comment, but this one is not on finance, but we can, happy to hear your flexibility on that. Maybe there is a way to kind of say, engagement, but it's not about donors, because this is about engaging them as those who are part of the delivery of technical assistance or part of consortium, part of the membership. So that is the context behind it.
So thank you so much. But okay, I'm going to give you the floor and I will continue with the run of the comments. But please, colleagues, I just want to focus on the contentious issues. We are not drafting at this moment, but I just want to, again, to get the sense, what are your concerns with the recommendations, to list the recommendations that you have concerns. So, Alpha?
Yes, I think that's a new information that shifts my paradigm to the text. But the point is, it is obvious that the level of information sharing within the board is not that. I'm not aware of any private sector engagement in Vanuatu. I was not informed of it. So that's why you might have information that I do not have. So you should understand the point I'm having. And again, I think in that case, I'm fine with that, but I would like to add other potential. For instance, my initiative, Africa Adaptation Initiative, can be explore ways to get those initiatives there in addition to private sectors. And I'm fine since it is about implementation. I don't have any problem with that. But then, as I indicated, we can put additional stakeholders, particularly regional initiatives, such as regional initiative. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Akio, followed by Muriel, if you want to take the floor or no. Alpha, go ahead. Akio, sorry, I'm tired. Akio.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Co-Chair, for your clarifying to the comment and question by Alpha. Yes, it's true that in the discussion there was a case of Vanuatu that the private sector joined as a member to provide technical assistance. So this is why the language enhance was added. And I don't mind to add other various stakeholders in addition to private sector and other potential quality stakeholders for enhancing technical assistance. In this case, that will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muriel.
Just one minor addition under the gender one. I would like to see including through the participatory development and implementation. It's just
in which
addition.
one?
It's under it's the 4. Not only development but also implementation. Under and development and
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. Can you put it in orange, that kind of amendment, because we are not yet there. But with that understanding, I think the concerns that you raise is on this section. In my understanding, you can live with the rest of the recommendations that are already there. I just want to get your clarity with that because I want to understand if you feel comfortable with the rest of the recommendations. But because the exercise here is just to identify those recommendations that you want to discuss or further clarify or amend in the actual recommendations. So, Alpha.
Yes, again, Co-Chair, perhaps I'm tired, but the point is, I think it's better that we go slowly and do the things right, because if we keep making quick, if I will be returning, and I think that is not in interest of anyone. So I have another additional suggestion to be made there to encourage the Santiago Secretariat to explore ways to enhance country ownership and the demand-drivenness of technical assistance.
Thank you very much. We took note of that recommendation. But again, the approach that I would like, and I would like to keep my approach. Why? Because it was a broad participation yesterday in that informal group. All views were reflected in those recommendations. So I just want again to ask, that's the only section that you have concerns with those, or do you have any concern with other recommendations? So this is the moment to raise which ones. We will highlight those in orange, and then we come back to those.
I have, I can make textual suggestion to the finance block, finance part.
Okay, we are not getting into amendments now. What I just want is that you highlight which ones. Just okay. Highlight the letter, so in the finance part, and you raise, I have concern with H, L, whatever. And I'm going to highlight those, and that's it.
co-chair, this meeting was very heavy. I was very, I'm having now time to process that. So, but I understand that people works on it, and that's why I'm okay. The finance part, I have some suggestion to be made there. Just a clarification: the notion of country ownership is not in connection with private sector. It is a single one sentence. Then later on, and I also. And then the collaboration block, I have a...
Sorry, I have to go back on finance. Which ones do you have concerns? Can you list it? Or is the whole section on finance, just to get clarity from your side?
I need to step back, but one of the things that is coming to my mind, the 40.7, we already made that last year. So I think it's very important to have the 47 million. We already, and everybody knows that 47 million is there. So we need to go a step away, perhaps to give a sense of the status of resources that was presented today. That will be more actual because, yeah. So I'm fine with having a sentence with a 40.7 million, and I'm very grateful and appreciative and thankful to the donors for the resources. But I want to have also a sentence that reflects the status of the resources of now. And I also think that we need an urgent call for more resources for the Santiago network. I think I'm happy to work with colleagues to find a way to do that. Whether it will pick up or not, it has to be, from my perspective, politically correct. We need to continue raising resources, and the annual report is one of a good vehicle to do so. And that will be my point first on the finance. On the collaboration, it is an addition, an editorial change. It will be the paragraph G. So fora that promote coordination and collaboration and complementary coordination and complementarity amongst relevant actors. Yeah. So I will stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha, and thank you for raising your concerns with those paragraphs. So now we have in orange the paragraphs that we need to discuss. And I just want to put into consideration if we can adopt the rest of the recommendations, because you spend a lot of time discussing that, and I don't want to reopen that discussion unless you have specific concerns that you want to raise. Alpha.
Chair, with all due respect, I think we need to go slow. It is 7 p.m. I've been here since 6. I wake up at 4 and wake up at 6, and I've been here since 8. So the way we are going in now, we can go. We have managed a lot, and I think we are more or less there to get a good outcome. And as I indicated, and as I pledge, you can count on me that we have a good result. But with indulgence, I would like to beg your indulgence to slow down the pace, because it is too quick for me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alpha. And I think everybody's tired. I think the co-chairs, the secretariat, all of us. And I have to say once again that I do recognize the work done by all, I don't know, it was 7, 8 members yesterday working very hard on those recommendations. So I would like to kindly ask you, Alpha, and I don't want to put you on the spot, because there is a lot of work done by members. So that's why if you have concerns, what we can do, please, is if you don't want to have the approach of paragraph, we can select the sections, perhaps, that you want to see again, because we have a heading on the sections, and then we will review that section in detail. But what I don't want is to go backwards, because the group and perhaps those who were there can raise what you tried to do, because it was not me, was to accommodate all views and to ensure that everybody feels comfortable with those recommendations. And they spend a lot of time, so that's why perhaps my approach and trying to to help you to feel comfortable in terms of the process is that we discuss, highlight the sections that you want to review instead of the paragraphs. And if you don't have any problem with the order, because you don't raise it, so that we adopt the other sections. For instance, those that we don't have any orange. But I just want to seek your guidance also from the members who were in that group. Akio, please.
Sorry, just clarify. I'd like to ask the Secretariat to, create a full, concrete sentence on 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
So again, my proposal to you is, I'm not going to entertain this discussion paragraph by paragraph, frankly speaking, because we spend many hours, or you spend many hours. If you want to discuss, because you didn't have time, or perhaps we are all tired, sections, we will highlight the whole section in orange, and we go that section in detail. We review paragraph by paragraph the section. But if you don't have concerns with that section that you would like to highlight, my proposal is to adopt it. So I understand that, for instance, can we scroll up since the beginning of the recommendations? That's the first one. I think so. So we have progress. No one's raised concern on progress, and what we have is some pending things in terms of the adoption of the strategy or not. So those pending things, it depends on the adoption of the budget and everything. So we will review that. But in general terms, there are no concerns with those recommendations. If you have concerns, this is the moment to raise it. If there are no concerns, my suggestion is to adopt those recommendations. We can green them. Alpha.
Thank you. And I made a proposal to before, and then I was told that it's part of a recommendation, and that's not captured. And I think we need to capture that, to finalize the transition towards a permanent secretariat, and then we need to put a deadline.
Thank you so much, Alpha. So you said that to finalize the transitioning towards a personnel secretariat. Perhaps could we ask the secretariat to give us some guidance in terms of what is the deadline that they consider, because they are in the process. So with that, I just want to focus to call your attention on that recommendation, which is the concerns expressed by Alpha. So Secretary, can you let us know, Carolina, on that recommendation 4, when or what could be the possible deadline year that fits in this recommendation in accordance with the process that you are carrying out in terms of the transitioning towards a permanent secretariat. So could you please give us some guidance so we can put something that is realistic also?
Thank you, Co-Chair, and glad to address this point. Here, as mentioned as well, we're advancing as fast as we can with the respective recruitment processes. However, recruitment is also subject to different factors and different variables, some of them outside the control of the Secretariat. The recommendation would be to provide the flexibility for the Secretariat to be able to continue with the interim secretariat arrangements until the time that the positions are in place. And based on that as well, make sure that we can transition, but once those positions are in place. So having that flexibility is something that would greatly help in terms of ensuring that there is no disruption in our work.
Okay.
So thank you so much, Secretary, for that clarification. So, Secretary, can we go back to that recommendation and reflect? So your suggestion is as soon as possible? Could you please, Secretary, raise once again your textual proposal to accommodate the views made by Alpha?
Thank you, Co-Chair. To provide a Secretariat with the flexibility to continue with interim arrangements until the time that the permanent Secretariat is in place. Is to finalize the recruitment processes as soon as possible, with flexibility to continue interim arrangements until the permanent Secretariat is in place or the permanent positions are in place.
Thank you very much, Secretariat. I just want to confirm with Alpha, you were nothing before, but I just want to confirm again that you're okay. So I just want to confirm if someone else has any objection with that, with those amendments. I don't see any objection with that, so please, Secretary, can you accept those changes? And with that, I would like to confirm that we can adopt that section. I don't see, are you asking again for the floor, or do you have any? Okay, so with that, I would like to adopt that section. I do not see any flag raised, so we adopt those recommendations. Thank you so much. So we move to the next one.
Just one point.
Alpha?
Co-chair, understand you need to move on, but this is actually a precedent. We are letting a part to be filled, and we are adopting a part that has not been filled. I think it will be procedural better that we have a last reading. So I will, with all due respect and all, trust, I think it is a standard practice that you do not approve something with placeholders. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Alpha, for that. I understand, but we made it in other scenarios that we, trust in accordance. We trust in the secretary in the sense that they will populate in accordance with the decisions. But in order to give you comfort, what we can do is not to green those who has, placeholders on those decisions that we are not taking yet. So we just green those that are, factual things that we already adopted, and the other ones that's okay for you? Okay, thank you. So could you please, Secretariat, pending the adoption of the TORs? I think we already adopted all the TORs.
Yes.
So
we haven't edited it, so it still has to be edited.
So we can just delete that reference of the adoption of the TORs because we are already adopted. And the pending paragraphs are, can you scroll up? Legal Roman, I think it's 2, I don't see very well, which is related to the adoption of the program of work and budget because we need to discuss that. And as well, and the first paragraph is related to the adoption of the strategies. So we will keep it that pending because we still discussing the mobilization strategy. So with that, I just want to confirm, Alpha, if you feel comfortable. That's okay? So we keep those paragraphs pending. You can put those paragraphs in yellow, totally, not in green, in yellow. The paragraphs that has the pending things. Okay. So it's clear for us that we are not adopting those because are pending. Okay, thank you. So green is that we already adopted. Yellow, we cannot adopt anything because we still discussing those agenda items. And then we move to the next section, which is technical assistance request pipelines. I know that you, Alpha, have comments on all of those. So my suggestion is to park that discussion because we need to go into detail on language and move to collaboration block. We're still having orange there. So I would like to park that discussion also because I'm just leaving the block, the whole section pending because there is a comment that you raised. On finance also, finance block. Okay, Alpha?
Yes. Thank you, Co-Chair. First of all, as I indicated, I have a proposal on the paragraph with a 47 million, and I think it should be factually correct that we have a paragraph that reflects the status of the resources as presented at this meeting. So my proposal to the appreciation, can I read my...
May I suggest, Alpha, because we are going to go one by one in those paragraphs that are pending. So again, I just want to go section by section, just to get the sense if there are no concerns, so we can adopt it, and then you will have the time to go one by one on those that are pending. So on finance, we're still pending on the section because you have a comment, and then we have outreach and accessibility. Can you scroll down? And no one raised comments on that section. So I would like to propose to adopt that section as it is. Do we have any objection on that?
I have some editing proposal.
Okay,
Yes.
Let us know if it is minor changes, perhaps we can move forward. Go ahead, Alpha.
Yes, it is the paragraph that acknowledge the Secretariat to continue to enhance this effort. No. At the very end of this paragraph. So then the Secretariat to continue not to do so, to enhance these efforts.
Thank you so much, Alpha. So I just want to ask that with that amendment that was made by Alpha, we can adopt that outreach and accessibility section. Do we have any objection? I don't see any objection, so we adopt. Ah, you're adopting. Okay, Alpha, go ahead.
Again, you are too smart and too quick for me at this point of time, and I'm trying to figure out the end because encourage the Santiago Network Secretary to continue its effort on outreach engagement with national liaison to the Santiago Network Secretariat and UNFCCC National Focal Point. I guess this is the point where we can bring our capacity building that we reflected in our strategy there. So that's the encouragement is that the Santiago Network can only succeed if the national liaison are empowered and capacitated. So I'm fine with any editorial changes there that can capture the idea that I'm saying. Thanks.
Okay, Alpha. That's our suggestion, just to include your views on that. So with that, I think everybody is comfortable with this section. Again, I would like to adopt that section. Thank you so much. So we have, can you put it in green, Secretary? Yeah. Thank you so much. And accept the changes, please. Okay, thank you so much. Because that's the end of the recommendations. Now we are going to go back to the other sections that you raised concerns. Okay, colleagues, I just want to ask if you want to continue or otherwise if you want to delay that discussion. It's up to you. If you want to continue, we can keep going. Okay, yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. Thank you. Keep going. Okay, that's the spirit that we need. Let's go. Yes. Let's try to do as fast as we can, how far we can go, at least for 30 minutes, and then we see, because I know everybody's tired, and also we have to work. We will continue our second, third turn of work. Okay, thank you, Edie. That's the spirit. So, can you show me the heading? Okay, this is the finance block, and as I understand, your main concern is the paragraph sorry, I cannot see very well. I just want to confirm, Alpha or others, if you have comments on the other ones. Of course, there is a placeholder in the yellow one, in the third one of that section. So we will keep that in yellow because it's a placeholder.
For the adoption of the mobilization strategy.
Exactly. So it's in yellow. Can you put the K in yellow? And I just want to confirm if paragraph, the previous one, J, you can accept it. Okay, so we can put it in green. I don't see any objection with that paragraph. And then, can you go scroll up?
Can we just say that the one is now in yellow bit
can we just say that it means the moment we approve the RSO, that is also green, instead of putting it full in yellow, where it means we might come back to it? Just say we have no issues with it. It's fine when the RSO is adopted.
I think makes sense to me, but I just want to ask if everybody agrees with that approach. I think that's the understanding. Okay, so green. If it is adopted. Okay. Can you show me, Secretary, the first one of that section? I think is green also, but I just want to confirm. Alpha. Yeah, but it's a placeholder. So if we agree on the resource mobilization, the paragraph stands as it is. If we do not agree, we will delete it. That's the understanding. It was a suggestion made by other members, so makes sense to me. Alpha.
So I have proposal to the on the finance part. I indicated first that we need to have a paragraph that reflects the status of the resources as it is now, and we're on the text on the 11 or on the E. I have textual proposal. If you allow me to read it.
Yeah, but can you let me close the previous one? The first one. I don't see any objection with that one. If there is no objection in that one, we can put it in green, please, Secretariat, and we move to the paragraph that you want to improve. Please, Alpha, go ahead.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I have two ways to frame the point. The first is appreciate the contribution made to the Santiago network, totaling 40.7 million as of the date of this report, and noting the significant gaps that remain in responding to the increased scale and frequency of loss and damage, and need for urgent and enhanced action and support for loss and damage. Look forward to additional pledges and contribution in order to enable the Santiago network to fulfill its mandate effectively. I can send that.
Yeah, thank you, Alpha. I think I would like to hear some reactions on that proposal, or if there is some way, again, colleagues, we need to find a way to have proposals that accommodate the views of everybody, and also that everybody feels comfortable. Perhaps if there are, shorter suggestions to accommodate.
That's WhatsApp, all members.
Okay, so you have it in the WhatsApp. If you can react on that suggestion to see.
There's a WhatsApp for all members. She's not part of it.
Okay. So if you can react, but I would like to hear proposal in terms of how to accommodate the views. If instead of, just saying I don't like it, or I just want this, or let's try to accommodate our views and find a middle ground so we can close this paragraph and this section. Someone would like to raise views on that or suggestions in writing? Muriel.
I think we cannot accept the language like that.
Why?
Because also what we discussed before, there is now, we have seen it, how much funding has been, how much is already there, and how little we have spent. And it's obvious that from a donor perspective, now you want to see how things are going. So I don't really think it's the moment to ask really for additional funding at this point of time.
Okay, colleagues, I understand that there is no agreement and everybody is tired on that. Perhaps because we have your proposal, and I think everybody needs to think how to handle
have a counter proposal to accommodate to her as well.
To your own proposal?
Yes. So acknowledge the significant gaps that remains in responding to the increased scale and frequencies of loss and damage and the associated economic and non-economic losses, and recognize the need for urgent and enhanced actions for support for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage associated with climate change impact. You don't like that as well?
Thank you so much, Alpha. And I think it's we know that perhaps that proposal is not going to fly as it is. But let me park that discussion. We need to, of course, to solve all concerns that you and everybody express. Let's park that discussion and let's move to the other orange and let's see how far we can go. Alpha.
I think since there is no agreement, I suggested, I submitted there should be a paragraph there that reflects the status of the resources. So that is not reflected there. And I'm very flexible to working with anyone to capture some of my language and then to arrive to a common ground. Because I think saying that because there is a resource there, it is not, for me, a strong justification. A strong justification. We are just starting now, and no one knows. This is a demand-driven thing. So, and definitely, in light of what is happening in terms of loss and damage, 22 million in the account is something that no one can be proud of. It's not to say that we are not thankful for the things, but 20 million for all developing countries as a resources for technical assistance is for me also not, is for me actually a good reason for calling for more resources. Thanks.
So colleagues, let's park that discussion. I don't think we can solve it tonight, that finance discussion, but let me try to ask if we can work on the collaboration block. There is a suggestion that you made, Alpha, on having collaboration and complementarity as an amendment, and I think is, something that perhaps everybody can accept. And I just want to ask if you can accept that amendment and these recommendations as it stands. Do we have any objection? Okay, I don't see any objection, so let's put it in green with the amendment that was suggested by Alpha. And could you please, Secretariat, accept that amendment? Thank you so much. Okay, we have this one. Before to go to the orange, I just want to ask if the recommendation 4 and 6, no, 6 is pending the adoption of the strategy. We already adopted strategy, so I wonder if we can adopt paragraph 5 and 6 with the addition of implementation that was suggested by Muriel. And then we go to the orange that we have at the beginning. So just let me ask, can you accept the recommendations of paragraph 5 and 6? I do not see any objection, so we will adopt those recommendations. We will delete the reference of the adoption of the strategy because we already adopted. And 5 also. Thank you so much, colleagues. So let's move one by one. We have explored ways to enhance private sector engagement with the network. So I just want to, I know that there are concerns with that one, Alpha. Are you still having that concerns?
I mean, thank you to Stella explanation and that it is there was a good case in Vanuatu. I'm fine with that, but I want to complete the sentence: explore ways to enhance private sector engagement with a network in implementing technical assistance. In implementing technical assistance that's fine.
Thank you so much, Alpha, and thank you because I think the explanation made by Estega was useful.
In delivering, I mean, I'm not...
In delivering technical assistance, yeah, not implementing. In delivering technical assistance. So with that amendment, can you live with it? Okay, so let's accept that. In green, in delivering technical assistance. Or in the delivery of technical assistance, yeah, thank you. You have better English than me, so. So there is another recommendation that was proposed by Alpha in terms of country ownership and demand drivenness of technical assistance. So do we want to improve the language? Or we need to have something at the beginning. So any suggestion in terms of how to improve, or if you have concerns, those who speak very well English?
Promote country ownership and demand-driveness of technical assistance in developing technical assistance requests. In the delivery of delivering technical assistance, be better than, yeah. No, it's not. It makes very much sense.
Any comments on that proposal, or makes sense, or doesn't make sense for you? The way how it's written.
It just feels slightly, I'm sorry, repetitive. Can it just be promote country ownership and demand-drivenness in the preparation of technical assistance requests? Because that's where we are, or in the delivery of, same as before, in the delivery of technical assistance, but to have it just once, because otherwise we're saying technical assistance twice.
Yeah, could be in the chapeau of this section. Secretariat encourage the Santiago Secretariat to to promote That makes sense to you, Alpha? So we have it in the chapeau. So encourage the Santiago Network Secretariat in delivering technical assistance to, and we say promote country ownership and demand-drivenness. And then we delete the last part of the first paragraph because it's in delivering of technical assistance.
Yes, I mean, it shares a little. You understand what I mean? Yeah? So, because I want to qualify this private sector, it's only in the implementation. So if it's there, that's... Can you turn on the mic?
Could you please turn on the mic, Alpha?
So my whole idea is to firewall or to safeguard the private sectors in the context as we have experience in the implementation of technical assistance. So we need to if it is redundant, it's good, but it has to be like that. because those texts might be picked later at the COP as a decision. So we need to be very specific in my point of view.
Any other views in terms of Muriel?
Yes, I would just in line maybe with the comments made before, under the second one, include also, because it's not only the ownership of countries, but also the affected communities. If we can, what would it be? Promote the ownership of countries and communities in preparing demand-driven technical assistance.
Can I say something? Sorry, I don't know if.
Who's asking for the floor? Samuel, go ahead. Sorry, because everybody's tired and we don't see all the screen. Go ahead, Samuel.
Okay. So the part where it says promote country ownership of countries, I think there's a typo in promote country ownership of countries. Promote country ownership, and so I think the grammar there is not correct. So it should be promote country ownership or promote country and community ownership in preparing demand-driven.
Could you please, Alpha, could you please get Samuel to finalize his intervention? And we need to respect the turn of everybody. Samuel, please keep going.
Yes. Promote country and community ownership in preparing demand-drivenness in delivering technical assistance. Yes.
Thank you so much, Samuel, for that proposal. I would like to give the floor to Muriel, followed by Alpha. Okay, Alpha?
I do have problem with that. Definitely, first, it is a new wording that is not established in our process, community ownership. I don't know what does that mean, first. And the second point is, I'm fine with the first wording, country ownership and community, but community ownership is something I need feedback from home, because that is, we had the discussion about that. There is no decision where you have community ownership, and I don't understand that.
Thank you so much, Alpha. Estela.
Thank you, Angela, for giving me the floor. Just trying to find a way we have the habit of not intervening as co-chairs, but just to help the discussion, if it's helpful, what I want to add, because I fully agree with you that this is not in the decision. That's not the kind of, I don't think that's the intention of Muriel to change or to propose new language. I think because your suggestion was new, compared to the version that was presented yesterday. So if we add now this concept of country ownership and the demand-drivenness, which is in line with our decisions, it is just, I think, a reminder that at this meeting or intersession, you have also adopted the approach for particularly vulnerable communities. And reading those recommendations, it seems that we are forgetting that this actually has happened. And that is a very important development that we have delivered. That is the uniqueness of our network and a great achievement. So I think what we could try to reflect is, as we are promoting, I don't think there's any issue with promoting country ownership and demand-drivenness in delivering. It's just to... Yeah, but also I think maybe if we can simply add to that, and as well as promote inclusivity in line with the approach on vulnerable communities as adopted by advisory board, something like that. So just to capture the concepts, but not to propose a new language, but because that was introduced, and to give that other side as well that is there. Otherwise, I think we will be missing an opportunity and it will be an omission not to mention anything in the recommendations. Yes, I promote inclusivity in line.
The point is, the objective of this paragraph is country ownership. I'm happy to have community inclusiveness and everything, and I'm in support of that. But we need to abide by what we said and what we took as a decision. Community ownership never, even the minimum percentages, there's no community ownership there in the decision. So I think promote country ownership that should not be touched, and then I'm happy to find any way to propose community dimension there.
Can I say, my hand is up, can I say something?
Go ahead, Samuel, in the meantime, but we are going to propose a separate paragraph, so just to accommodate the views of everybody. Go ahead, Samuel.
So in line with what we have in the text for rules of procedures and beyond just for rules of procedures when it comes to ownership and direction of this. Part of that is, so there were mentions of at the local, national, and regional level, which if we want to use that language, then I would want to propose and promote ownership and demand-drivenness in delivering technical assistance at the local, national, and regional level. I inserted that text on the chart. You can see it. Promote ownership and demand-drivenness in the assistance at the local, national, and regional level. I think that maintains the language which we are looking for and also contains ownership at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps that could work. Camila?
Yeah, I think it's just, it goes afterwards. It would be promote country ownership and demand-drivenness in delivering technical assistance at the local, national, and regional level. I think it's just, and then ends at regional level. Otherwise, I don't think it made that much sense. But thank you, Samuel, for finding some maybe compromising language at this late hour.
Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. So we delete that one, and I think with that, we can cover all the comments made. I think no one would like to. Samuel, are you asking again for the floor, or is a legacy hand?
It's a legacy hand.
Okay, thank you so much. Alpha, do you accept that one?
Yes, I do accept.
Thank you.
I think that's fine. But still, the regional needs, we need to find a sentence for the regional, because my submission was, yes, regional initiative. We have an initiative that we want to promote, and I think that is a very important one. And there are regional centers. We can even put here university or something like that. But I think so. Encourage the Secretariat to foster its collaboration with regional stakeholders, regional initiative centers, and with a view of
and other stakeholders,
and
so we can keep it broad.
Yeah.
So foster collaboration with regional initiative centers and other stakeholders.
Mm-hmm.
Any objection with that? Akio.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify the suggestion by Stella on the language, including language inclusiveness, something it disappeared. So I want to clarify if it's still alive or.
Yeah, it was just a proposal made by the co-chairs, but no one, engaged on that. So, and I think the landing zone was the second one. So that's why it's not anymore. So can you live with the recommendation number 4, foster collaboration with regional initiatives, centers, and other stakeholders? Camila.
I don't have an in-principle issue with it. It's just to what? Like foster collaboration with regional initiatives to drive technical assistance requests is it, do we want them to become OB&Es? Do we, like, what's the, just to have a little bit of clarity, like I don't have an issue with the idea.
Can we say to catalyze technical assistance? Or is to, or in catalyzing technical assistance?
Yeah, at least it's to something.
Yeah, okay. So we will have it in green. And colleagues, I think the other paragraphs that are pending, just a cross-check very quickly, the orange ones, so we just have, can you?
My hand is up, sorry, for the collaboration part.
Okay, go ahead, Samuel, because we want to move forward and close this meeting for tonight. Everybody's tired. Go ahead.
Okay, so for the collaboration part, collaborate with regional initiatives. I feel regional initiative is not contextual. For me personally, I feel it doesn't. Regional initiative could be regional with regional offices, which doesn't drive down to communities. This is, I feel, is lacking some. I would say is lacking some context when it comes to co-designing with communities for technical assistance. Just like in Vanuatu, they were co-designed with indigenous communities, and this doesn't drive that. So I would like to think of a language that includes local communities in this context, which we can drive from what we have with Vanuatu scenario. But I can develop a test and propose it if we don't mind.
Thank you so much, Samuel, for sharing that. But I have to say that we already closed that paragraph and we reached an agreement.
I was raising my hand. My hand has been up.
But this is an agreement that we got at the end between the members. And I just want to highlight that, and we understand your concerns, and perhaps it's something that you can bring in the work that we will have to do tomorrow on the work plan, because we have to, it's not only the recommendations by the COP, but it's also the work plan that we have to develop, and you can bring that recommendation as part of the discussion of the work plan. So the work plan of the advisory board is not yet closed. So we can look at it into detail, and you can bring that element once again for consideration by the members. So with that, I just want to kindly ask the Secretariat to show us what are the pending paragraphs. We will close the session for today. We have one paragraph, which is this one in terms of the resources. And what other one? That's the only one? Okay, that's the pending one. So we will let you, and the yellow ones, which are, in the understanding that we adopted still as it stands. So thank you so much for your understanding. Tomorrow we will approach also this paragraph and the pending things that we have to discuss, as well as the resource mobilization. Thank you for staying long, and thank you for your patience, but we made a really good progress. So we will revise the schedule tonight between the Secretariat and the co-chairs, and we will share with you as soon as we can the schedule for tomorrow. I will kindly ask you to be on time, because we're still having pending things, which is the budget, the work plan, the agenda item 9, the adoption of the new dates and venue, as well as the report of the meeting. We will send you tonight the report of the meeting with the things that we discussed today, so you will have the opportunity to review the decision points, which is key. We need to adopt tomorrow the report of the meeting. So be prepared, because if we are not efficient, we can stay long day also again. So thank you so much and have a good night, rest, and we will continue our work tomorrow. Thank you so much.
And we are not
And
starting
we
at 8
deserve
tomorrow.
an applause because I think we made a lot. Thank you so much.
C'est bon. On a beaucoup lutté, c'est bon.
Courage.
Hein?
Courage pour demain.
Ouais, ce sont des bonnes fights. S'il te plaît, chef. S'il te plaît, chef. S'il te plaît, chef. Toi, tu es grand footballeur. Il a gagné la Chambre. C'est le Maroc qui a gagné la Chambre.
Ils ont volé le Sénégal. Il a fait le coup franc, on doit sortir un carton rouge.
Il y avait tous les chefs qui étaient sur le monde là-bas, là, qui ont pris le
Et puis tu sais qu'est-ce qu'on dit? Ils disent, non, le joueur il n'était pas dans l'axe du but, quoi. Comment un coup franc? Un coup franc, c'est un coup franc. Il est allé il fait la faute, mais on le fout dehors.
Serious headache. I hope I will sleep very good today.